tabling of documents. Pursuant to subsection 15.3 of the Conflict of Interest Code for members of the House of Commons, it is my duty to lay upon the table the list of all sponsored travel by members for the year 2021, as provided by the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. Projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, entitled Situation at the Russia-Ukraine Border. The committee wishes to advise the House that it condemns the unwarranted and unprovoked attack on Ukraine, which was ordered by Russian President Vladimir Putin, a clear violation of international law. It also calls on the Government of Canada to support Ukrainians and people residing in Ukraine who are impacted by this conflict and ensure that it is prepared to process immigration applications on an urgent basis without compromising needs in other areas and take steps to ensure rapid entry to Canada for all that wish to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources, entitled Supplementary Estimate C 2021-2022. The committee has considered the estimates referred by the House and reports the same back without amendment.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Davies, seconded by Ms. Gazan, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Financial Administration Act, Composition of Boards of Directors. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce an important bill to Parliament. This legislation would amend the Financial Administration Act to require gender parity on the board of directors of Crown corporations and agencies. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre for seconding this bill and for her tireless advocacy for gender equality. Today in Canada, women make up only 27% of federal appointments to Crown corporation boards. Only 18% of director seats are held by women across all corporate boards in Canada, and 61% of boards are composed entirely of men. This is unacceptable and must change. By adopting this legislation, the federal government can lead by example and take concrete action to advance gender equality in Canada. Mr. Speaker, for systemic change to occur, we must change the system. I hope all parliamentarians will support this important and overdue initiative.
Mr. Davies, seconded by Ms. Gazan, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Genius, seconded by Mr. Lewis, or by Ms. Lewis, Alderman Norfolk, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Human Rights Act Protecting Against Discrimination Based on Political Belief. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Alderman Norfolk for her collaboration and assistance on this important project. I'm tabling a bill that would expand human rights protection in Canada by making political belief and activity a prohibited grounds of discrimination in the Canadian Human Rights Code. Canadians must be free to express and act on their political beliefs within the law and with the protection of law. They should not face intimidation or discrimination while doing so by either governments or private employers. This freedom is essential for strong democracy with robust and independent civil society. This bill would align federal human rights codes with the human rights codes in most provinces. Currently, in federal jurisdiction, it is legal for someone to face threats to their employment or their access to services because of their political beliefs or activity. And this allows governments and large corporations to coerce workers and other Canadians into limiting or changing their political behaviour. The Canadian Human Rights Code already contains an exception for a bona fide occupational qualification. So let's protect freedom of speech, the rights of workers, and the health of our democracy by passing this important human rights legislation as soon as possible. Thank you.
Mr. Generous, seconded by Ms. Lewis, Haldeman Norfolk, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motion.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions, and I hope if you seek it, you will find consent for the following: that the House call on the City of Ottawa to consider renaming the portion of Charlotte Street, which houses the Russian embassy, in honor of Volodymyr Zelensky, the President of Ukraine.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Questions on the order paper? The Honourable Government Parliamentary Secretary? Oh, sorry. Yes, we haven't had petitions for a couple of days. So, presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present petition E3629 on behalf of Single Seniors for Tax Fairness. Their petition advocates for equal treatment in Canada's tax system for single seniors who are not able to access the same tax benefits as those who are married but who face the same reality of the rising cost of living and limited income. I want to thank the group's founder, Jane Robertson, who's been a strong advocate for this cause that affects those across Canada, including those in my riding of Davenport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, Canada and Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon are home to a vibrant community of more than 1 million Punjabi Canadians. Each year, many travel to the Punjab region to visit family, friends, and religious landmarks like the Golden Temple. But right now, they must fly into Delhi and make the long journey by train, bus, or other means. Canadians are asking for direct flight service from Vancouver or Toronto to Amritsar, Punjab, which will cut travel times drastically. This is good for our economy, and it makes good economic sense. I am pleased today, Mr. Speaker, to table petition E3771, signed by more than 14,000 Canadians, calling on the Government of Canada to work with airlines, India's High Commission, to initiate this direct flight service as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, we can get this done, and petitioners from across Canada look forward in good faith to the government's response. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many residents of Winnipeg North have signed this petition asking for the Government of Canada, the Prime Minister, in fact, all members of the House of Commons, to advocate for our seniors. Mr. Speaker, dealing with issues such as long-term health care, to mental health, dealing with OAS and GIS, all very important issues for our seniors. The constituents that I represent have signed, in good part, the petition asking for all members of the House to be an advocate for the needs of our seniors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise in this place to present a petition from many people in the Ottawa area. This is, in fact, one of many petitions I've received on this issue and also presented by other members in this place. The cutting down of beautiful urban trees is a problem in any city in Canada. But in Ottawa, the Queen Juliana Park is more than a park. It's also a memorial, and it's a honoring of the Canadians who died in the liberation of the Netherlands in the war. The Queen Juliana Park was established to honor the 7,600 Canadians who died. It's now slated for being cut down, 750 mature canopy trees, in order to accommodate a decision that was the reverse of what was recommended by the National Capital Commission, which recommended 53 acres of surplus federal office land at Tunney's Pasture. Instead, the City Council of Ottawa chose to cut down the trees at Queen Juliana Park to build parking lots and open up the door to more development. The petitioners ask
that the federal government assist in having an inquiry into why the National Capital Commission recommendation was overturned, to restore the National Capital Commission recommendation of Tunney's Pasture as the ideal place for an Ottawa hospital, and to maintain Queen Juliana Park and the entire central experimental farm areas as much-needed urban green space for Ottawa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion, invasion of Ukraine and natural gas pipelines, standing in the name of Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong, seconded by Mr. McLean, moves that the House, A, condemn President Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation for their unprovoked illegal attack and invasion of Ukraine, B, stand with Ukraine, the people of Ukraine, and Canadians in the Ukrainian community, and C, call on the Government of Canada to undertake measures to ensure new natural gas pipelines can be approved and built to Atlantic watertide, recognizing energy as vital to Canadian and European defense and security, allowing Canadian natural gas to displace Russian natural gas in Europe, and being consistent with environmental goals in the transition to non-emitting sources of energy. The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the member for Calgary Centre. Mr. Speaker, the attack on Ukraine by the Russian Federation is the first European war between countries since the Second World War, and a serious violation of the international order and our collective humanity. This attack threatens not only Ukraine, but Canada. Canada's defense and security has always been inextricably linked to that of Europe's. The attack was in Ukraine, but the threat is also among us. Since Samuel de Champlain founded Quebec in 1608, the outbreak of major wars in Europe has always involved Canada. The 7 Years' War, which many consider to be the first global conflict between Great Britain and France, led to the conquest of 1759. What we call the War of 1812 was actually a subsidiary of the Napoleonic Wars. And Canadians know well the price Canada paid in the First World War and the Second World War in Europe. 100,000 Canadian war dead can attest to that. Cette attaque menace également le Canada.
This attack also is a threat to Canada in other ways because it follows autocratic actions of Russia and China. This threatens the world order, rules-based world order, which exists since 1945. This world order, well, Canada contributed to establishing it. It led to the longest period of prosperity in the modern era. If this world order crumbles, it could threaten peace and security here at home.
We support the actions taken to date by the Government of Canada, but more needs to be done, which is why we have introduced our motion today. One of the most important things we can do is understand that energy is vital not only to our economy, but also to our defense and security, and the defense and security of Europe. Russia understands this. It has used natural gas to intimidate and coerce European democracies. Russia supplies 40% of Europe's natural gas and uses this to intimidate Europe and Ukraine, threatening to cut off supplies. If supplies are cut, people will freeze, factories will shutter, and Europe's economy will grind to a halt. And not only does Russia understand this, not only do they understand that energy is vital to their defense and security, so does the European Union. In 2015, the European Commission introduced measures to try and diversify energy away from Russia. The Commission said in reference to Russia's use of energy to intimidate and threaten European democracies in a document titled A Framework Strategy for a Resilient Energy Union with a Forward-Looking Climate Change Policy. Quote, energy policy is often used as a foreign policy tool, in particular in major energy producing and transit countries, end quote. The Commission said, quote, as part of a revitalized European energy and climate diplomacy, the European Union will use all its foreign policy instruments to establish strategic energy partnerships with increasingly important producing and transit countries or regions, end quote. And it also said, the European Union will continue to integrate Norway fully into its internal energy policies. The European Union will also develop its partnerships with countries such as the United States and Canada, end quote. We need to understand, Madam Speaker, as do the Russians and the Europeans, that energy is vital not only to our economy, but to our defense and security. We need to understand what others have long understood, that energy is also a foreign policy tool, particularly in major energy-producing and transit countries. Since the first week of December, the Biden administration has been trying to rally natural gas-producing allies and partners around the world, such as Norway and Qatar, to ensure that additional natural gas supplies can be brought online in the event that Russia cuts the gas to Europe. While Canada has participated in these conversations, Canada has not been able to provide any assistance. Canada is the world's 5th largest natural gas producer, but we are unable to get natural gas to Tidewater to provide assistance to European democracies. We cannot get natural gas to Tidewater because we cannot get pipelines built. And that inability to get pipelines built is not now only impacting our economy, it's now threatening our security and defense here at home and that of the defense and security of Europe.
The government needs to introduce measures to ensure that new pipelines can be approved and built to transport Canadian natural gas to Atlantic Tidewater. This would allow us to displace Russian gas in Europe. This is an urgent question, a question that concerns our national defense and the security of Canadians. It's also an urgent question concerning the defense and security of European democracies.
Now, Madam Speaker, I know that some might say exporting liquefied natural gas to Europe is inconsistent with our environmental goals. They would be wrong. Exporting liquefied natural gas is consistent with environmental goals in the transition to non-emitting sources of energy. One of the biggest things Canada can do, one of the biggest things the world can do in the next decade to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in order to meet the Paris Accord targets is to replace coal-fired electrical generation plants with natural gas-fired electrical generation plants. Canada can play a role in that transition if we can build natural gas pipelines to Tidewater to export liquefied natural gas. The government's own data shows that coal-fired electrical generation plants are 2 times more greenhouse gas intensive than natural gas plants. And Europe and many other countries in the world still rely on coal-fired electrical generation plants. Getting our natural gas to Tidewater is not only an economic imperative, it's not only a defense and security imperative, it is an environmental imperative. Madam Speaker, let me finish by saying this. We condemn President Putin and the Russian Federation for their unprovoked, illegal attack and invasion of Ukraine. We stand with Ukraine. We stand with the people of Ukraine, and we stand with Canadians here at home with ties to Ukraine. We must use all of the tools available to us as a country to defend Ukraine and Europe against a vicious authoritarian onslaught. One of the things that Canada can do to support democracies in Europe is for this government to recognize that Canada has immense energy resources, is to recognize that energy is vital to Canadian and European defense and security, to recognize that natural gas is consistent with environmental goals in the transition to non-emitting sources of energy, and to undertake new measures that ensure natural gas pipelines can be built and approved to Atlantic Tidewater. If we can build pipelines to get Canadian natural gas to Tidewater, we can displace Russian gas in Europe, thereby countering the threat from the Russian Federation and President Vladimir Putin, and strengthening democracy in Europe and here at home in Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, Parliament certainly stands to condemn Vladimir Putin for their unprovoked illegal attack, and we certainly stand with the people of Ukraine. But what I find really disturbing and appalling at this time is the crass, exploitive attitude of the Conservatives to try and take a humanitarian disaster and use it to promote the pipe dream of spending billions of taxpayers' dollars on pipelines. They could have talked about the need for Parliament to stand together to take on Russian disinformation. They didn't do that. They could have talked about the food crisis we're starting to see if we see wheat exports in Ukraine cut off. They could have talked about refugees, but they're not interested in that. I expect a lot from many of the Conservative backbenchers, but I expect more from this member. Does he not know that Quebec has already shut down LNG pipelines? So if he's going to get to Tidewater, does he not have a map of Canada? Because Quebec says it will not allow LNG exports because it actually undermines our world obligations to reduce greenhouse gas emissions.
For Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question, but I couldn't disagree with him more. We have for weeks, for months, for years, called for the government to issue an order of general application to direct the CRTC to a new broadcasting policy under Section 7 of the Broadcasting Act to take state-controlled broadcasters that spread disinformation and propaganda off of Canadian airwaves, such as Russia Today and RT. We have been advocating for over a year, for visa-free travel for Ukrainians coming to Canada. And, Madam Speaker, it is clear as understood by the European Union that energy is not only vital to economies, it's vital to defense and security, and that's why the Conservatives have introduced this motion today, because it is vital that we protect the security and defense of this country and that of our European allies and partners.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think that the government has demonstrated very clearly how important it is in terms of working with allied countries. We are all horrified by the types of things we see taking place in Ukraine. And I'm just interested in knowing, from the Conservative Party's perspective, to what degree do they put the weight of working with allied countries? Many of the initiatives, such as immigration, lifting and assisting on visas, the government, the lethal weapons, the humanitarian aid, all of this is in working with allied countries. And I'm wondering if he could share his thoughts on the importance of working with allied countries.
The member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, thank my honourable colleague for the question. We believe that it's essential that Canada work with allied countries. Our position is that the NATO alliance has worked in a very collaborative fashion, presenting a very strong position against the menace of the Russian Federation in Eastern Europe. We support the actions taken by the Government of Canada to date. We encourage the government to work in a quadrilateral fashion with the United States, the United Kingdom, and the European Union to discuss how the humanitarian crisis of refugees in Eastern Europe can be handled by the four parties to ensure that refugees are taken in an appropriate manner by the members of the European Union, the United Kingdom, the United States, and Canada.
A brief question, the Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In an excellent article this morning in La Presse, written by Paul Journet, about the Conservatives' obsession with building pipelines and exporting fossil fuels, he says there are two obstacles in Canada. First, there are competitive countries that are already ready to supply Germany, including Norway. And he says that the time is against Canada. We'll need to wait a couple of years before an LNG terminal could be operational. But Germany has accelerated its energy transition, and Germany has said that the quicker they get into renewable energies, the sooner they will be stable and autonomous. So they have called renewables the energy of freedom. So what a brief question. It wasn't very brief. The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague. The pipeline question is an obsession of the European Union as well, and I have a document here from 2015 which says that the issue of pipelines and pipeline policy is not just an issue for the economy, but also for security and for the defense of Europe. I would encourage my honourable colleague to read this document. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's my honour today to second the motion brought forward by my colleague from Halton Hills. I stand firmly with the rest of my party in condemning the actions of Vladimir Putin and the Russian regime against our allies in the Ukraine, our democratic friends in the Ukraine. 1.3 million Ukrainian descendants are here in Canada. They are one of our most important allies in the world, and we need to stand with them strongly at this point in time and make sure that we speak and act accordingly so that this does not continue as much as we can. The other day I heard from a friend, and he's got a cousin who is over in the Ukraine, who was here in Canada for 20 years, but she chose to go back to Ukraine because she retired, and she had an inheritance there and a small house that she got from her family. So that's where she retired. That house was destroyed earlier this week by a tank. Her name is Luda, and now she's in hiding. Luda's family is asking that we quickly allow 200,000 refugees to come from Ukraine, at least temporarily. And we've seen the backlog at the border with Poland. They are not going to be able to shelter all of these refugees alone. We need to help. Canada needs to help, and quickly. Rex Tillerson, former head CEO of ExxonMobil, one of the world's largest oil and gas producers, said in 2014 when Russia seized Crimea from Ukraine, "We don't take sides in international conflicts." This is an absurd statement. We need to know what side of humanity we are on. There is no commodity, there is no dollar earned that is more important than the lives that are being trampled by Vladimir Putin. Rex Tillerson's words represent the decline of Western values to the point where nothing matters more than money. This needs to change immediately. The evidence is clearly at our doorsteps, and I've heard the meek calls from world leaders that we can't disrupt Russia's oil and gas exports for various reasons. One, it will cause a spike in oil prices that will cause financial hardship in the world. Ironic, considering the intent of all our various tax measures on the oil and gas industry, excise taxes, royalties, carbon taxes, the one that's going to be escalating by 25% in less than a month in Canada. These are all designed to do exactly that, make the consumption of hydrocarbons more expensive so that people believe that the expensive alternatives are more palatable. I suppose the message is make it more expensive just on our own terms. But an action to disrupt Russia's trade in oil and gas in the world is going to have some financial consequences on those countries that have chosen, yes, chosen, to have the resources supplied by Russia. This will cause inflation, no doubt. Just as every other input increasing prices on oil and gas impacts inflation, and we are experiencing significant inflation. Two, Europe's economy is dependent on the supply of Russian natural gas. Well, that is also a choice that has been made in spite of the danger that was always evident of having such a large portion of energy supply coming from an unpredictable and despotic regime. Yes, jobs will be impacted. Three, Europeans will freeze at the end of the winter. Yes, the absence of natural gas delivered to Europe will cause some discomfort, some of which we have already seen as energy prices have skyrocketed in Europe this year. Europe is entering a period of energy poverty, and it has always been looking for a quick fix. Well, it turns out that the impacts of being overly reliant on Russian gas supply is not the quick fix that leaders without foresight envisioned or ignored at their own consequences. Let's put those consequences, and there are more, but for succinctness, let's put these three consequences briefly together. Higher costs for hydrocarbon energy, something we in the West have been manipulating higher through government action for years. But higher costs suddenly will cause inflation and hardship and choices. Economic displacement. European factories will need to adjust, and some will shut down the supply of energy to the cost, or the cost of energy become prohibitive. Again, we in the Western world have been offshoring our jobs for years to parts of the world with lower environmental standards and lower labor standards. Heating for homes, there is going to be some discomfort. Let's compare these hardships that I've just outlined here, these three hardships, to what Luda is experiencing in Ukraine right now. A country is being destroyed. There is no economy or jobs that will matter in the midst of a shelling war. Luda's home was destroyed by a Russian tank. The juxtaposition is stark. And the world is soft-pedaling our response to Russia because we need their oil and gas. The irony is stark. Can we ask quickly, where do we draw the line here? After Ukraine, when Poland or Moldova is in Russia's sights, we need to collectively act now and ensure the entire world rejects Russian commodities, such as the cost of tyranny, which we have been ignoring for years. This Canadian government has been a willing part of this abject shift. Dollars have flown to Russia because of this government's regard for Canada's resource industry. In the last 7 years, oil production in Russia has gone up by 1 million barrels a day. Gas exports have gone up 35% from Russia. Disdain for Canadian resources have led oil and gas exploration elsewhere, including the world majors. Shell and British Petroleum have just recently decided they'd extract themselves from Russia, and losing $20 billion and $25 billion respectively in the process. But the largest beneficiary, particularly for the flow of capital, has been Russia, which has profited by hundreds of billions of dollars because of choices such as the ones this government has made. These are choices. All these choices have consequences. The consequences of curtailing Canadian oil and gas development through various ill-advised methods has led to the void being filled by less transparent regimes, primarily Russia. Our naive policies have put hundreds of billions of dollars into the pockets of a despotic regime. And this week I asked the government to actually curtail oil imports into Canada from Russia. And they said we hadn't imported crude since 2019. Subsequently, they recognized there's more to oil than crude, and they did suggest, and I think they're going to follow through, on actually canceling all crude oil imports, and I hope that happens immediately. Our naive say, we have helped finance, through this transfer of money, a military buildup in Russia. Our military has shrunk. We do not meet our international obligations from a military perspective. Now, I remember a song from when I was young, and it was from a Canadian band, and the gist of it was, if you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice. This is a choice we've made without any eye on the consequences here. Pipelines. When I ran for Parliament 2 years ago, going on to 2.5 years ago, it was to get pipelines built. There is no better infrastructure for helping the Canadian economy, for helping the world environment, than Canadian pipelines delivering Canadian product to markets. Canadian natural gas production has gone down in the last 7 years. Russia's has gone up by 35%. Again, a juxtaposition that is stark. West Coast had 14 LNG facilities in line to be built in Canada. Now, there's one that is being built. In the U.S., in the meantime, they've fully built 7 and 5 more are being built. think about how we don't get things done in this country anymore, things that will help the world from an environmental perspective and from an economic perspective and from, of course, a democratic perspective. One of the issues on natural gas, of course, is that it isn't just a fuel. It is also an input to fertilizer. And feeding 8 billion people in the world requires natural gas fertilizer that is going to continue to be necessary if we aren't going to have a crisis at some point in time in the future. So getting that natural gas to where it's needed for fertilizer is essential. I spoke last night for 20 minutes with a gentleman named Kirill, and he's a temporary foreign worker from the Ukraine working in Alberta's oil fields. And he was pleading with me, and he ended up shouting at me and apologizing to me. And I felt awful, because he shouldn't be apologizing to me. But he's from Kirkov, and he has seen his city destroyed. He has seen his family displaced. They're looking for places to stay. And I am sorry to him that we can't act more forcefully here in getting this under control. Madam Speaker, we need to act. We need to act quickly and decisively as soon as we can. Slava Ukrainia.
In comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Madam Speaker, as I think we all know, President Zelensky of Ukraine has asked Canada for military aid, lethal and non-lethal weapons, which we've delivered, financial assistance, which we've delivered, sanctions, which we've delivered. Every ask that President Zelensky has made, we've delivered on. He has not asked us to build pipelines in Canada. Why is this the Conservative Party's priority? Is it an attempt to help Ukraine, or is it a crass throwback to a 20th century Conservative Party policy instead of a 21st century solution to a problem we're facing today?
I do want to remind members that when somebody's asking the questions, there's no sense of trying to answer before the honourable member who actually has the floor right after will be able to answer. I'm sure that the honourable member of Calgary Centre is able to respond to the question. The honourable member of Calgary Centre.
First of all, I thank my honourable colleague for the question. I'm unfamiliar with his timeline here on 20th century versus 21st century. The solution is more environmental power to the world, more ESG, as we say, environmentally friendly, but socially friendly, and governance according investments in natural gas supply to an energy-starved world. That starts with natural gas, and that's what's been held up by this government since it came to power, when we had the best rocks in the world, the best ability to get a good resource to the world for its actual consumption, and we've put the world in a position where they're reliant on despotic resources. That is, as I said, a choice we have made. And there is a consequence to that choice. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for defending his party's motion, but we will not be supporting it because it doesn't actually help the Ukrainian crisis. Neither Europe nor Ukraine have asked for Canada's oil from Alberta. And given that this is a short-term crisis that we all hope will not drag on, there are countries that are much better placed than Canada to provide oil and gas. These are countries that already have pipelines to export to Europe. So the only way that this Conservative motion could actually get results would be on a very long-term basis. By isolating Russia in the long term, now, is that what we want? So does our colleague understand that, we would need the war to last 15 years for their solution to actually be effective? The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre. I thank my colleague for the question. I think that I understood most of the question. It's very important to have a supply of Canadian gas around the world. Right now, a lot of oil is coming from Russia. There may be demand for that oil in China, but the exports from Russia to China are very important, and we need more pipelines here as well. But this is a global issue, and we need to address it with our oil here in Canada. Thank you. Question, the honourable member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for Calgary Centre. According to the Ministry of Social Policy of Ukraine, about 1.45 million people are still internally displaced after fleeing the conflict in Donbass and from occupied Crimea. Save the Children states that children in Ukraine, eastern Ukraine have grown up in conflict for the past 8 years, enduring violence, shelling, and being displaced from their homes. Even before this latest escalation of tensions, 2.9 million people, including over 400,000 children, already required humanitarian assistance. Does the member not agree that if Canada is to truly stand with the Ukrainian people, that we must focus our energy on humanitarian efforts and not on measures to further exploit land and resources by expanding oil and gas operations? The
honourable member of Calgary Centre.
Well, I thank my colleague for that question. The most important thing to do right now is to make sure that we're standing firm with the Ukrainian people in the plight they're facing from an aggressive neighbor that wants to defeat them. This is the first thing we have to look at. How do we help them as much as possible? And part of that is the displacement of refugees that's occurring immediately. And you'll recall in my speech, my colleague will recall, that we actually were looking at 200,000 people being allowed into Canada here on a temporary basis. That's the first step. We also need to address how this is happening, why it's happening, and how we can avoid it happening again in the future. Part of that is the supply of energy. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to note that I'll be splitting my time with the Honourable Member from Don Valley West. I, like my colleagues on all sides of this House, stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. This past week has seen them demonstrate incredible courage and strength in the face of an unprovoked and unjustifiable invasion from the Russian forces acting under the orders of President Vladimir Putin. Russia has tried to make a mockery of our international system to force a reversion to a might makes right world. We will not allow this to happen. Inspired by the courage and resolve of the Ukrainian people, we are working together to suffocate the Russian regime. We are working in lockstep with our allies. Measures that were described as a last resort just days ago are now moving forward with consensus. The Russian regime is being hit from all angles with severe economic costs for their unjustified and unprovoked attack on Ukraine. They will feel the impacts of these sanctions and penalties financially and politically, immediately, and for years to come. President Putin and those who have enabled this crisis are increasingly isolated. Soon there will be nowhere left for them to hide. We will continue to support the people and government of Ukraine as they fight against these illegal acts. We remain deeply concerned by Russia's aggression against Ukraine and the impacts these actions are having on Canadian citizens and permanent residents. Today, I can assure you that our government is taking steps to assist Canadian citizens, permanent residents, and their family members affected by this tragedy. Currently, our diplomatic staff who are in Ukraine are now safely located at our temporary office in a city in Poland close to the Ukrainian border. Our office there, along with the neighboring Canadian embassies in Warsaw, Bucharest, Vienna, and Budapest, are continuing to provide essential services to Canadians, including consular services. These countries provide robust infrastructure that has assisted us in managing demand for consular services. Specifically, we want to continue to focus on 3 key areas of support: communicating with Canadians, supporting Canadians in need, and continuing to plan for all consular scenarios. We continue to communicate risk to Canadians and ensure that they are able to make the best possible choices for themselves and their families. Our travel advice and advisories for Ukraine and neighboring countries continue to be updated regularly, and our assessments of the safety and security environment for Canadian citizens. These updates are always based on the latest intelligence and reflect what we are seeing on the ground. To ensure that information is available to all Canadians when they want it, on February 19th, we launched a crisis website that provides a significant amount of information that Canadians may need to know, including information on Ukrainian borders and public health requirements. Not only is this information available to all Canadians and permanent residents 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, it is continuously updated as conditions change. The Emergency and Response Centre provides 24/7 consular support to Canadians overseas who require assistance. The centre delivers a critical service that enables Canada's ability to offer services to its citizens in Ukraine and around the world. Canadian citizens and permanent residents in need of our government support may contact the centre 24 hours, 7 days a week via a range of communication channels, including telephone, email, text messages, WhatsApp, and live chat on the Global Affairs Canada's website. While the centre is able to handle routine volumes of inquiries in the event of significant increase in consular demand, Global Affairs Canada is able to stand up a Ukraine-specific contact centre to manage an influx in inquiries. The department maintains an inventory of over 60 people who are trained and ready to take calls from Canadians in need. On the ground in Europe, our Standing Rapid Deployment Team, the SRDT, is ready to provide support to missions who may require surge capacity. Team members are currently on standby, and within a 4-hour notice to move, they activate in a rapid response scenario. This group of specialists trained and exercised to provide help and support to missions in a variety of emergency scenarios. The Minister of Foreign Affairs has been heavily engaged with countries neighboring Ukraine, such as Poland, which has led to assurances that Canadians, permanent residents, and their family members will be able to cross the border from Ukraine and obtain consular support outside of Ukraine. Madam Speaker, our government takes the safety and security of Canadians abroad very seriously and continues to provide credible and timely information to Canadians. Our contingency planning has been and continues to be robust. We will remain agile as the situation on the ground continues to evolve. We are prepared, and we will continue to provide support to Canadians and permanent residents in Ukraine. Madam Speaker, as I close, I want to reiterate what I believe all sides of this House can agree upon. President Putin's war on Ukraine is a war on freedom, on democracy, on the rights of Ukrainians and all people to determine their own future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? Member Cumberland Colchester.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member opposite for his speech of comprehensive nature. I guess I also would like to know, does he agree with the European Union that an important energy strategy will also be essential to ensuring the safety and security of nations, certainly going forward, and at this very current time, we see that as a very important part of what's going on with Ukraine. So I wonder, is energy security not an important part of the government's process as well, Madam Speaker? Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, I'd like to thank the member opposite for that question. Madam Speaker, the Ukraine government has approached us and has many different asks, including support for lethal and non-lethal supplies, for support against sanctions against the Russian regime, for supports for Ukrainians wanting support to come to Canada, and we have delivered. We have been there for the Ukrainian people and for the country of Ukraine. And I want to reiterate, in terms of working on severe costs to the Russian regime, this unjustified and unprovoked act needs to be handled seriously, and we are working with our NATO allies, including our partners around the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Madam Speaker, the Liberal Environment Minister said this recently: the solution to global energy problems is not to increase our dependency on fossil fuels. The best way to improve the energy security of European countries is to simply reduce dependence on oil and gas, regardless of where it's coming from. Now, I'm glad to see that the Minister recognizes that increasing our dependence on oil and gas is not the way to respond to the climate crisis. Yet, despite that recognition of the problem, this Liberal government is still giving billions of dollars of subsidies to the oil and gas sector. They purchased a pipeline, and they're the only government in the G7 under whose watch pollution has increased. So will the Liberals listen to their own minister and finally stand up to the oil and gas sector and hasten the transition to a clean energy future?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, I'd like to thank the honourable member for that important question. Madam Speaker, as you know, climate change is real. It's happening. And when we look towards the future, you see what's happening in BC, what's happening with floods and heat waves across this country. We want to make sure we're there to protect generations to come, including my own children. And we will continue to stand there for the environment, but we will not stand back when Ukrainians are being attacked. And we want to be focused on what we're doing in Ukraine to ensure that world order is restored and democracy is protected. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Mirabel. Oh, sorry. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Yes, wonderful. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First it was Terrebonne, now it's Mirabel. So you've just actually expanded my writing. Thank you. Now, my question for my colleague. You know, I want to come back to the motion that the Conservatives brought forward today. Does the Liberal government believe that it is through building pipelines and getting Canadian oil to replace Russian oil that will solve a serious war and crisis in Ukraine, where thousands of women and children have ended up fleeing, leaving the men behind? In your opinion, is this the solution? I agree, but the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary can answer the question.
Madam Speaker, for that question, and through you, I'd like to thank the member opposite for that very important question, and I hope to answer the member in French one day, as I'm still learning. Madam Speaker, I think it's really important that we see the motion at hand and the importance of standing with Ukraine. Just this morning, the Minister of National Defense said we were providing additional lethal weapons to Ukraine, up to 4,500 M72 rocket launchers, up to 7,500 hand grenades, and up to $1 million to Ukraine to be able to purchase high-resolution satellite imagery for the Ukrainian military to monitor movements of Russian forces in their territories. Madam Speaker, I think it's important that we continue to focus on the needs of Ukraine. We continue to stand with Ukraine and its people, and we will continue to do what we can with our allies and partners around the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, now we'll go to the other Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague, the other Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, for his great speech and his continuing good work on this and many other files. This debate today gives me an opportunity to state once again Canada's unwavering and united support and how we are standing in solidarity with the people of Ukraine, and to once again unequivocally condemn Vladimir Putin's unprovoked and unjustifiable war of aggression against the people and the democratically elected government of Ukraine. I believe we stand united in this House across all party lines in that condemnation, and I'm proud to be a Canadian parliamentarian because of that. President Putin's war is a contravention to Article 2.4 of the UN Charter and has tyrannically shattered the lives of Ukrainian people, and it poses the greatest threat to peace, security, and human rights on the continent of Europe that as certainly I have seen in my memory and even earlier. He is implementing his shocking and distorted vision and view of history that an independent Ukraine does not exist. It is simply not true, and this is a grave moment, and we all stand united against this tyrant. Yesterday, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights reported at least 227 civilian deaths, while the UN Refugee Agency estimated 1 million people have already fled Ukraine. The real figures are probably even higher than that and will continue to rise exponentially should the Russian regime, which is being enabled by Belarus, persist with its callous and cruel disregard for human life and human rights. The international community stands in solidarity and has condemned Russia. We look at the vote at the United Nations this week and realize that Russia is constantly being isolated by all but except a very small number, perhaps 4 other countries in the world. Let me be clear, Madam Speaker. Russia's actions are as deplorable as they are unacceptable to us and to the international community. And they, indeed, may amount to war crimes under international humanitarian law, which is why we stand together with other nations referring this to the International Criminal Court to actually investigate to see whether war crimes are already being committed. As my colleague has stated, we will continue to stand with the Ukrainian people, and our response has been strong and it has been fast. Sanctions are an important component of Canada's principled and pragmatic approach to foreign policy. The decision to deploy sanctions is not one that Canada takes lightly. In close coordination with our international allies and partners, including the United States, the UK, the EU, and Australia, Canada is holding President Putin and those complicit with his aggressive actions accountable. On February 22nd, the Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs announced our first round of sanctions against all members of the Russian State Duma who voted to recognize the independence of the so-called independent republics of Donetsk and Luhansk. We also began our pressure on the Russian financial system with sanctions on 2 Russian banks and a dealings ban on Russian sovereign debt. On February 24th, Canada continued to tighten the noose with additional sanctions on key members of President Putin's inner circle and his close contacts, those who have been benefiting from his regime. On February 25th, we moved against President Putin himself, sanctioning both him and his chief of staff. Canada also sanctioned Russia's foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, and all other members of the Russian Security Council, including the ministers of Justice and Defense and Finance. And in response to Belarus's clear complicity with Russia's unacceptable actions, we also announced sanctions against some 57 Belarusian elites and entities who are close associates of Alexander Lukashenko, as well as several oligarchs. We're continuing to put the squeeze on the Russian economy, and on February 26th, we moved to disconnect Russian banks from the SWIFT global interbank payment system. This will significantly restrict their ability to send money in and out of the country, effectively pausing Russia's major imports and exports. On February 27th, in coordination with several European countries, Canada closed its airspace to Russian aircraft operators. On February 28th, we announced a dealings ban on the Russian Central Bank, the Russian National Wealth Fund, and the Russian Ministry of Finance. On February 28th, we also announced a ban on crude oil imports from Russia. Measures to implement this ban will be finalized very shortly. On March 1st, 2 days ago, we announced our intention to ban Russian-owned or registered ships and fighting vessels in Canadian ports and internal waters. And yesterday, we announced we would impose restrictions on an additional 10 key individuals from 2 important companies in Russia's energy sector. Let me be clear, more will come until Russia disengages, de-escalates, retreats, and allows Ukraine and the Ukrainian people to be free and to respect their territorial integrity. Every day we have responded to the requests of the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian government. Every day we have done the things that are meant to suffocate the Russian economy and to isolate them in the world. Madam Speaker, it is extremely important that we continue these important efforts and not be distracted by other issues. We keep our eye on the ball and ensuring that we are doing what President Zelensky and the Ukrainian government has requested of us, to put that squeeze to suffocate the Russian government. This is the way Russians will understand what their government is doing in their name and call upon the Russian government itself to stop as well. What President Zelensky has not asked for are more pipelines in Canada. What President Zelensky has not asked for is a retreat to 20th century energy policies. What President Zelensky has not asked for is us to engage in a debate this day about climate change or about oil security. What President Zelensky has asked us is to be laser focused on the problems of Ukraine and to allow them to have our support on every critical aspect that they need support on. I am deeply concerned that the Conservative Party doesn't get that. While I absolutely appreciate their solidarity on our actions that we have taken, what distresses me greatly is a crass opportunity that they are taking, like an opportunistic infection, to take advantage of a deeply disturbing, grave international crisis that affects every one of us in this House, every Canadian, and everyone.
Point of order, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm listening with great interest to the speech of the member opposite, and to use, on such an important subject, to use words like accusing his political opponents as being crass, referring to them as an infection.
Point of debate, the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm glad I'm able to continue because the interruption to our important debate on this international crisis is actually being done in the third section of this motion, which makes it absolutely an inappropriate debate to have. And I take the opportunity to say we stand with Ukrainian people, we stand with the government of Ukraine, we stand with the free world, we stand with those who would value the international rules-based order, we stand with our colleagues and companion countries, like-minded, the EU, the UK, the US. We stand with the vast majority of countries in the world at the UN who voted to condemn the actions of Russia and Vladimir Putin. What we don't want to engage in today is a debate that is an important debate. Believe me, it is an important debate to talk about energy security. It's an important debate to talk about our climate change initiatives. It's an important debate to talk about weaning away from fossil fuels. It's an important debate to talk about a 21st century energy policy that guarantees Canada will have the security we need with respect to energy. But today's debate should be about Ukraine. It should be about an international crisis, and I frankly am embarrassed that we're actually having to deal with this issue while the world is facing such a crisis, and I would hope that all members stand in solidarity with Ukraine and continue to do that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad that I have the opportunity to ask this question because I believe that the member is missing much of the context that's being provided for why the third part of this motion is so critically important. Madam Speaker, we are coming into what will be another growing season. And as certainly I come from one of the bread baskets of the world, Ukraine is another one of those bread baskets of the world, providing food security for much of Europe and much of the world. And the fact that this government seems to be unaware of the fact that energy policy has a direct impact on global food security, whether that be directly through things like nitrogen-based fertilizer, which is a miracle of modern agriculture, allowing massive increases in global food production that is able to feed the world, or whether that be in the fuel that's required to run the equipment to put the seed in the ground and harvest it. So would this member acknowledge that his calling an infection the conversation around energy security, which relates to food security, which relates to poverty reduction, which relates to all of these very important subjects, is misguided and needed to ensure that the world has peace and security, both in Ukraine going forward and...
I have to allow for other questions. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is a wonderful opportunity to talk about the nearsighted nature of the Conservative Party. The honourable member is talking about the upcoming growing season as though this motion is going to have any effect on the ability to provide food for the world from Ukraine. What will provide an effect to ensure that the Ukrainian breadbasket continues to provide food for Europe is stopping this war. It is stopping this war, and that is what we're focused on by sanctioning the government of Russia, by continuing strong measures, by working with international partners. We're not short-sighted. We're getting the job done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Based on my understanding, the Conservative motion seems to imply that we can solve a dependency issue by creating a different dependency issue. it's just interesting. There could be a liberal leader of the Conservatives, but the government has invested $20 billion in a pipeline that even the private sector didn't want. Can the parliamentary secretary confirm for us today that increasing shipping, transportation capacity, and production capacity would not solve the geopolitical issues ongoing in Ukraine today?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm actually intentionally not going to answer that question in the fullest sense of the word, because the reality is I want this debate to be about Ukraine. I don't want to be sidetracked by the third part of the Conservative motion. I would like us to focus on Ukraine and to focus on what we can do in this House to stop that aggression of Russia and to have that debate, which I think is a valuable debate, about energy self-sufficiency at a future time, and I welcome working with the Bloc on a future debate on that regard.
I see that there's some heckling going on and maybe some people trying to answer that question. I would just ask them to wait till it's time for questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay, a brief question, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm absolutely appalled to see the Conservatives talking about children going hungry as a reason for us to spend billions on a pipeline. That we're dealing with a world crisis of people dying in the streets, being killed, and that they see this as another reason to turn on the taps of taxpayers' money. We've spent $121 billion in subsidies to big oil in the last 7 years, $75 billion on carbon capture, $21 billion on TMX, $1 billion on the abandoned wells, and they're talking about using a humanitarian crisis for more. I asked my honourable colleague, will they agree with us that this motion is undermining Canada's reputation of actually standing up for Ukraine because they're more interested in satisfying big oil?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has less than 1 minute to respond.
Easily, I would say yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the member for Timmins, Bay James, for his ongoing work on this. We need to unite in this House to talk about the important issue of Ukraine, but also continue to talk about the important issue of climate change. And we will do that at a future time. And I look forward to that ongoing conversation.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Montarville.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Montarville. Thank you, dear colleagues, and thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, we are having a very important debate. Again, we are again discussing the situation in Ukraine. Please allow me to share with you the Bloc Québécois' stance on the Conservative motion, element by element. The member for Wellington, Halton Hills, moves that the House, A, condemn President Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation for their unprovoked illegal attack and invasion of Ukraine. Madam Speaker, of course, we totally agree with point A. But we would expect that there be suggestions made, for example, suggestions for additional sanctions, which would punish Vladimir Putin and Russia for their unprovoked illegal attack and invasion of Ukraine. My colleagues are reminding me, Madam Speaker, to remind you of something. I was so enthusiastic that I forgot to do so. I inform you that I will be sharing my time with my esteemed colleague, the member for Repentigny. So, as I was saying, we would expect that with this motion, there be suggestions of additional sanctions that could be imposed on Russia, on Vladimir Putin, on oligarchs. Next, B, that the House stand with Ukraine, the people of Ukraine, and Canadians in the Ukrainian community. Again, Madam Speaker, we support this. We couldn't be against this. We have stated our unwavering support for the Ukrainian people many times, before today and today. But we would have expected some suggestions. For example, what can we do on a humanitarian level to support Ukrainians? What more can we do, more than what we've already done? For example, the $10 million cap or limit for donation matching that the federal government set. Could we increase that? We're still waiting for an answer about whether that could be increased. What about visa requirements? Will they be lifted for Ukrainian refugees? Ukrainian refugees are leaving their homes with a small suitcase. They have nowhere to sleep, and they're being asked to fill out 14 forms in a language that might not be their mother tongue in order to be able to come to Canada. As the Bloc Québécois leader said, at Roxham Road, Canada has welcomed people who don't have visas or paperwork. So why can't we lift some requirements for Ukrainians? We would have expected, thus, that the opposition motion contain actual suggestions for how we can stand with Ukraine, the people of Ukraine, and Canadians in the Ukrainian community. Next, C. Well, there should be proposals, suggestions of sanctions to punish Russia, Putin, oligarchs. In point C, we would expect actual suggestions to help Ukrainians in Canada and Ukraine itself. But no, what is point C, Madam Speaker? Point C, that the House call on the Government of Canada to undertake measures to ensure new natural gas pipelines can be approved and built to Atlantic Tidewater, recognizing energy as vital to Canadian and European defense and security, allowing Canadian natural gas to displace Russian natural gas in Europe, and being consistent with environmental goals in the transition to non-emitting sources of energy. Saying that it's necessary for the defense of Europe and other countries. I don't think that's a very convincing argument, Madam Speaker. Because even if we went in that direction, even though we know that we should be moving away from fossil fuels, but even if we were to go in this direction and build pipelines, well, we would hope that the conflict is over by then, because it does take time to get oil to Tidewater. Germany can't depend on Canadian oil and gas to replace Russian oil and gas now. So, point C, it's not really a good idea. It's a misleading idea. Today in La Presse, a journalist, Paul Jurman, wrote that some businesses, some oil and gas businesses in the Canadian West, are owned by Russian oligarchs. They are owned by Russian oligarchs who are still not being targeted by Canadian sanctions. Is the Conservative government saying that they will impose sanctions on Russian oligarchs who have shares in Western oil and gas companies? No, that's not what they're proposing. If we help those oligarchs, then we help Russia, thus hurting Ukraine. And if we come back to point A and point B, we condemn President Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation for their unprovoked illegal attack and invasion of Ukraine. And we say that the House stands with Ukraine, the people of Ukraine, and Canadians in the Ukraine community. What does all this mean? What are the Conservatives really proposing? They are proposing putting more cash in the pockets of Russian oligarchs who have shares in oil and gas companies in the west of Canada. Is that how we're going to help Ukraine and the Ukrainians? Is that the Conservatives' brilliant idea to help them? The only thing they want to help, Madam Speaker, is their own oil and gas industry. That's it. That's that. That's the only explanation. There are names here. Roman Abramovich, who has 28% of shares in Evrez, which provides steel to pipelines. Interesting. Next, Igor Makarov, primary shareholder of Coastal GasLink. These oligarchs, Madam Speaker, are still not being sanctioned. So we can ask ourselves why the Canadian government has not imposed sanctions on these oligarchs. had the Conservatives proposed that we punish these oligarchs too, well, but no. And in fact, Chief of Staff of Alexei Navalny in our committee gave us a list of oligarchs on whom we must impose sanctions. And this was well before the invasion of Ukraine. We had that list. The government of Canada has that list. So what is the government waiting for in order to impose sanctions on all these oligarchs? But no, today the Conservatives are standing and suggesting that we send them some cash to help them and to help Putin invade Ukraine. I repeat, Madam Speaker, all this, and we do support points A and B wholeheartedly, without hesitation. But how can we very well support the Conservative motion given point C? Never in 100 years, Madam Speaker, could we support this, because this would hurt Ukraine. Supporting this Conservative motion would hurt Ukraine.
Madam Speaker, what we must do, if the Conservatives had been in any way reasonable or honest in their desire to help Ukraine, and considering the current climate crisis, they would have said we need to accompany this proposal with with energetic measures, no pun intended, to help reduce the dependence on fossil fuels in our economy. But no. Once again, they've made no proposal in that area. What they're saying is that we should continue to consume even more fossil fuels, and we'll send it elsewhere so that others can continue to consume it. And that goes against the fact that we need to make a shift towards a more green system now. So the Bloc Québécois will oppose this motion, and we're not happy to do it, but we don't have the choice, and I'm sure that my colleague from Repentigny will give even more reasons why, from an environmental perspective, we cannot support this motion.
Questions et commentaires? The honourable member of Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I think it's unfortunate that my colleague from the Bloc failed to read the part of Part C where it does reference the need for the transition to non-emitting sources of energy. But I do find, and I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt here to members from all other political parties that have seemed to think that this is somehow about a big oil vendetta. Well, Madam Speaker, the reality is that the energy security situation in Europe has been funding the war in the Ukraine. And now it is high time for us to acknowledge the fact that we need to ensure that there are ethical sources of energy that do not go into the hands of despots. But specifically, will this member acknowledge that it's not simply oil? It is the ingredients that are required for things like fertilizer, which with an upcoming growing season in the Ukraine, Madam Speaker, will be absolutely essential for ensuring that the people of Ukraine can not just have energy security, but long-term food security as well.
The honourable member for Montarville. Madam Speaker, it doesn't take a pipeline to send fertilizer to Ukraine. Let's be clear. Second, Madam Speaker, the German Chancellor himself has said that Germany must reduce its dependence on fossil fuels, that Germany must, as soon as possible, shift towards green energy. And what are the Conservatives proposing? Well, they're saying we should try and sell them more fossil fuels. But that is not what the Germans want. The Germans themselves are saying we shouldn't go in that direction. So why would we not follow the opinion of our European allies, given the crisis that they're facing, and ensure that we can provide them with what they need to begin that green shift? And Quebec is particularly well placed to help with that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Madam Speaker, I've sat in for about probably a half hour of this discussion so far on this debate. What I think that, particularly with respect to my member opposite, what he is missing the point that this is not just about Ukraine. For the last week, we have seen, of course, an invasion from Russia into Ukraine, but this changes the complete geopolitical dynamic that we've seen the last 30 years of the post-Cold War period. So I, of course, love to sometimes chide my Conservative colleagues, but I think that this is a sincere conversation that needs to be had about the endowments that Canada has, whether it be through food, energy, or critical minerals. Will this member at least recognize that the foreign policy context has changed and Canada does have to evaluate how we can support our allies in Europe?
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Well, Madam Speaker, I think, beginning to understand that the Liberal government is maybe thinking of voting for this motion. So the masks are coming off. And we shouldn't be surprised that the Conservatives are trying to find Liberals to be their leader, as because apparently they're in agreement on some things like this. I don't know what to answer to my colleague's question, other than to say that even if it were true that the Germans who want to migrate to new forms of energy needed Canadian oil and gas, well, we wouldn't be able to provide it in a reasonable amount of time. Winter and the war would be over before we'll be able to provide any. So we need to stop telling ourselves stories, and we need to make sure that we're doing what we can to help Ukraine and not just the oil and gas industry in Alberta.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not surprised that the Liberals are coming out to support the Conservatives. They've had 6,800 backroom meetings with Big Oil. They've actually given more oil subsidies under the Liberals than the Stephen Harper government. But I just want to ask my own question, a quick question. I've seen the map of Canada. To get a pipeline from from Alberta to Atlantic, it has to cross Quebec. And Quebec has just cancelled the Saguenay pipeline because it undermines our international obligations at Paris. So does the honourable member think the Liberals and Conservatives are going to force Quebec to put the new pipeline through?
A brief response, the Honourable Member for Montarville. Well, it's an excellent question, Madam Speaker, because we've seen this Liberal government force the BC government to accept a new pipeline on its territory. Quebec is fundamentally and 100% opposed to new pipelines going through its territory. And I hope that what our Liberal colleagues are saying, I hope they're not saying that they're ready to force a pipeline down the throats of the people of Quebec. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I would start by reminding this House that we are firmly in a global climate crisis. It's been confirmed by all the experts, and countries around the world are mobilizing at variable speed and with varying fervor to fight that. And we were starting to get out of the health crisis, the COVID-19 crisis, when Russia chose to attack Ukraine. That's a terrible aggression. It's an unambiguous violation of international law, and it's a direct hit on the European community. And Canada has chosen to impose sanctions on this belligerent government, on its dictatorship. And it seems that the government of Russia is not ready to accept any diplomacy to look at maybe thinking about considering the possibility of one day maybe looking at the possibility of finding a way out of this war that they've started. History with a capital H is going to look back on what we're seeing today, and it will certainly not endorse what the Russians are doing. However, we won't have all the answers on that today. No, Madam Speaker. Today, we have a duty to look at the Conservative Party's motion very seriously, and it contains 3 points, and my colleague from Montarville went through them very well. So the Bloc Québécois has already publicly stated that we 100% agree with points A and B of the motion. Yes, we condemn the Russian Federation and its president. We stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine, regardless of where their citizens are. The Ukrainian diaspora that has chosen Quebec will continue to be surrounded. We will provide them with solidarity and mutual aid, and that goes without saying. And I would say that this morning, I'm getting calls at my riding office from people who wish to welcome Ukrainian immigrants and refugees. Where there's a problem is with the third part of this, Madam Speaker. So the most shocking thing about this Conservative motion is that after invoking Ukraine, they propose absolutely nothing to help Ukraine. Instead, they propose that we should continue to develop Alberta's oil and gas industry. And that's something that neither Europe nor Ukraine are asking for. So, this is blatant. They're suggesting that the only solution to this conflict is through the development of gas pipelines and other energy projects, which, rest assured, will have as consequences, first of all, a major setback on the real progress that's been made in Europe for over a decade to improve their record for climate change. And second of all, it will lead to an increasingly globalized dependence on fossil fuels. And that's something that we absolutely have to end. Now, nobody here wants to play the damsel in distress. We all know that. Let's say things the way they are. War is, unfortunately, a sad opportunity for some people, some businesses to get rich. Let's start by establishing that none of this can happen in a timely way to get Europe off of dependence on Russian energy, and certainly not before the end of the current conflict. So I would invite elected officials to be pragmatic. To go forward with this motion, we would have to build new pipelines across Quebec and towards the Atlantic, bringing oil from Alberta. That's a project that would take 20, 25, 30 years. However, the only pipeline project that had been officially submitted to export LNG to the Atlantic, GNL Quebec, was intended to become operational only in 2025-26. And the Quebec government rejected it, and so did the government here in Ottawa. The now-defunct Energy East pipeline project, which was estimated to take 5 years to come on stream, was also rejected by Quebec, and it was abandoned in 2017. This motion suggests that the answer to generations of oil-fueled wars, and there have been many wars that have been fueled by oil, is apparently to entrench fossil fuel dependency even further by building high-carbon infrastructure that would lock in fossil fuels beyond the middle of the century and which would lead us even faster into an era of climate conflict. The oil embargoes and price shocks of the 1970s catalyzed a number of major initiatives with the goal to break our dependency on fossil fuels. Sweden, Brazil, and France have had projects. Quebec has turned its wealth of drinking water into a pioneering energy catalyst. It's an economic jewel for Quebec. But momentum has stalled. However, climate science and accelerating GHG emissions have not stalled. We know what dangers await us. And on the day that this motion was tabled, the IPCC published its umpteenth report on the impacts of climate change. And, here we're not talking about just warming up the climate. It's a report that sends chills down our spines. How can we conceive of an approach like this one? Does the official opposition not see other ways to help Ukraine? Here's some ideas. Well, we could suspend the requirement for visas to enter Canada. My colleague talked about that. Extend sanctions to Belarus, Russia's partner in the annexation of Crimea. We could charter flights to accommodate Ukrainian refugees who are trapped in overcrowded camps in neighboring countries. Madam Speaker, the parliamentary secretary mentioned this earlier, and he said that Canada is the only country that has banned the importation of Russian oil and gas. Well, we haven't imported any since 2016, so maybe we could take some more concrete measures than that. The bank assets of the Russian oligarchy are being seized or captured in various countries, but we should also look at their participating interests in existing fossil fuel projects here in Canada, and my colleague named a few of them. So the Canadian oil and gas industry could start by looking in the mirror. The involvement of an oligarch-owned steel company in the Coastal GasLink pipeline, well, it should never have happened, and it should be rectified as soon as possible. The Western oil industry has played a central role in creating the current Russian energy crisis. For decades, with a lobby led by American company Exxon, which wanted its piece of the Russian energy pie, and there were some other big companies as well that were involved in that. And this work has continued. The CEO of Exxon, Rex Tillerson, a company that operates in Canada under the name Imperial Oil, was personally awarded one of Russia's highest honors, the Order of Friendship, by a certain Vladimir Putin in 2013. Imperial Oil and its partnership with the Russian state oil company even brought Rosneft into the Alberta oil sands. The explicit aim was to transfer technological know-how so that Russia could take advantage of new technologies to boost its industry and also to boost the coffers of the Kremlin. In 2012, Claudia Cattaneo, writing in the Financial Post, described Rosneft's arrival in Canada as, quote, a historic alliance and the goal of a new oil era. And Vladimir Putin launched his first invasion of Ukraine and annexed Crimea just 2 years later. If we really want to challenge Putin and support Ukraine and keep the lights on in Europe, well, we have to do something about it. We need to turn to renewable energy sources that Russia does not control. Moreover, European planning to accelerate the energy transition has been in the works for years. So when German Chancellor Scholz put the Nord Stream 2 pipeline on pause, even though his country and Italy are the most dependent on Russian natural gas in Western Europe, well, we get the impression that the European Union, it must know what it's doing. The Washington Post, on February 24th, gave more details on that point, so I would invite you to read it. Creating economic rapprochement with the Russian dictatorship has not prevented Russia from ending its geostrategic ambitions. So what we need to do now is accelerate the shift to green energy at a faster pace. We need to make leaps and bounds forward. We need to invest in projects that increase the energy security of the American and European continents and reduce our carbon footprint. This motion has nothing to do with the war in Ukraine. It does not meet the energy needs of Europe, which, for its part, has not asked Canada for anything of the sort. So playing internal politics with a tragic international conflict is, frankly, cynical. The head of the Ukrainian delegation to the IPCC negotiations, Ms. Klakovska, was clear. Man-made climate change and the war in Ukraine have the same roots, fossil fuels and our dependence on them. We hope that the world, as she says, and that probably includes Canada, will not capitulate in building a sustainable climate future. And I will close by saying that the Bloc Québécois believes that we need to listen to what Ukraine is telling us. We need to be attentive to the real needs that we have the capacity to meet, and above all, we must not give in to the temptations of instrumentalization which are before us now. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All four of my grandparents were born in Ukraine. I have visited it 3 times and sunk my hands into that rich soil. Ukraine feeds much of Europe. I listened to the last 2 speeches, and a comment from the previous speech stated that pipelines don't deliver fertilizer. Madam Speaker, a century ago, our nitrogen sources for our crop production came with a warning: store high in transit. Today's fertilizer is not produced that way. I would ask my honourable colleague, the farmers in her province, the nitrogen they use, where does it come from? The farmers in Ukraine that supply Europe, where does the nitrogen come from?
Here, here. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been here now for over half an hour, and I don't understand why the Conservatives, the official opposition, keep making a link between fertilizer and food. And I'll explain why. It's because climate change right now is the main source right now of people in many countries who are going to die from a lack of food. And that is the problem. Climate change is going to affect food for people the world over. It's also a question of health for the world population. Millions of people around the world are going to be affected by it. And tens of thousands of people, even here in Canada, are dying because of climate change. Could we maybe try to look ahead to the future instead of always being stuck in the industries of the past?
Sands?
Madam Speaker, I agree with my honourable colleague in the sense that the text of this motion could have actually been a bit better, with all due respect to my colleague from Wellington Halton Hills. But I do think that now is a pivotal time for us as a country to look at the endowments that we have as a country and how we partner with our allies to provide the tools that are needed. This member talked about, for example, the transition to a low-carbon economy. That requires critical minerals. Our allies in Europe are reliant on 98% imports from China. Will this member at least recognize, even if she doesn't agree with the text of the motion and the prospect of pipelines, that she does recognize that the foreign policy context has changed and we need a serious conversation on how Canada fuels, feeds, and powers the world?
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And I feel like there's some confusion here. Earlier it was food supplies and pipelines. Now it's nickel and oil, and we're talking about offering our riches. You know, I was a teacher in a previous life. When in my class there was a student who had a learning problem, I didn't say, I'm going to give you more courses in math. I had to look at where the problem was. So if the problem was in French and I was giving math courses, well, that didn't help anything. So you need to start looking at what is the problem? What's the demand? What do people want? What do they need? Instead of saying, hey, look, we have this, so go, we're going to offer this. We need to start by looking at the real needs of people. We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiwanuke-Aski.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, and I really appreciated the speech from my colleague. I would like to ask her, it appears that the Conservatives are completely disconnected from reality here in Canada and also at the global level. Does my colleague consider that what we're seeing in the motion before us is a case where they're putting the profit of their friends, including those who work in the oil sector, ahead of the humanitarian needs of the people who are suffering in Ukraine? The Honourable Member for Repentigny, with a brief answer, please. I will try. So, aside from the Conservative Party, I would say that there's nobody who thinks that the solution to European dependence on fossil fuels from Russia is to increase their dependence on fossil fuels from Alberta. So the question is, do we want something here to help Ukrainians or something to help Albertans?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As always, honoured to rise and represent the people of Timmins James Bay at a moment when our world is confronted by horrific violence, naked aggression, the footage of children hiding out in bomb shelters has shocked the world and shocked all of us and made us understand the importance of standing as a democracy and standing for freedom. And so as New Democrats, we believe that we stand together in this House for a principle of the right of people to make their own decisions, and that when our neighbors are in crisis, that we reach out and help them. So for the member for Wellington Halton Hills, I certainly, and the New Democrats certainly condemn President Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation for their unprovoked illegal attack and invasion of Ukraine. Yes, the Parliament of Canada stands solidly. B, stand with Ukraine, the people of Ukraine, and Canadians in the Ukrainian community. Yes, we stand solidly. And the member for Halton Hills then tells us that what we should do with this is to undertake measures to ensure that new natural gas pipelines can be approved and built to Atlantic tidewater. The cynicism, the exploitation of it using a humanitarian disaster to promote, once again, the interests of the oil sector, I'm actually appalled. I know that there's many on the Conservative backbench who would take that position without even blinking, but I've always had great respect for the member for Wellington Halton Hills, not to play such a stunt at this time in our history. Because this motion could have talked about the need to deal with Russian disinformation and a strong position by our Parliament. We would have supported that. We could have talked about the need to help in visas and the refugee crisis is clogging the Polish border, and all of us could have stood together as a Parliament and supported that. We could have talked about the growing food crisis that we're facing as Ukraine is one of the world's breadbaskets and the crisis of that war and what it means for global food supplies. But the Conservatives aren't interested in that. Because the Conservatives' fundamental view of the world has always been to take as much public money and blow it on oil and gas, even though oil and gas is making enormous profits, but they want the public to pay for it. So now what they've decided is when there's a humanitarian crisis, well, that's another good reason for them to shamelessly promote something like this. I'm actually embarrassed, Madam Speaker, that as the world is looking for solidarity and a vision of democracy and freedom and rights, that we're here having to play games of promoting the interests of oil and gas once again in a petrostate like Canada. The Ukrainian crisis comes to us, I think, ironically, at two other important points that have happened this past week. The IPCC report that says the window for saving this planet is growing very short. The UN talks about the creation of an atlas of human suffering. Now, I've never ever actually heard Conservatives talk about the climate crisis. They talk vaguely about it. But, you know, I was listening, Madam Speaker, as I was driving to Ottawa the other day. It was a CBC thing, and the story was how boomers they were interviewing a couple of boomers, and they were saying, yeah, we set out, we were going to spend the inheritance of our children, and we ran out of money. And that's what we're doing here once again. That our generation is standing here selling off the future of our children in order to make extra profits. Not just profit, but extra profits for oil and gas. So I urge my colleagues in the Conservative Party, if they keep talking about international standards and international law, how Canada has failed in every international commitment we have made in dealing with greenhouse gas emissions. And we're spending our children's inheritance right now. The other third element that I think is important to this, of course, is we found out that we're now on the hook for $21 billion of taxpayers' money for the TMX pipeline. That we are going to spend enormous amounts of taxpayers' money promoting the export of bitumen overseas as a Canadian public policy, and it's going to be covered by the taxpayers. So we're going to get into some of these pipe dreams of the Conservatives. A pipe dream ideology that betrays workers, that is fundamentally unsound economically because it's based on massive use of taxpayers' money again and again and again. And it's, of course, undermining the very future of our planet, Earth. You know, Madam Speaker, I was thinking of buying myself a map that I could give to my colleagues over in the Conservative Party to show them a map of Canada. Because if you look at the map of Canada, to get a pipeline from Alberta to Atlantic, you have to cross Quebec. And Legault government, I'm not from Quebec, but Monsieur Legault, he's kind of a conservator. He shut down the Saguenay LNG pipeline. And why was that? He shut it down because it would undermine Canada's international obligations to deal with greenhouse gas emissions. So this was a $9 billion project that would have certainly benefited many jobs in Quebec, but they made the decision that no, we are not going to invest here. Of course, the Conservatives don't want you to know about that. The fact that they couldn't even get a pipeline built to Tidewater because to get it, you'd have to get across Quebec, and Quebec is saying, no, we have obligations. So they're talking about how this is somehow, all about, helping. It's a humanitarian project. It's helping the planet. Well, those are falsehoods. It's falsehood economically. Because right now in North America, there are at least a dozen LNG projects that are going nowhere and have gone.
I have a point of order. The honourable member for Fort McMurray, Alberta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm still new here, but I believe in Chapter 13, it does state that, according to the House, we're expected to show respect for one another and differing viewpoints. What I've been hearing repetitively from the member opposite is absolute disrespect, whether it be to the member from Wellington, Haldeman Hills.
Honourable members' comments are actually part of a debate and not particular to a point of order. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I'm not surprised. I think whenever the Conservatives get challenged on the misdeeds and the misrepresentations, they're more touchy than a European football team when they fall on the ground and they pretend that their knee's been hurt. This is abusive. Here we go again.
Point of order, the honourable member for Fort McMurray, Alberta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Fort McMurray Cold Lake, but no worries. But members are expected to show respect for one another, and what we just heard was absolute disrespect and going to create disorder in this chamber.
I mean, you know, they can challenge the parties and that. I would just ask the honourable member to maybe be a little bit more judicious in his response. I did not find that the honourable member was actually showing some disrespect to a particular member, but the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I will take this moment to apologize to any European soccer player who's ever played the game and ever shown a great propensity to lie on the ground, and how I apologize to them greatly. But we're dealing with something serious here. We're dealing with a party that is using a humanitarian disaster to exploit falsehoods. And I will call that out, and I will not be silent, because what they're trying to fake Canadians out on, that there's somehow an economic argument. Let's throw mindless amounts of money that will somehow get to Ukraine and make some money. So if you want another example, that's like coming upon a horrific car accident. And as they're trying to pull people out of the car accident, someone's climbing over them and saying, hey, I'm from Abe's Honest Used Car Service. Let me sell you a car. This is not what you do in the middle of a humanitarian disaster. Because right now, as I said, 12 major LNG projects are not going ahead. Those are already further ahead, but they want to build a pipeline for 2,000 kilometers. In Europe right now, stocks in clean energy have taken off. And why have they taken off? Because Europe knows that their future is with clean energy. And so let's just talk about conservative mathematics. And liberal mathematics, certainly too, because the liberals are now on the hook. They bought a pipeline. They bought a pipeline because Kinder Morgan knew they did not have the financial capacity to build a $5.4 billion pipeline. They went to the Alberta government in 2014, a Conservative government in Alberta, and asked them to backstop the TMX pipeline. And Alberta said no, the money wasn't there. The economic case wasn't there. So the Conservatives and Big Oil accused the Liberals of hating the oil sector. So the Prime Minister signed up and hooked us into a pipeline that is now at $21 billion. Now, here's the thing. We paid Kinder Morgan for selling us a leaky pipeline, and they used taxpayers' money to give their CEO bonuses for hoodwinking us. And here's the other thing that's important to know in the scam that we're dealing with in continually giving money to Big Oil, is that the costs overruns are locked in at $7 billion. So all the extra overruns in the pipeline, because if you're going to be, the tolls that run the pipe, or the oil through the pipe, all the extra costs are being paid for by the taxpayer. So not only are we paying $21 billion, every barrel of bitumen that goes overseas from here on in will be paid for by the taxpayer. That's a pretty good deal if you're Big Oil. And that's being paid for by the taxpayer. But that's perfectly normal mathematics in the world of the Conservatives, who think that this is how money should be spent. So why is it that TMX is so fundamentally important to the ideology of the Conservatives and the Liberals? It's because they were never focused on supplying Canada's energy needs. They weren't interested in that. They stand up and they rant about how Saudi Arabian oil and Venezuelan oil and Nigerian oil is coming down the St. Lawrence, and it's not true. Quebec refineries aren't using that. This was about export. And why is export so important? Because none of the emissions of burnt bitumen count as part of Canada's total. Right now, our emissions total from export is more than all the emissions in Canada combined right now. So talk about burning the planet. We're looking at a 1.2 million barrel a year increase thanks to TMX, thanks to the money that's being invested by this government. And I refer you, Madam Speaker, to a recent article in Forbes magazine in January 28, 2022 that says what Big Oil is doing is they're using the big tobacco playbook because they've realized they've lost the argument in Canada on the energy crisis. People don't believe them anymore. So what they've done is they've turned to export. They're looking to create markets in the global south. They're looking to China, where there's lower standards. That is the economic model, and none of those burnt barrels of bitumen in places like China, or if they get markets in India, will ever be counted on the global total. That is how you burn the planet while getting to net zero. So the Conservatives have been saying in this House, well, they've actually tried to tell us that this pipeline was some kind of humanitarian grain mission. I don't know that we don't deal with food in pipelines. I know Conservatives would love to add it in the mix, but it's not there. But they keep talking about how this is a clean fuel. The problem is that Canada has failed on this time and time again. And I refer you, Madam Speaker, to the problem with methane. The Prime Minister made a promise of cutting 45% by 2025. We never got there. So now he's saying we're going to get to 75% by 2030. And I mentioned methane because if we cut the methane emissions on natural gas, then we could say, yes, this is a transition fuel. But methane is a planet killer. Everybody knows this. But you have not seen industry take any steps to deal with methane. They can do this. I talk to people in the industry. You can get to zero on methane. But yet this planet killer is leaking out of abandoned wells, it's leaking out of pipelines, it's leaking out of refineries. So what do? Well, of course, they go to the government and say, help us. Madam Speaker, the Liberal government has held 6,800 backroom meetings with the oil lobby since the Trudeau government came in. 6,800. The myth that the Conservatives, that the Liberal government is against big oil is just that. So we've had $121 billion in oil subsidies. The Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers have come forward and said they want $75 billion in carbon capture. We're paying $21 billion for TMX. We're on the hook for $1 billion of abandoned wells. And then they came forward asking to be given money to deal with methane. So the government gave $132 million to big oil to clean up methane. Now here's the thing. What were the goals of the methane reduction program? Number one, to attract investment. Boom. Number two, to increase competitiveness. Wow, that's not saving the planet. And then down at number three was finding some equipment to help reduce methane emissions. And why does this matter? Because the Environment Commissioner has said that Canada, that used to be a world leader, is now at the back of the G7. That this methane was not reduction program, it wasn't used to deal with a planet killer. It was used as a subsidy to big oil and allowed them to increase production. And what they also found with the Environment Commissioner is they're not even tracking any of the background emissions. They don't even know how bad methane is. They haven't bothered. And yet we're writing checks, $134 billion. Or 134 million, and we don't even know how it was spent. Meanwhile, the planet's burning. Now, the Conservatives, they have a whole series of myths that they try to perpetuate about how hard done by the West is on this, how hard done by oil and gas is. I mean, this is a group that are belligerently fighting for billions in taxpayer subsidies to support the typewriter when the rest of the world is moving to the cell phone. But I want to just point out, one of the myths I've been hearing is that rules on environmental standards in Canada are somehow scaring off investments. That's simply not true. I refer you to the Wall Street Journal headline that financial giants are quitting what they call one of the world's dirtiest oil patches. That's something they also don't want you to know. Canada's, oh, here we go.
Got a point of order, the honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, I've been listening to the member, and he's doing his best as member from the fourth party to hold the opposition to account. But he's got 5 minutes left. Could he maybe return to the motion and debate the motion rather than it's been probably 6 or 7 minutes since we've had any discussion that had anything to do with the motion.
So the Member and all members know that there is some latitude during debate. The motion itself does speak about energy, and so the honourable member, I believe, is rightly in his speech. However, I do want to remind the member that, you know, if it seems to go to the wayside a little bit, to come back, please, to the motion at hand. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay has 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
Thank you. I'd like to tell my honourable colleague, if the truth hurts, well, too bad, so sad. Because they have taken the crisis in Ukraine. They have taken the humanitarian suffering, the deaths, the murder of innocent people, and have turned it around and said, this is a great opportunity for us to take billions in taxpayers' money to promote the interests of oil and gas. So if they don't like the mathematics of how bad that is, then they shouldn't be in the chamber. Too bad, so sad. This is their motion. We could have been debating anything of substance. Instead, we're debating the conservative mythologies, which, as I was saying, that over the last few years, 60 financial institutions, Deutsche Bank, HSBC Holdings, PLC, Hartford Financial, the Japan Petroleum Exploration, they've all pulled out of Canada. Why? Because of the lack of plan to deal with the climate crisis. And this is where I want to get to, Madam Speaker, in terms of not only are they misrepresenting the facts in terms of the horrific humanitarian crisis, they're misrepresenting the facts to workers, because the transition is here. What we see is the potential. Calgary Economic Development, Global Edmonton, talking about if we start to invest now in clean energy, we're looking at an additional $61 billion to the provincial Alberta economy. If they continue with business as usual, there will be only $4 billion. That we see year in, year out drops in employment in the oil sector. And that's not because people are being mean to them. That's because industry is cutting jobs and making more profits. This is the thing, which leads me back to the Forbes comparison. That Forbes says that having lost the debate in Canada on climate crisis, that they've shifted, like big tobacco, to the global south, where their number one plan is to make some claims about greenwashing here, shift massive exports to the global south where it doesn't count, and then only invest just enough in clean tech so it looks like they're doing something. Meanwhile, the market has moved beyond, and it has moved beyond in a substantial way. So, Madam Speaker, what we've been given time and time again by the Conservative Party is a fake, failed mythology that year in, year out, jobs in the oil patch have gone down, and the opportunity for a clean tech economy is staring us in the face. There is a huge potential, but if we don't meet that, then we are consigning our children to no future. So, to come back to the motion at hand in a very clear way, is that I have seen a lot of ways the Conservatives and the Liberals will bend over backwards to give taxpayers money to big oil, to excuse all manner of abuses of accountability, to go along with all manner of fake claims about actually dealing with the crisis, but emissions have continued to rise year in, year out. We're talking about the future of our planet, but we're talking about it now within the context of a global crisis, humanitarian crisis, where people are dying, and they expect something more from us than this gaudy attempt to claim that we should, instead, our best response to Ukraine is to spend billions on an unproven, unplanned, unidentified pipeline when the Europeans are already moving towards clean energy alternatives. This is exploitive, and this is crass. So, but I have enormous respect for my colleague from Wellington Halton Hills, so I'd like to offer him an amendment that we could actually come together and show a higher standard, that the motion be amended in paragraph C by deleting all the words after Government of Canada 2 and substituting the following, quote, greatly increase humanitarian aid for Ukraine and for countries bordering Ukraine that have already accepted hundreds of thousands of refugees, and provide targeted supports to ethnic minorities who have faced discrimination in their attempt to flee Putin's war in Ukraine. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'd like to inform the honourable member that the amendment is irrelevant and it goes beyond the scope of the motion. So questions? Inadmissible because it goes beyond the scope of the motion. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the my honourable colleague across the aisle for his remarks. Natural gas is clearly about defense and security. That's why there's been a raging debate in Europe about Nord Stream 2. It's why Germany just cancelled Nord Stream 2 in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It's why Donald Tusk, then Prime Minister of Poland in 2014, in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, asked the European Commission to come forward with a strategic framework to address the fact that Russia is intimidating Europe with the use of natural gas. And in that strategic framework, the European Commission said that the European Union should partner with Canada in an energy partnership on natural gas precisely to counter Russia's threats in Eastern Europe and in Ukraine. Natural gas, Madam Speaker, produces the nitrogen that fuels the world's food supply. European farmers today are facing a crisis in skyrocketing fertilizer prices caused by natural gas shortages from Russia. There has been a massive drop in fertilizer in Western Europe of 10%, and it could lead to serious crop failures and drop in crop yields this year. It happened a century and a half ago in 1853 to 1856 in Ukraine, in Crimea, during the Crimean War that led to skyrocketing food prices around the world. And this is why energy is important, not just to defense and security, but to our food supply.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Whoa. I didn't know they built a pipeline in 1854 to deal with the food crisis in Ukraine, but again, the Conservatives will tell us anything. You know, we suddenly go from this being a big oil and gas issue, and as soon as you poke them, they start talking about the children being hungry. We don't carry nitrogen in pipelines. This is about oil and gas. This is a simple fact. So for my honourable colleague who wants to go back to 1854, well, we could go back throughout history. They weren't using pipelines to deliver agricultural support, and they still aren't. So once again, we see the Conservatives using a humanitarian disaster, a humanitarian crisis, in order to promote false interests of the oil and gas sector.
And comments, the honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I think this is the first time the Crimean War has been referenced in this chamber for a very long time. Madam Speaker, one of the things that's been most gratifying for me over the course of this debate has been the unanimity where this House has found total agreement in terms of support for Ukraine. And I worry, Madam Speaker, that in this motion, we have two propositions that are clearly supporting Ukraine that everybody in this House would agree to. And then a third, regardless of my own personal opinion on that issue, that will divide us, where there are clearly members that will vote no. Madam Speaker, the honourable member spoke of Russian disinformation. Does the honourable member believe that the House voting against this motion that have two statements of principled support for Ukraine could be used by Russia to claim that Canada's Parliament voted against Ukraine?
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, I really would hope that my honourable Liberal colleagues aren't going to support this motion to expand gas line production because we're afraid of what Russia's going to say. So that's I just want to put that on the record. We have been unanimous in standing up on the issue of Ukraine. What we're seeing is that the Conservatives are using this as a wedge to undermine our credibility by saying that our issue at this time, our number one issue of all the issues that we're dealing with Russia, is to undertake measures to ensure new natural gas pipelines be approved. That is such a cynical and exploitive position. I certainly hope the Liberals aren't going to go there with them.
Honorable député de Montcalm.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. History has taught us many times, unfortunately, the destructive potential of wars. And in fact, the recent United Nations Environment Report has shown us the destructive potential of the climate crisis. But replacing something bad with something else that's bad is not an ethical solution. What does my colleague feel about the Conservatives' claim that this is an ethical solution?
Question.
Thank you for the question.
Which I find is really concerning. Again, it's a constant misrepresentations. We have a huge opportunity in Canada to be a world leader in moving forward with renewables, hydrogen, geothermal. The expertise in Canada is second to none. We can be working around the world with this, but we're not, because we're focused on putting billions and billions into a 20th century economy when the planet is burning around us. This is a huge a lost opportunity for workers, for regions, but also for the future of our children.
The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Putin's war machine is being funded by their energy exports to various places around the world, but in particular, the 40% or almost half of Europeans who rely on natural gas to heat their homes. So in the a report to the European Parliament, and this is the Framework Strategy for a Resilient Energy Union with a Forward-Looking Climate Change Policy, the European Union itself sought to further its partnerships with countries such as the United States and Canada. Will the member agree that it is the European Union itself that has stated that it needs Canada's energy to be able to transition and get off of Russian energy?
Hear, hear. Well, member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think if you look at what's happening in Europe now, the discussion is clearly about the need to get off Russian energy. And they're talking about doing this through improving the electricity grids and making sure that their non-renewable and nuclear options are in place. But I don't see any of that from these. This is a party that is trying to exploit a crisis, a humanitarian crisis right now at this time in order to sell this false pipe dream that we can, in 6 months, a year, 2 years, build a pipeline from the west to Atlantic Canada to sort of capture a market when there's already at least 12 other LNG projects sitting on the sidelines across North America, and the European stocks in clean energy is going up. But all this is predicated on the usual Conservative scheme of saying, let's take billions of taxpayers' money and try and drive it through.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
I want to thank my colleague from Timmins, James Bay, and to go to his amendment. It's kind of shocking to have this motion when we actually had a practical amendment that he had that would help people here today and in the weeks to come and send a message to our allies. The Conservatives have used this opportunity not only to attack our allies, but also to use this opportunity to waste a message we can send to our allies. I'd like him to comment on that, and his motion to amend has been ruled out of order, but to please expand on that, because those are things we could still do today if we actually had this House, and I'm really worried about internationally how this reflects on us.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think my honourable colleague, like me, like everyone in this House, is fielding calls every day from people who have family in Ukraine. And they're asking, what are we doing as a Parliament of Canada to help them? Am I going to say the Parliament of Canada, in response to the fact that your family is trapped in Kiev or on the Polish border, that we came forward today to say what we want to do is approve new pipelines? I can't call anybody back and say that, but I can say we tried to work with the Conservatives, but they didn't want to work with us. We tried to work with them on the issue of making sure of speeding up visas, of making sure that we can get people to safety. That's what I would like to have seen. I'm hoping the Liberals will oppose this motion because of the cynicism of it. But my God, if I was Putin, what would I be saying now? I'd be saying, look at the Conservative Party. They don't really worry about the horrific death rates in Ukraine. They want to compete with us for our natural gas. That, to me, is an appalling position to be in.
Honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I congratulate my colleague on his heartfelt, excellent speech. Why, in his view, does the government refuse to impose sanctions on Russian oligarchs with direct or indirect ties to oil sands in the West?
Thank you. I want to thank my honourable colleague. Welcome to the petrostate, because we remember the Conservatives who are all really upset about Communist China, how they actually sold off sections of the oil patch to state-owned Chinese companies, because as long as it was Chinese companies owning them, they didn't mind. Now we have the Liberals talking about sanctions but refusing to go after these key oligarchs. This is the face of the petrostate between Conservatives and Liberals. We need to have better accountability.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, very short question.
Yes, Madam Speaker, there's actually two issues here. The first issue is in regards to how responsible governments such as the NDP province of BC on LNG, or a responsible government in terms of the national government, and how you deal with the environment and natural resources. But the question is, today, what we should be talking is about the unity in the condemnation of what's taking place in Ukraine. And this is, in fact, a lost opportunity. Maybe if my friend was to maybe amend his amendment by maybe just having that clause C deleted, that might be within scope, and it would be a better motion for all of us to vote on. And his thoughts on that.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay, in 10 seconds or less.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We need to rise up to a higher level here, because we are being watched around the world. And this motion brings us to a much lower and much more cynical, exploitive level. I urge all my colleagues to vote against it, and we need to move forward on something that shows that as a parliament we will stand up for freedom for the people of Ukraine and not just the pecuniary interests of the oil lobby.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I inform this House that I will be sharing my time with the member for Thornhill. Madam Speaker, on Thursday, the 24th of February, a few moments after Putin's bloody, illegal invasion of Ukraine, the American army put out a statement saying that 105 soldiers of Valcartier would be deployed in Latvia to support the deployment of artillery cannons 9777. Putin's invasion has a direct impact on my riding. In my riding does not contain the military base, the Valcartier base. It's in the riding of the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. But there are many military members in my riding. People I meet at the corner store, at the coffee shop. I see these men and women who defend our country, who defend the values that we cherish while in uniform. And I'm thinking of them today, especially the 125 men and women who will be deployed in Latvia as a result of Putin's bloody invasion of Ukraine. Not since 1945, Madam Speaker, has Europe seen such violence. All countries worthy of being called countries in this world condemn this. They condemn Putin specifically, not necessarily all Russians. I know many people who were born in Russia who have chosen to live their lives in Canada. Some live in my riding. They, like you and I, decry Putin's bloody, unacceptable attack. Thousands have had the courage to protest what their leader is doing, to challenge it. There's a difference, is the distinction between Russians and Putin. I am a historian. I'm very interested in military history and history in general, but I never thought that I would see such violent, bloody images in real life in a real war. But this is what we are living with. This attack is an attack on the values that Canadians defend and uphold. Freedom, democracy, humanitarian values, which Putin seems to defy and totally reject. I have seen very inspiring images of citizens in civilian clothing directly go up against Putin's tanks. How brave are they, these civilians, together as a group, were able to block Putin's tanks in the course of their invasion. These images are among many inspiring images, but this doesn't tell the whole story. This is more the exception because, in general, there is an aggressive, violent war ongoing. It should not be occurring today, but it is, Madam Speaker. My heart goes out to the 1.5 million Canadians of Ukrainian origin. I know some of them. This tragic war is ongoing, and unfortunately, we don't see the end of the tunnel. The Canadian government has taken some action that we support. We commend the Canadian government on having taken swift action. Many actions have been taken on a day-to-day basis. We encourage this. We thank them for this, but we would like the government to go a little further.
A way to address an aggression, and the Putin aggression must have some diplomatic reaction from our government. C'est pourquoi, Madame la Présidente, notre chef, député, la chef de l'opposition officielle.
And that's why, Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition stated a few measures in an important speech that we are proposing to Canadians to show our displeasure with what Putin is doing right now in Ukraine. First of all, we're calling on the government of Canada to expel the Russian ambassador to Canada. That's a clear message to say that we are against what is happening. We also are calling on the government to recall our ambassador to Moscow back to Canada. We are also suggesting that the CRTC put in place an order preventing RT, Russia Television, from being broadcast on our systems in Canada. And we also salute the private companies who've already taken that initiative and taken RT offline. We should isolate Russia from all international organizations. In 2015-2016, we know that Russia was expelled from the G8 when they invaded Ukraine, and our government was very proactive in that domain. Today, it would be a good idea to ensure that Russia be expelled from among others the G20. We also need to accelerate the visa program. We know that the government is taking some steps in that area to make it easier for the people of Ukraine to come here to Canada, and particularly to allow them to rejoin their families. Madam Speaker, we also need to highlight the fact that this war reminds us of our dependence on our geography, Madam Speaker. As the member for Charlevoix-Saint-Charles mentioned earlier, and he's a retired colonel, he mentioned that when we look at the map, it's easy to say that, well, Canada and Russia are far from each other. But no, Russia is not far away. Russia is close because we have a shared border. If you look up north into the Arctic, and unfortunately, Madam Speaker, I have to say that this government has not been very proactive when it comes to the Arctic, while recognizing that the previous government, and particularly its Prime Minister, was very proactive in ensuring Canada's presence in the Arctic. And Madam Speaker, we need to modernize our NORAD equipment. We need to modernize our military infrastructure, whether that be by purchasing F-35s, whether that by building new frigates. We need to update our military. And the ongoing tragedy in Ukraine reminds us as Canadians that we need to be ready to face our northern neighbor, who is not a far neighbor, who is actually very close. Madam Speaker, this tragedy also highlights the fact that more than ever, the entire planet must ensure that energy is available to all. Russia provides 40% of Europe's natural gas. And this situation has become a weapon for Russia. Putin has weaponized this. And Madam Speaker, in 2015, the European Union wrote a report which highlighted the situation that we're seeing now. And it says that energy policy is often used as a foreign affairs instrument, particularly by major energy-producing companies. And in this case, we're talking about Russia. As such, the European Union must use all policy instruments to establish energy partnerships, strategic partnerships with countries which are gaining importance for the production of oil. So already in 2015, the European Union was talking about this, Madam Speaker, and unfortunately, that call wasn't heard. The Democrat American president, Joe Biden himself, highlighted in December that it is important to have agreements with other countries like, for example, Norway. Canada must also be involved. On February 24th, President Biden declared that his administration had coordinated with oil-producing countries their interest in securing the world oil supply. So that's a Democrat president who is saying that, Madam Speaker, and it's something he said very recently. I will remind you, Madam Speaker, that Canada participated in that. Oh, sorry, just 1 second. If the honourable member could please move his phone, it's creating some static for the interpreters. Thank you very much. Thank you, it's very much appreciated. You'll just give me a few extra seconds to finish my thoughts. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, in 2015, Europe told the entire world that it would need help to ensure its energy security. President Biden mentioned this a couple of months ago. The German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, who was quoted in the Globe and Mail today, said that the events of recent days have showed that a responsible energy policy focused on the future is essential not only for our economy but also for our environment. It's also decisive in terms of our security. We need to shift and look to new sources of energy. And so that's the Chancellor of Germany, Madam Speaker, who said that. We've heard the same thing from the Democrat President of the United States, and we heard the same thing from the EU in 2015. And that's why, Madam Speaker, to ensure the energy security of the world, Canada, which is the 5th biggest producer of natural gas in the world, must get to work. And, Madam Speaker, there are millions of Ukrainians who are suffering right now from the terrible attack from Putin. And there are 120 Canadians from the region of Quebec who are soldiers from Valcartier who are going to be deployed soon. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We need to think of them. Questions and comments?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, when I reflect on the week and the many debates that we've had on the week, and you take a look in terms of what's taking place in Ukraine today, I would think that we have a wonderful opportunity to be able to send a very strong message to the people of Ukraine when we have motions that are brought forward to the floor. And at this time, I think that there would have been so much better to have solidarity in regards to the passing of a motion when we're referencing what's taking place in Ukraine. And my question to the member is, I'm sure the member realizes, as the Conservative Party would realize, that there is no way that there's going to be unanimous support for a motion that is on the floor today. Would the Conservative Opposition Party entertain any form of amendments to their motion so that we could send a very strong solidarity type of motion of confidence given what's happening in Ukraine today?
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
And I welcome the comment of my colleague from Winnipeg North, and I know that is, as everybody here in this House, very supportive of any action to struggle and to fight the Putin's aggression, and we are all solidarity. We have shown all solidarity with the Ukrainian people here in Canada, but first and foremost for those who suffer under this attack. Madam Speaker, this motion is just about, it's about that too. It's about the solidarity as a Canadian that we have to show. But yes, also, it's about addressing some issue that has been raised by the Union Européenne, by the Biden's presidency, and by the Chancellor of Germany.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was hoping you would give me another riding to add to mine again this time, but I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. In the first part of his speech, I think he reflected a feeling that we all have concerning this war in Ukraine and the terrible consequences it's having on people around the world, including in our ridings. And so I'm referring particularly to parts A and B from the Conservative motion. As for part C, however, where my colleague talked about this emergency alert concerning energy security. Well, Madam Speaker, I would like to ask the following question to my colleague. Does he believe that this emergency alert, this planetary emergency alert when it comes to climate change, and the emergency, the call now, looking for concrete, pragmatic, and well thought out actions to help the people of Ukraine? Does he think that building pipelines and that continuing, I'll have to give the honourable member an answer to respond. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. My colleague is from Thérèse de Blainville. It is indeed her riding. Madam Speaker, the one doesn't prevent the other. As the member mentioned, there are three parts to this motion. The first two parts we're all in agreement. But Madam Speaker, the third answers a call from around the world. Yes, it's a question of world energy security, and it would be negligent to not take that into account. Here in Canada, we have the possibility to directly help these people. And when I say these people, we're not the only ones who think that. The European Union has been ringing alarm bells since 2015. And the Democrat president of the United States, Joe Biden, is looking to make a partnership with countries around the world to find a solution to this. The German Chancellor has also called for this. So, Madam Speaker, it's not just the Conservatives here in the House of Commons who are calling for this, it's leaders from around the world.
Honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This member in his speech spoke about the fact that there are direct dangers, of course, from the Russians now as a direct neighbor to Canada. And one of the reasons why that threat is increasing is because the Arctic is far more accessible than it ever was before. However, the Arctic is far more accessible because of climate change, because of the world's dependency on fossil fuels. So I would like to hear about how it's quite possible that they think that Part C of this motion is at all helpful when he was himself talking about the increasing dangers and the accessibility of our Arctic and as Russian neighbors, when it's the exact climate crisis that is part of the growing tensions between our countries. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent in just a few seconds.
I will always fight for Canadian energy. And it's not only me who asking that. We have seen the Chancellor of Germany who asking support from elsewhere. We have seen the Democratic President of the United States asking to have more people working on that. We have seen l'Union Européenne who asking to have new partnership with other countries. Madam Speaker, Canada is the 5th producer of natural gas, and I will always fight for Canadian.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, our hearts and prayers are with the people of Ukraine, with those who have friends and family suffering, with those around the world standing and watching the bloodshed of the men, women, and children in a war zone paved by destruction of a malevolent dictator who knows no bounds to his carnage and unprovoked violence. And to those in my own community, those who have at the beginning joined in prayers in churches, in synagogues, in mosques, in gurdwaras, and everything in between, to the now countless organizations raising money and sending goods directly to the people of Ukraine, helped by the spirit of generosity of so many who just want to help, like St. Vladimir Ukrainian Catholic Church in Thornhill, or the countless efforts by Chabad Lubavitch in sending help, load by load, matched further by dollar for dollar donations by the kindness of community members who want to go the extra mile. I'm going to take a moment to get a little bit personal in this House and speak to those who have been misinformed, those who have succumbed to the propaganda and the blatant lies espoused by the Kremlin. I'm a first-generation Canadian. My parents arrived in Canada in 1974 from Odessa, Jewish refugees who left the oppression of the former Soviet Union. And Putin's regime had persisted with this narrative of a neo-Nazi government oppressing Russian speakers, despite the fact that President Zelensky's native language is Russian, despite the fact that he himself is Jewish. And it's an absolute perversion of facts. This country has a democracy, it has freedom of speech, it has freedom of religion. In the face of that propaganda, I want to acknowledge those specifically in my community and all over the world who have demonstrated a remarkable courage. The tens of thousands of Russians in cities within Russia, within our own country, within the world that took to the streets to express their outrage, facing threats of harms, hundreds of them arrested for their bravery to speak out. Mr. Speaker, There is great concern in my own community from those who condemn these actions, Russian speakers themselves, those who have roots in Russia, and those who stand with the Ukrainian people. This is Putin's war. This is Putin's ongoing invasion of Ukraine, a free and democratic country. The attack on Ukraine, ordered by Putin, is the first European war since the Second World War that is a serious violation of international law and on humanity. This attack threatens not only Ukraine, its people, its many diaspora communities, but, Mr. Speaker, it also threatens Canada. Our own security has always been tied to that of Europe. 100,000, that's the number. That's the number of Canadians who paid the ultimate price in the two wars in Europe. And while we've enjoyed the longest period of relative peace and prosperity since that Second Great War, a peaceful world is one that we played a role in establishing. Madam Speaker, Vladimir Putin's evils know no bounds, and silence in the face of evil becomes its accomplice, and it ends up becoming evil itself. And remaining silent is a betrayal of our conscience and our values, and ultimately it is a betrayal of our own freedom as well as our safety and security. And while I support the actions taken to date by the Government of Canada, more needs to be done. Because we will one day be asked, during this dark chapter in history, did we do everything that we can do? Could Canada have done more? I think today the answer is yes. Madam Speaker, the government should expel the Russian ambassador. The government should direct the CRTC to terminate the licenses of state broadcaster that spread disinformation and propaganda. Russia Today, RT, should be removed from our airways as other authoritarian state broadcasters operating here. The government should also make every effort to seek the removal of Russia from organizations like the G20, like we did from the G8 the last time this happened. As you would have heard from my colleagues in this House, I will add my voice to theirs and say this: an immediate implementation of visa-free travel for Ukrainians wanting to come to Canada. And I know that steps have been taken, but our EU partners have already done this. And while I support the measures announced to date by the Government of Canada, I also understand that they are not going to stop the invasion in Ukraine. However, we must one day be able to say that we've done everything that we can. And the fact remains, again, today we can do more. Many in this House will say that some of what I'm about to say discounts the situation faced by the Ukrainian people fighting to defend their nation. This is, the now over 1 million displaced Ukrainians, about the women sheltering children from unspeakable harms, about the tragedy unfolding in real times of so many who feel helpless in their ability to change the trajectory of evil. But I believe that it is in our interest and in the interest of democracy in Europe and for the security of our own country that we must explore every option to do more in the face of what we are seeing. We know that the Arctic is one of Russia's strategic priorities. We've seen it through their actions and we've seen it through their commitments. We share that border. And now, more than any other time, we must commit to our own security in the wake of destabilization in Europe. We need a plan and we need a renewed commitment to take this seriously. We need to think longer term about defending the Canadian Arctic and our sovereignty. We need a plan on purchasing F-35 jets. We need a plan to modernize NORAD's early warning system. We need a plan to fix our national shipbuilding program. We need a plan of joining ballistic missile defense, and we need a plan for closer cooperation with our Scandinavian allies and, of course, the Americans. We've committed to that before, and we need to commit to it again today. Madam Speaker, our nation's defense strategy is as important as our nation's energy policy, and I'm glad the members opposite realize that the two are linked. Canadians know that energy is vital to our lives, and we are learning every day that it's more and more vital to our security. I'm not the one who said this. The European Union said this. Our partners abroad have said this. We have witnessed over the last 6 years that this government and its green energy policies contribute to seeing Canada's oil and gas sector destroyed. And its contributions to increasing our reliance on foreign oil from countries with abysmal human rights records, overrun with despots and dictators that function without impunity, is clear. Canada is the 5th largest natural gas producer in the world. And with the stark reality, we can't get gas to Europe. We don't have the infrastructure. we can't get pipelines built. Getting resources to Atlantic tidewater is vital to our economy. It's vital to our environmental goals, and it's vital to our own security, because we can be the source of security for European democracies today, and that matters. Madam Speaker, Russia supplies 40% of Europe's natural gas, and it uses this to intimidate Europe and intimidate Ukraine. And that matters. And it matters because of their constant threat to cut off that supply that provides warmth in the winter and economic activity throughout the year and stability to hundreds of millions of people. Without it, we will most certainly see a crisis in Europe, a crisis for the economy and a crisis for their entire continent. Canada has the resources to ensure that this is not going to happen, and we must take these threats seriously. The world changed last week, and I see that I'm running out of time, Madam Speaker. I want to end by saying, for the people of Ukraine facing war, for the millions of Canadians of Ukrainian heritage who see their roots under attack, for international rules-based order, for our own security, Canada's official opposition will continue, as we have been proud to do everything that we can to ensure that Canada steps up and does its part. That starts with treating our energy security as a priority. Putin's attack is not only an attack on Ukraine, and I'm glad my colleagues agree. It's a grave threat to global peace and security and democracy and our collective safety and security. The government has said so themselves, and I'm grateful again for that. And while the world witnesses the bravery of the Ukrainian people, citizens fighting for their lives, for their country, the bravery of a president leading from the front, we too must remember that they are not fighting only for themselves. They fight for all of us, and our support must go beyond what we have seen today. Our support must withstand the test of tomorrow. Madam Speaker, I hope that members of this House support our motion today so that one day we will be able to say, as a country, that we did everything we can.
Well said.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kings Heads.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her remarks today. I've had the opportunity to have some interventions in the House before this one, and I've lamented at the idea that the text of the motion is quite narrow on, of course, pipelines and natural gas. I think that this House should be having a conversation more broadly about food production, about energy, and about critical minerals, because that's certainly what we're seeing in Europe is going to be extremely important in a changing foreign policy dynamic. But one of the aspects, being from a province of Nova Scotia, Gouldsboro LNG was a project. So the text actually talks about pipelines, but makes no mention of the actual liquefied natural gas facilities that would be important to export to Europe. Would the member opposite at least recognize or acknowledge that that would be something that would be extremely crucial, in addition to looking at existing pipelines without building new ones, about how we can transition energy to Europe?
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his interventions today. I've sat and listened to some of them, and he's absolutely right. And I'm glad that there's a recognition from the other side that energy policy is often used as a foreign policy tool. And I'm glad that the government is finally saying that, and I'm glad to finally be able to speak about this in the House after the European Union had said it in 2005 and the world didn't do anything. So I appreciate the member's intervention, and I appreciate further conversation, and I absolutely do believe that it should be included.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for Thornhill for the speech. Now, the Bloc Québécois obviously stands in solidarity with the Ukrainian people. So does the Conservative Party. The Conservative Party is also in favor of economic sanctions. But this morning, we've learned that people within Canada are actually allies of Russian President Putin. These are people who hold shares in the oil industry. These are people who are supporting some of the projects that the Conservatives are such fans of. So I'd like to know from my colleague, would she agree to apply those same sanctions to people who support the Russian president from Canada. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I hope that I didn't hear a suggestion or an implication that we would support any of the oligarchs that he just named, because I think we have a member from my colleague yesterday in question period named some of those oligarchs as directly to ask the Prime Minister about this. I am also glad that the member who have asked me that question will never be in charge of Canadian foreign policy, because there is a lack of realization that energy policy is often used as a foreign policy tool. And if the members if the members from that party can't understand that, then I am glad that they are sitting where they are sitting.
Hear, hear.
Honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, there are few spectacles more offensive than someone trying to profit off another's misery. The third part of this motion under debate today is a thinly disguised attempt to exploit the crisis, the vulnerabilities, and the suffering of the Ukrainian people to advance the interest of Canadian oil and gas companies. This is one of the crassest, most self-centered political schemes I've seen in this House. Worse, and ironically, the IPCC just days ago issued a scathing report indicating that carbon emissions have caused irreversible damage to our planet. So to my honourable colleague, what's worse, the crass opportunism of the Conservative Party to try to profit off a war, or their refusal to acknowledge the climate crisis facing our world?
Member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What's absolutely worse is that member's climate crusade without taking into account today's motion, or the fact that energy policy is often used as a foreign policy tool. That member should be ashamed of his comment in terms of this motion. We have stood here. We have said to the government that we agree and we have asked for more. And the fact that the member opposite is using this conversation to paint us as something other than supportive of Ukraine is absolutely shameful.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I will be sharing my time with the member from Winnipeg North. Slava Ukraini, Heroem Slava. Madam Speaker, those words mean glory to Ukraine, and the response is glory to the heroes. I start with these words because never have they been more appropriate, Madam Speaker. The valiant, courageous stand of Ukrainian leaders and soldiers, but also Ukrainian everyday citizens in defending their country, in refusing to leave, in refusing to capitulate to an unlawful, illegal aggressor in Vladimir Putin. We have seen babas, grandmothers, taking up arms. We have seen young men and women doing night patrols in cities around Ukraine. We've seen average residents learning to make Molotov cocktails, all in defiance of an enemy army that wants to take over control over Ukraine's territory and Ukraine's ability to govern itself. That is the scene unfolding in Ukraine day after day after day. A scene that has captured the spirit of democracies and democracy lovers around the planet. I think nowhere was this sentiment more defiantly represented than when President Zelensky, when offered the chance of an evacuation by American military personnel, said now quite famously, quote, "I need ammunition, not a ride." The defiance of a leader who is prepared to stand and fight rather than flee. Madam Speaker, I represent thousands of Ukrainian Canadians in this parliament as representative of Parkdale High Park. In better times, we celebrate Ukrainian heritage at things like the Bloor Street West Ukrainian Festival, which takes place every September in my community. Now, my communications with those constituents are very different. They're imploring me to call out Russia and to advocate. So let me be clear, Madam Speaker. Russia illegally annexed Crimea in 2014. Russia unlawfully and illegally invaded the Donbass in 2014. And it is Russia again, entirely unprovoked, that has commenced this horrific, deadly, and illegal war of aggression in a further invasion of Ukraine in the hopes of restoring some lost sense of empire for Vladimir Putin. With respect to this motion, Madam Speaker, I stand unequivocally to condemn Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation for this illegal further invasion of Ukraine. And I unequivocally stand with my constituents, and I believe all Canadians, in standing up in solidarity with Ukraine and with Ukrainian Canadians, with Ukrainians who want to live freely, peacefully, and with the ability to make decisions about their nation alone and free from outside influence and outside interference. That is, in fact, the promise of the UN Charter crafted in 1945 that has been broken in these past 8 days by Vladimir Putin. Madam Speaker, for weeks, I and my colleagues have been advocating for a strong response from Canada to this military buildup and 7 days ago to this second unlawful invasion of Ukraine. Those pleas have been responded to. In these past weeks, Canada has been unequivocal in the denunciation of the invasion of the Donbass, the rejection of the annexation of Crimea, and we have been very clear that Russia's second invasion, commenced a week ago, is illegal, unlawful, and must end immediately. We've trained Ukrainian soldiers, Madam Speaker, over 33,000 through Operation Unifier, which I personally was able to observe at Independence Day on the Maidan in Kyiv in 2018. We've provided the Ukrainian military with defensive equipment worth as much as $35 million and lethal weaponry, $7.8 million announced over a week ago. And on February 28th, 100 anti-armor weapon systems and 2,000 rocks being delivered. And just today, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Defense announced a further supply of lethal weaponry, 4,500 M72 rocket launchers and 7,500 hand grenades. We've expanded Operation Reassurance, and we've put 3,400 Canadian soldiers on standby for mobilization from the NATO response force. We're also providing cybersecurity support to Ukraine's military. Madam Speaker, we are suffocating the Russian economy in concert with our allies. We've imposed massive sanctions, 440, on individuals and entities, including Putin himself, his Security Council, and the oligarchs that surround him. This is extended to Belarusian leaders who are facilitating this illegal invasion. We've removed several Russian banks from SWIFT, putting them back in the dark ages of financial transactions. We are also at the same time working to boost up the Ukrainian economy with $620 million of sovereign loans and humanitarian aid that now totals $150 million, Madam Speaker. In conjunction with this, we have provided a matching donation program, which has been very well received by Ukrainian Canadians that I represent and those around the country, matching up to $10 million of donations that people are offering themselves as Canadians. We're assisting those fleeing Ukraine. We've processed 4,000 applications thus far. But what I would say on this point, Madam Speaker, and this is fundamental, is that all those fleeing Ukraine for their own lives and their safety must be treated equally. I'm very troubled by reports of racism and discrimination against Africans and Indians attempting to flee Western Ukraine for Poland. I applaud Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba, who announced just yesterday the establishment of an emergency hotline for African, Asian, and other students who wish to leave Ukraine. I applaud him for this humanitarian decision, which helps ensure that international students, regardless of the color of their skin, do not become the victim of Putin's war. And just today, Madam Speaker, as has come up in this debate, we've announced a new immigration stream with Ukraine, which will eliminate most of the visa requirements, making travel fast and effective, and providing things like single journey travel documents for those who left with such pace that they don't even have proper documentation. We're assisting those who are in Canada as well, stay in Canada, work in Canada, and remain here. We've prohibited flights in our airspace. We've banned the importation of Russian crude oil. Bell and Rogers have removed Russia today. These are important steps. What I also want to add, Madam Speaker, into this debate is this injection of an international humanitarian law. I was very pleased to see the head prosecutor of the ICC, Mr. Karim Khan, indicate that he's opened an investigation into the situation in Ukraine to determine if war crimes or crimes against humanity, or both, are occurring. We've seen reports of cluster bombs and vacuum bombs that are very troubling. There are reports of civilians being targeted and civilian infrastructure being targeted, such as hospitals. On their face, Madam Speaker, that would seem to trigger Article 8.2 sub B of the Rome Statute, which created the ICC, which says that targeting civilians or civilian infrastructure can be considered a war crime under international law. Which is why the chief prosecutor stated in his announcement, I'm quoting, I'm satisfied that there is a reasonable basis to believe that both alleged war crimes and crimes against humanity have been committed in Ukraine. Having prosecuted myself prior to politics, Madam Speaker, the Rwandan genocide on behalf of the United Nations, I know that this is critical. It's critical to bring justice and bring the perpetrators to justice, but also it's critical that we understand that the evidentiary burden is high, and it is vital to gather evidence now, not in the weeks and months or years following this conflict, to amass that evidence to marshal a prosecution. So I applaud the ICC prosecutor for taking this step now, not many months from now. My personal commitment, Madam Speaker, in my final portion of my speech is just directly to my constituents, to Ukrainian Canadians, and to all Canadians who are horrified by what they are witnessing daily in Ukraine. I commit to working to ensure that our government is assisting with that evidence gathering exercise that is so critical to marshalling a successful prosecution for the commission of potential war crimes or crimes against humanity. I further commit to working with our government to close loopholes so that the removal of Russian banks and the Russian economy from the SWIFT interaction system is comprehensive. We don't need Russians evading the SWIFT system or these sanctions via loopholes. I also commit to advocating for complete economic embargo of Russia by Canada. This is a necessary step and will further suffocate the Russian economy. And finally, I commit to working to ensure that our military aid is maintained. Today's announcement is the right and proper one. But where Canada does not have the inventory to supply further anti-aircraft or anti-tank weaponry, I commit to working to help procure that on behalf of the Ukrainians from other sources, including other nations and the private sector. Madam Speaker, I'm going to return to where I began. Slava Ukraini, Heroam Slava. Glory to Ukraine in its defense against this illegal aggression, and glory to the heroes who have stood by so valiantly to defend their homeland and defend democracy, literally for all of us. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech and for the work he's doing in providing support and assistance to the people of Ukraine. And as Conservatives, we have stood in solidarity with the government in providing short-term and immediate help to the people of Ukraine. And I want to acknowledge that, but also want to encourage him to look at expediting the movement of people, especially the orphans in Ukraine. And we know they have many orphanages in Ukraine, but to especially expedite assisting those people in getting them out of the conflict areas and perhaps immigrating here to Canada where we know it's safe. Would he not agree that in addition to addressing immediate and short-term needs for the people of Ukraine and for Europe, we should also be looking at long-term solutions and that creating an avenue for them not to be so resource dependent on Russia would be a good thing to do.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm going to say thank you to the member for Provencher for that important question. On the issue of orphans, first of all, absolutely. Orphans are an unfortunate byproduct of violent conflict, and absolutely we need to be extending a hand to any vulnerable Ukrainian, particularly vulnerable children who are orphaned in this conflict. Vis-a-vis this issue about energy security, it's a pressing issue. There's no doubt about it, and that we know about Russia's influence on the European continent by virtue of its natural gas resources and the fact that it's created dependency. But what I'm very keen to do is also embrace where the world is heading, which is towards addressing climate change through greener and more environmentally sustainable solutions. And I know much of continental Europe shares that objective, including the country of Germany, whom I've met with at times at COP24 when I was in Katowice, Poland. I've met with German officials and they've explained to me their concerns for the environment are equal to, if not greater than Canada's. So I think we need to work together on this, but working together on it in a way that works towards a cleaner future for Germans, for Canadians, for the entire planet. Thank you.
Honorable député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question to the Parliamentary Secretary is this. Why does this government refuse to take concrete, immediate sanctions against the Russian oligarchs who have indirect or direct shares in producing and exploiting oil? Is it just a lack of political will and courage? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
J'apprécie la question du membre.
I appreciate the member's question, and I'll reply like this. We have already applied sanctions to over 400 people. That's the first thing. Secondly, our sanctions have targeted Putin himself, as well as the political leaders around him and the oligarchs. So it is not true that we have not targeted the oligarchs. We have. We are working on seizing the assets of Russian oligarchs here in Canada. I agree that that's what we need to do, and we need to do it in a comprehensive way in order to cripple
Russian economy. Merci.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Firstly, I am finding it fascinating how the Conservative agenda is touting the protection of global interest to transition to non-emitting sources of energy in their motion. While I agree that we all need to address the climate crisis, this is not one of the ways to do it. Secondly, I agree to some extent with the Conservatives that the Ukraine is not the only nation facing aggression. Indeed, a charter plane carrying 2 Russian nationals were grounded in Yellowknife, which were on their way to Resolute, a community in my riding. I realize this case also fringes from this important issue of Russian aggression. Will the Liberals commit to both a just transition and defending all Canadians, including those in the North who are often so left behind?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member from Nunavut for a question, Koyanamik. And I think she raises an important perspective because we've been talking about Arctic sovereignty. We've been talking about the adjacent nature of the Russian threat to Canada, and that is specifically vis-a-vis Canada's north, the very community that she represents. Vis-a-vis what we are doing with respect to this issue is that we are speaking loudly about it. We are taking steps to ensure that the safety and security of Canadians is firm. And with respect to the just transition, I would simply point out to her that we have already entrenched that in terms of policies we are implementing, specifically vis-a-vis a just transition for workers in the coal sector in particular, as we move Canadians off of coal as they were successfully moved off of coal in my province of Ontario, but as we also power pass coal on an international level. And coal is salient here because it is exactly coal that the Germans are now turning to, which is not an appropriate resolution to this current situation in the Germans' need for energy. Thank you, merci.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government's House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. February 24, we see the President of Russia invoke and provoke a war on the people of Ukraine, completely unprovoked and unjustified. The reaction from the world, almost in a unanimous way, including the Prime Minister of Canada, came out moments later condemning it. And there was a sense that whether it's people of Ukrainian heritage from around the world, friends and allies, and people in general understood what was happening was wrong. And in Canada, there was a great feeling that we needed to be able to come together and recognize just how important it was that we attempt to speak with one voice of solidarity. And that started, I would suggest to you, in good part here in Canada, by the people of Canada. In particular, I would suggest in terms of the Prime Minister of Canada, in the condemnation of what the Russian president had put onto the people of Ukraine. On March the 1st, we saw the House, through unanimous consent, the member from Etobicoke Centre, who happens to be the chair of the Canada-Ukraine Friendship Group, brought forward a motion. He introduced the motion, and it, quote, unjustified and unprovoked attack, which was ordered by Russian President Vladimir Putin, has a clear violation of international law, the UN Charter, and the Charter of Ukraine's sovereignty, territorial integrity, freedom, and democracy. and stands unwavering and united in our solidarity with the people of Ukraine. Madam Speaker, we've seen other members inside the House, myself included, whether it's Standing Orders 31, talk about the importance of solidarity, talk about how important it was that we let Ukraine know in a very clear fashion that they have a friend in Canada. Members will recall we've had take note debates which were supported by members on all sides of the House. Not one, but two, Madam Speaker. Even earlier today, we had a member stand in his place and ask for unanimous consent to recommend to the City of Ottawa to rename a street that happens where the Russian embassy happens to be on, Madam Speaker. To rename the street after the Prime Minister of Ukraine. And I hope to see that happen, Madam Speaker. And maybe other urban and municipal areas across Canada will take note of something as important of recognizing that hero. I don't want to claim to really appreciate the degree in which the bravity of the people of Ukraine have demonstrated to the world by standing up for Ukraine, democracy, freedoms, and the many things that come with that, Madam Speaker. They are stepping to the plate to the greatest degree. Lives are being lost. And, Madam Speaker, I would hope that we would be able to continue on in terms of recognizing those heroes. Continue on in as much as possible in a unified front to support solidarity. And I raised the issue earlier today in the form of a question. The Conservative Party knows the resolution that they brought forward is not going to receive unanimous support, Madam Speaker. There is no way that they are going to get unanimous support of this House. Read what's in the motion itself, as I will, Madam Speaker. It's asking for the House to recognize, A, condemn President Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation for their unprovoked illegal attack and invasion on Ukraine. B, stand with Ukraine, the people of Ukraine, and Canadians in the Ukrainian community. And then it goes on to C, Madam Speaker.
Government's whip is rising on a point of order.
C'est porté à mon attention que la députée de Humber River Black.
The member for Humber River votes yesterday, and based on the motion adopted by the House in paragraph E, I ask that her vote, in fact, be withdrawn.
The Chief Government Whip, in accordance with the order of November 25th, 2021, and in line with precedents for when members inadvertently voted when they should not have, I am informing the House that corrigendum will be published in today's journals, and that the results of divisions numbers 33 and 34 in yesterday's journals, as well as the other records, will thereafter be corrected by removing the members' votes. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I suspect I'll get a bonus 2 minutes for that. Madam Speaker, you know, I look at the motion in which I read A and B, and there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that every member of the House of Commons would support those two aspects of the motion, Madam Speaker. It's the C clause. It's that poison pill. If you vote for those two, A and B, then you have to agree to C. And for many members of the House, it's the C clause that is causing members to indicate that they are not going to support the motion. And that's the reason why I made the suggestion that the Conservative Party really is, in fact, off base in terms of what it is that I believe not only the House of Commons, but most Canadians would want us to be talking about in regards to the issue of Ukraine and remaining as one voice coming from the House of Commons. I don't have to talk about the horrific things. Many people have done that, Madam Speaker, in terms of what's happening in Ukraine. I thought maybe what I would do, Madam Speaker, is to talk about that special relationship that Canada has with Ukraine, because it is a very special relationship. Countries around the world are getting behind Ukraine, but I would argue that not only is Canada behind Ukraine, but it has a very special relationship. We have seen the federal government act in a number of ways to support Ukraine in this difficult time, whether it is humanitarian aid. And when I talk about humanitarian aid, it's not just the federal government. We've seen provincial governments contribute. We've seen individual Canadians and residents of Canada contribute, whether it's through organizations that are well established, such as the Ukrainian Canadian Congress and others, or it's through the Red Cross, where the federal government has actually indicated a limit of $10 million, but they will match contributions that Canadians are making, Madam Speaker. All in the name of humanitarian aid. We have supplied lethal weapons. We recognize how important it is that the people of Ukraine, those brave men and women, have the lethal weapons in order to protect themselves, Madam Speaker. We have provided other financial support. We can talk a great deal about sanctions. And, Madam Speaker, those are some of the things that we're doing, and as the Prime Minister and our ministers responsible for that file, because there's many, we are open to all sorts of ideas in terms of how it is that we can continue on to support Ukraine, in what ways. But back in Winnipeg, Madam Speaker, and you want an understanding of the community. 1.3 million people of Ukrainian heritage across Canada, hundreds of thousands of which come from the prairies. Many would argue that they were the pioneers to a certain degree. Obviously, we recognize First Nations being there first and foremost, and then the waves of immigrants that came. It was Ukrainian immigrants that helped build what we have today in our prairies. One only needs to take a look at Winnipeg North and see the beautiful cathedrals, see the many businesses that have operated for decades, Madam Speaker, in the north end of Winnipeg of Ukrainian heritage. Go to the pavilions of Kiev every year, every summer, or the pavilion of the Spirit of Ukraine, and you get a sense in terms of the deep-rooted heritage. And that's why when things happen in Ukraine, the people of Canada care. And it's just not the people of Ukrainian heritage. It's the friends of the community, in fact, all Canadians, Madam Speaker. And I believe what they would want of the House of Commons today is to be unison and as one, as we continue, as we have from day one, to criticize Russia and have the backs of the people of Ukraine. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for Winnipeg, from Winnipeg North, for his discourse partly on Vladimir Putin, I'm sure. But that being said, it really baffles my mind that we can go on about supporting the people from Ukraine and really loving them in short. That being said, they are dependent upon natural gas from their transgressor, from their aggressor. And if there is an opportunity in the longer term to change such things, why does this government want to continue to use short-sighted policies that will not help the people in the longer term and understand the security nature of using things such as energy as a weapon?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I was trying to articulate why it was important that, as opposed to the Conservative Party trying to divide on an issue, because they know full well that there are members in this House that will not support the motion. All the way up to this point, when we've brought forward motions and ideas, we have seen support coming from all sides of the House, Madam Speaker. Why is the Conservative Party chosen to bring forward what they know is a divisive motion and incorporate in that motion a love for supporting Ukraine at this time in which we all want to support Ukraine, Madam Speaker? Why put in Clause C as a poison pill to try to spoil what A and B are proposing, Madam Speaker?
That's what they do.
I believe it's because it's more about conservative politics. And that's sad to see, given the very nature of what's taking place in Europe today.
Hear, hear.
La députée de Rimouski-Neigette.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Politics goes fast, doesn't it? It can be confusing. The former Liberal Party wants to run for the Conservative Party leadership now. We are learning, according to the Liberals and the member for Winnipeg North, that the Conservative motion is not good because it would lead to the construction of a pipeline that would export natural gas to Europe. But, Madam Speaker, can the colleague from Winnipeg North explain why it's not good to build a pipeline to export natural gas to Europe, but it is okay to export with Trans Mountain?
I'm choosing, and that's why I didn't even say what C was. At the end of the day, I'm not hesitant and reluctant to debate issues, especially when it comes to natural resources. And I can talk about responsible governments, whether it's the NDP in the province of British Columbia or actions that we have taken in regards to natural resources. Madam Speaker, the issue for me is today we should be talking about Ukraine and remaining one and showing solidarity to Canadians and the people of Ukraine at a time in which we need to be doing that, Madam Speaker. If the Conservative Party would not have had A and B and all we were doing is focusing on natural resources, wonderful. I would have loved to have that debate. But don't try to mix the two in a way in which I know there are going to be members of this chamber that will not vote in favor of it. And the Conservative Party knows that too, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
The unfortunate timing of this debate is it shows our allies, well, some of our own members in the Canadian Parliament have attacked them, is that we are now potentially divided on this. But I'd like to ask the member about the oligarchs and the fact that other countries are seizing private property and freezing assets, and Canada has been very remiss on this. And it actually goes even deeper because it shows how we are a pariah internationally, known as a snow washing state. And perhaps one of the things that we could see unified as coming out of this is getting at not only just uncollected tax and revenue, but also the snow washing that takes place with international money. Would you like to comment on that? And when will Canada act on the oligarchs as other countries have already done so?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I think what is important, and I appreciate the question, and one of the things that should be highlighted is that the government, in particular the Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Defence, and others within the Cabinet and members of Parliament, at least from the Liberal caucus, we're open to all sorts of ideas. But what is really important for us to recognize is that we have allies. And we need to continue to work and support our allies in supporting Ukraine. As I said, it is about solidarity, and in many ways Canada continues to lead to ensure that we have that strong role with our allied countries. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brandon Surrey.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member from Calgary-Midnapore today. But before I begin my remarks, I want to thank the MPs in this chamber for coming together this past week as we all stand firmly behind Ukrainians in their valiant defense of their country. I want to thank Ukrainian-Canadian Congress and the other organizations that are doing all they can to raise money and to provide support to those in need. I also want to specifically highlight Volodymyr Palahniuk and his wife Yulia, who have been instrumental in organizing and rallying support here in Ottawa. Volodymyr works for the member for Brantford Brant, and just this past year, he and his wife became Canadian citizens. I'm privileged to call him a friend, and I know how difficult this past week has been for him, as his parents and in-laws are currently in Ukraine. He's not alone. There are countless people whose loved ones are currently under attack and at risk for their lives. Vladimir Putin's unprovoked war is a clear violation of international law and the UN Charter and the rights of Ukraine to its sovereignty and its territorial integrity. I applaud the Government of Canada's efforts in organizing and supplying everything from military equipment to humanitarian supplies. We're working in concert with our allies around the world. They have done the same. That military equipment is helping stop the Russian tanks, the armor carriers, the helicopters, and it's giving the Ukrainian army and citizens the ability to defend their own country. Canada and other countries have also implemented sanctions against the Putin regime. They're designed to cripple the money economy, the money supply, and the movement of those closely tied to the president and Russian military. Canada is restricting exports to Russia by halting new export permit applications and cancelling valid export permits. The government's announced that they will ban crude oil, which will also include the import of refined petroleum products, which should include jet fuel and gasoline. Just this Monday at our National Resource Committee, I moved a motion for the Department of Natural Resources to provide us with solid numbers on how much energy, minerals, and other products we imported from Russia and Belarus over the last 10 years. We need a full understanding of what Canada imports from these two countries to get a better grasp on the size and scope of the natural resources that have come into our country. As other countries start to take similar steps to ban Russian energy, we must take note of the role that Canadian natural gas can have in neutering potential threats. Not only can we support Ukraine in its time of need, but we must also ensure Russia doesn't have the financial means to terrorize sovereign nations. That takes me to the third clause of our opposition motion that calls on the government to ensure Canadian natural gas get to Tidewater and displace Russian natural gas in Europe. Russian natural gas is flowing through the veins of Putin's war machine as we stand in this House today. As long as it continues to flow to Europe and the world, he will continue to build bombs, missiles, and rockets destined to kill innocent Ukrainians. Let us never forget that. Every year, billions and billions of dollars flow into the Russian government's coffers from natural gas exports. 72% of Russia's natural gas exports go to the European Union. Canada has the capacity to reduce that number to zero. Since elected, I have supported ideas to grow the industry as we have the highest environmental and labor standards anywhere in the world. I've advocated for ways to get Western Canada's energy to Tidewater on both our coasts. And I have stood up for the sector because Canadian energy workers provide the natural gas that heats our homes. They provide the fuel that keeps our vehicles on the roads. They ensure that we have the electricity that keeps our economy moving. And we must never forget the jobs that the energy sector creates and the billions of taxes that governments rely on to pay for our schools, healthcare, and social services. The one argument I've never made in support of the industry is for defense and security reasons. On numerous occasions, I have stated Canadian natural gas should be exported to replace harmful and carbon-intensive products such as coal. I have also made the point that Canadian green technology should also be exported to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. That could include advances in nuclear technology, carbon capture, and other processes that our great Canadian innovators have developed. The one thing I've never stated, that is until today, is the necessity to get new natural gas pipelines built to permanently displace Russian natural gas in Europe. I'm not saying this solely for domestic economic reasons, but to ensure that Europe can never be held hostage to the whims and intimidation tactics of the Putin regime. By displacing Russian natural gas, it'll curb the dollars that have been used to pay for the very weapons being currently used against Ukrainian families and children. No one knows how long this horrible war will prolong. We also don't know how long Putin and his acolytes will remain in power. What we do know is Europe must permanently make this energy pivot. The question we must ask ourselves is, do we wait to see what happens in the months or years ahead, or do we take a decision now? I want to lay out my argument for why Parliament should send a clear signal to the government to make this a priority. First and foremost, the Putin regime must be isolated. This is already happening, but we should expedite this process in every way we can. There are always reports of Russian energy companies not being able to sell their products, even at discount prices. As more countries start to implement similar bans, it'll only be more difficult for them to find customers. And I would argue some of their existing customers, such as those in Europe, are in a very precarious position. Secondly, it'll take time for new natural gas pipelines and projects to be planned, consulted on, approved, and then built. If we prioritize, though, these projects, we can implement an assessment process that upholds best-in-class environmental standards and sets clear expectations and timelines for environmental reviews. We can set clear timelines so that investors get a yes or a no. And we can create high-paying jobs across the provinces and work with Indigenous communities to ensure they are partners in prosperity. We must harness the same level of cooperation we've shown in supporting the people of Ukraine. We can work together to severely and permanently impede the Putin regime's potential to wage war. And if the government directed the necessary resources and immediately began to work with all levels of government, the private sector, and Indigenous communities, I believe it can be done. Well, in this place, we may have many disagreements. I know if we work together, we can create a plan to free our European allies from their reliance on Russia for their energy needs. If we agree on that end goal, then let's figure out a way to get there. Thirdly, we know other governments are already talking about ramping up their own domestic natural gas production. For example, the Biden administration has been talking with countries in Europe, the Middle East, Africa, and Asia about stepping up natural gas production to Europe. My question to my honourable colleagues is, would it not be better to trust our Canadian environmental and labour standards rather than other countries filling that void? If we can expand Canadians' natural gas export, all MPs will be intimately involved and have direct oversight. In closing, I'd like to appeal to my colleagues to support this motion. It's clear on its intent, and I believe we all recognize the importance of freeing the EU from the reliance on Russian natural gas. I also recognize there is much more we can do above and beyond just expanding natural gas exports. I want to have those conversations in the coming days. However, let's seize this moment to help not only Ukraine, but to put in motion a plan to deal a financial blow to limit the Putin regime's ability to wage war and threaten other nations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kings Heads.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks today. And as has been noted in this House, it is unfortunate, notwithstanding my respect for the member from Wellington Halton Hills, that there has been a condemnation, obviously an idea of support for Ukraine, and then the idea about pipelines and natural gas. Now, I take notice, yes, the situation in Ukraine is going to have bigger geopolitical dynamics in Europe on energy security. will this member agree with me that actually this conversation should be beyond pipelines and actually about Canada's natural endowments and how we can help supply our allies across the world with food that may be necessary, with critical minerals that may be necessary, and of course energy, including renewables, but that the scope of this motion is not really, it could have been worded and expanded in a different fashion.
Honourable Member for Brandon Surrey.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for his important question, and I will answer him by saying that he is correct. This is not just energy. There is a food, a supply of food requirement here that is not probably going to be met if the Ukrainian people can't put the crop in for the breadbasket of Europe this spring. But it does take energy. And Madam Speaker, probably the biggest reason we're in the dilemma today is because over the years there hasn't been it's been a bit short-sighted, and there hasn't been the vision to build these pipelines so that they can actually do two things: reduce greenhouse gas emissions around the world and make sure that our allies are not put in a difficult position of being dependent upon a regime like Putin's that can shut the tap off.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since the beginning of the conflict, the Conservatives have been pressing the government to put in place measures when it comes to energy and when it comes to sanctions. This morning we learned in the newspaper La Presse from a serious journalist that Roman Abramovich controls 28% of a company which is providing steel for the Trans Mountain expansion and for the Coastal GasLink pipeline. Igor Makarov, another Russian oligarch, is involved in another Albertan energy company. These two individuals are on the American list of Putin's allies. Canada has not yet excluded them from the possibility of having their goods confiscated. Does my colleague agree with the Liberals? Should we apply a different policy to these people, or should we sanction them right now?
Well, I think that's a similar question to my colleague that asked that earlier, and I want to thank my colleague from the Bloc for his serious question in the House here today as well. The more sanctions that we can put on Russia right now, and similar perhaps in Belarus, the better we are in regards to closing off the flow of funds and dollars into Ukraine to fund their war effort. The oligarchs, the people that have invested in some of these industries, are not immune to that and need to be sanctioned as well.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I certainly agree with parts of this motion, the first and the second, but it's the third that I have the problem with in terms of that oil and gas provision and the way that it seems the Conservative Party is trying to take advantage of this as some sort of deal that they can make. Wouldn't it be actually better if we could talk more about that humanitarian assistance? International development assistance is only at 0.31% of our GNI this year because of consecutive governments' decisions to cut. Does this member agree that Canada should be increasing its funding for international development, and instead, in this motion, they could have asked for that from the government in the upcoming budget?
The Honourable Member for Brandon Surrey.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for her question as well. There again, I go back to the answer that I gave in my first question. It's a lack of vision or the short-sightedness of the government that's in power today for not being able to have the vision to be able to foresee that some of these things might be needed down the road. But the best time to plant a tree is today. And I think the best way to deal with the Putin regime taking over and trying to destroy the country of Ukraine as well as its people is to sanction them as harshly as we can today, but put in place have the vision to put in place the types of donation support programs, military support.
You have to resume debate. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It's always a pleasure to speak in this chamber. It's always an honor to speak on behalf of the people of Calgary-Midnapore. As well, I come here today as a proud woman who is 1/4 Ukrainian, so it is an honor for me to be here today speaking not only for the people of Ukraine, but also my ancestors, in fact, who come from this incredible nation that is so challenged at this time. Madam Speaker, as you know, when I arrive in this chamber, it is always with a lot of thought beforehand to the matter of the day and the opposition motion that we have here today. And so as I come here, I wonder about the situation that we find this resilient nation in. The same question comes to my mind that I ask for many of the world problems, many of the problems we have seen in our nation recently. And that question is, how did it come to this? How did it come to this? Well, I'll give you some insight into that, Madam Speaker, according to the research that I've done. Madam Speaker, if we look to an article by Bill Browder of AFP, we will see that Russia has been a stagnant economy now with the most extreme wealth disparity of any major country and endemic hopelessness that infects millions of ordinary citizens, so not a great place from which Putin can begin. A New York Times article I have here, Madam Speaker, says, Mr. Putin has described the Soviet disintegration as a catastrophe that robbed Russia of its rightful place among the world's great powers and put it at the mercy of a predatory West. He spent his 22 years in power rebuilding Russia's military and reasserting its geopolitical clout. The Russian president calls NATO's expansion menacing and the prospect of Ukraine joining it as a major threat to his country. As Russia has grown more assertive and stronger military, his complaints about NATO have only grown more strident. Putin, Madam Speaker, also knows that the West has never really held him accountable for his past actions. Since 2008, he has invaded Georgia, taken Crimea, occupied eastern Ukraine, bombed hospitals in Syria, shot down a passenger plane, and hacked governments and businesses around the world. The West's response? A few sanctions, removal from the G8, and the expulsion of a mere handful of diplomats. How could this happen, Madam Speaker? Well, Canada, Madam Speaker, does in fact have a part. Let's look to the speech from the throne, Madam Speaker, where it stated within there, this is the moment. This is the moment to fight for a secure, just, and equitable world. Yet what do we see? What do we see? Well, we see this government's lack of action in Venezuela, no clear offer to mediate the conflict, ignoring the roles of Russia and China, who are scheming here together potentially for further action. We saw too little aid, too late, with Digest Venezuela recently saying that 96% of Venezuelans are living in poverty. In Saudi Arabia, Madam Speaker, we saw very similar disaction from this government against dictatorship, against lack of democracy, where the use of Twitter was used to speak against the kingdom following the imprisonment of civil society and women's rights activists. We saw this government aid with an export permit of $1.5 billion worth of arms, and yet they dragged their heels here, Madam Speaker, when it came to Ukraine. And they never spoke up, Madam Speaker, in December of 2008 with the murder of the journalist Khashoggi. Let's go to Hungary now, briefly, Madam Speaker, where Orban centralized power, weakened the rule of law, weakened academic freedom and press freedom, and the Trudeau government, the Prime Minister's government refused to take a tougher stance against Orban. So again, I say it didn't have to come to this. Leading up to this, Madam Speaker, Canada should not have ignored its investment in Canada's military. Maintaining our NATO commitment to invest 2% on military spending should have been prioritized, but it never was, Madam Speaker. Our Conservative 2021 platform called for intensifying Operation Unifier, Canada's armed forces military training and capacity building mission in Ukraine, supplying Ukraine with lethal weapons and reinstating the provision of radar sat imagery. Madam Speaker, my colleague who just spoke, the member for Brandon-Cirrus, indicated that this government has consistently had a lack of vision, a lack of foresight in protection not only of Canada, but the rest of the safe Western democratic world. This also, of course, Madam Speaker, is relevant when we speak about energy. Madam Speaker, you may have seen the Globe and Mail article by Konrad Jakubowski, who said, Canada missed the boat during an LNG development boom a decade ago. It must not make the same mistake again, yielding to pressure from environmentalists who oppose LNG export terminals and gas pipelines on the grounds that such developments prolong global dependence on fossil fuels or prevent Canada from meeting its own greenhouse gas reduction targets will only end up strengthening the hand of Mr. Putin and his fellow dictators. So you see, Madam Speaker, we are not using this opposition day motion to divide Canadians. We are giving Canada an opportunity to help the world, to defend the world with the use of our clean, safe, natural resources. But I wish I could say it ends there, Madam Speaker, with just Canada not having done its due diligence, not having done its work in the world. It goes beyond that, Madam Speaker. Did you know, Madam Speaker, that Russia is currently a member of the International Court of Justice, the very international body which may try this leader and this nation for war crimes, as we are seeing? Madam Speaker, Russia also sits on the United Nations Economic and Social Council. How can that be, Madam Speaker, that this dictator is determining economic and social policy between nations for the entire world? Madam Speaker, on the current membership of the Human Rights Council includes nations such as Eritrea, Bolivia, Cuba, Venezuela. I'll talk more about these nations momentarily, Madam Speaker, but they do not have a standard of excellence historically for supporting human rights. And of course, Madam Speaker, Russia is currently on the UN Security Council. Unbelievable, Madam Speaker. So it is not just Canada that has been derelict in its duty of holding this nation to account. It has stood beside other nations of the world who has let this happen. We saw this most recently with the draft resolution AES 11 condemning these actions in Ukraine. And it is true that dictators are standing with Putin. Belarus, North Korea, Eritrea, Syria, the United Nations, an organization that is to promote the safety and the well-being of the world, has not done its work here. When it comes to the world and natural resources, Madam Speaker, I turn to an article by Stephen J. Blank entitled The Balkans and Euro-Atlantic Energy Security, where he states, Russia's objectives in helping to foment this crisis are clear. They entail restoring our energy in its energy hegemony and political leverage over numerous European countries. In addition, the European Union recently released a report where it stated energy policy is often used as foreign policy tool, in particular in major energy-producing transit countries. The Commission said, as part of a revitalized Europe energy and climate diplomacy, the EU will use all of its foreign policy instruments to establish strategic energy partnerships with increasingly important producing and transit countries or regions. And finally, the EU will continue to integrate Norway fully into its internal energy policies. The EU will also develop its partnerships with countries such as the United States and Canada. So, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I will say Canada has failed in not allowing this situation to escalate, in not allowing this invasion to take place, and it is alongside the world. And so this government's idea that we are simply, anyone in this House's idea, the Bloc, the Green Party, the NDP, the idea that we are putting forward this only for our interests is untrue. We are standing today for natural resources, for the safety and security of Canadians, but also our rightful place in the world as a leader and protecting the safety and the security of the world as well, Madam Speaker. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech, and the Conservative line today seems to be that energy policy is part of foreign policy. When I listen to their speeches, I interpret this in a different way. Are they not making using foreign policy to serve big oil. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to my colleague. You know, I sit here every day when the House is sitting, and all day long I listen to the Bloc's questions about the environment, and they're questions that target the oil and gas industry. So they're saying that it's wrong to speak about oil and gas, but they are using oil and gas as a tool, a political tool, every day in this House. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I am shocked with so many elements raised in this debate. This motion is like a wolf in sheep's coat. For the Conservatives to tout energy policy as foreign policy in the face of the humanitarian crisis in the Ukraine is deplorable. I appreciate the need to have long-term strategies. However, we must do so with the same spirit and courage as the Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. Does the member agree that if we ask the president how to assist his beautiful country and his beautiful people, that oil and gas expansion measures is the last thing that he would ask for?
Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, I thank my colleague very much for the question, and I've really enjoyed having her in the House as the new member for Nunavut. But I would disagree with what she is saying. I believe that the president of Ukraine, a free and democratic nation, would absolutely support our opposition motion here today. And the idea to build pipelines and methods of ways to get our ethically produced, clean, natural resources as a gift to all of the world, including his own nation. So I disagree with this member. Indeed, I believe he would welcome this Opposition Day motion, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore, what she may believe President Zelensky wants is more likely to be consistent with what the Ukrainian lead at the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change said last week. Dr. Svetlana Krakowska said the root causes of the war in Ukraine and the root causes of the climate crisis are the same: dependence on fossil fuels, and Ukraine stands against them and for renewables.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you very much to my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands. What this Opposition Day stands for and what our party stands for is what these other parties seem to be against, and that is freedom, that is democracy, that is world order, that is the rule of law. And guess what? When you have those things, you get better outcomes for the environment, you get better outcomes for women, you get better outcomes for minorities, and they should learn that. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her great words. It's not just that we will do everything that we can to help Ukraine at this time, but I think our allies and friends in Europe would really appreciate, something to back up the threat of their gas dependence and oil dependence that is now jeopardized. Would she not agree?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my incredible colleague from Sarnia-Lambton for that question. And she is right, as I'm sure she has also read the report from the EU, which states that Eastern Europe needs to move beyond its energy dependence from Russia. So my colleague's exactly on track with her line of thinking, as well as that of the European as well, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Prise du débat. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kings Heads.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to acknowledge that I'll be splitting my time today with my honourable colleague from Toronto, Danforth. I'd like to thank the member from Wellington Halton Hills for bringing forward this conversation today. I've sat in this House and listened to the debate, and I do agree with some of the colleagues who have expressed their displeasure with how the actual text of the motion is worded, and I agree with that. Because it starts to implicate our unity for Ukraine and bringing in elements that, although I think are important to discuss, can sometimes create a divide in this House. And I'll explain that. for those Canadians that might be sitting home watching, like, what is an opposition day motion? It's the opportunity for the opposition parties to raise issues, to allow us to vote on texts. It is non-binding on the government, but it does allow us to have conversations. So let us look at the text of that motion that is being put before us here today. First is essentially condemning the Russian invasion of Ukraine. There is not one single member in this House, Madam Speaker, who does not agree with condemning that unprovoked, illegal action that we've seen. The second is a broad principle of support for Ukraine, for Canadians with Ukraine heritage, and just generally the idea that we would be there for the country. Again, I don't think that there's any member in this House, indeed any Canadians, that would be against that type of principle. We've shown unity. We need to continue to work in that regard, and I agree with that. The last part of this motion is a call on the Government of Canada to undertake measures to ensure natural gas pipelines can be approved and built to Atlantic tidewater. It's about trying to protect European defence and security and allowing Canadian natural gas to replace Russian natural gas. As I've said before in this House, Madam Speaker, what I wish the member from Wellington and Halton Hills had done is taking a more global view of the changing foreign policy situation, because what I would submit to this House, Madam Speaker, is this. On February 24th, we not only seen a Russian invasion into Ukraine, which is terrible, which is horrific, which we've all condemned, I would submit to this House that it is a further attack on rules-based international order and Western liberal democracies. And as I've listened to some commentary in this House today and in the days past, what I want to encourage my colleagues and Canadians to understand, notwithstanding the fact that no one has a crystal ball on what the days will look like ahead, is that February 24th is a change in time, really. It's the end of the post-Cold War period. I mentioned, Madam Speaker, I'm 31 years old, born in 1991. From the fall of the Soviet Union until February 24th, we've seen relative peace in the world, notwithstanding conflict. We have not seen this level of state-to-state engagement. And as the Deputy Prime Minister has rightfully pointed out, this is not just about an attack on Ukraine, it's an attack on all of us. And I think that warrants a conversation about Canada's position in the world. I support what we've done to date, Madam Speaker, on the sanctions, on the liquidity for Ukraine, on the military hardware, and on the work that our Minister of Immigration and Refugees and Citizenship has done to create pathways for Ukrainians that want to come to Canada. Again, I think we're unified in that. But there is a conversation. This text of the motion is too narrow. Madam Speaker, we have to look at all the natural endowments that we have in this country and how that becomes part of our foreign policy and our way to help support other Western liberal democracies around the world. It has been pointed out, particularly in Europe, of their reliance and their dependence on Russian natural gas. 25% of imports on crude oil are from Russia. What has not been discussed as much is the importance of critical minerals and that how reliant Europe is on China for that. And I want to look at what we've seen, not just in Ukraine, but what we've seen at votes at the United Nations, how China, how India have abstained. We look at China and Russia's axis, and indeed, in the 2 years that I've had the privilege of being in this House, Madam Speaker, we've seen some of the human rights atrocities from China. We've seen the situation with the two Michaels. There is a changing geopolitical dynamic. I don't want to sound alarmist. And again, no one has a crystal ball. But I think the sands are shifting around the world. And I think that there is a mature conversation that needs to be had in this place about how Canada moves and positions with it. I would submit through you, Madam Speaker, to my colleagues that European parliamentarians are thinking about this. They are thinking about their energy security. They are thinking about their food security. There is a tension, as we know, between Canada and the global movement towards a low-carbon economy, and of course the continuation of fossil fuel products to support energy security right here today. And we've heard that play out amongst our colleagues in the debate. Colleagues have rightfully pointed out, Madam Speaker, that you don't just turn on the switch. The investments, the initiatives of the government don't result in a 6-month turnaround. I would argue, Madam Speaker, that whether it be green and renewable transition or the interim energy transition for Europe, Canada has a role to play in both. We have a role, I believe, in the next 10 years as Europe looks to reduce its reliance on Russia and China to be there. On food, let us understand that Ukraine and Russia are two major important players in the international food system. Madam Speaker, it is very difficult to plant a wheat field when there are Russian tanks driving through those fields. It's very difficult for Ukrainian farmers to be tending to their crops when they have to carry guns to fight Russians in their own country. That is going to have implications around the world. What can this government do? What can we do as parliamentarians to provide recommendations on how our Canadian agriculture can be a backstop? Again, Madam Speaker, we are almost on the spring harvest. These things don't turn around overnight, but I think the implications will last beyond just a few months. This is a longer-term play. We have to understand that the world has fundamentally changed from a foreign policy lens. I want to talk about the text of the actual motion. And I've highlighted, of course, that I wish it would have been separated. We could have let the Ukraine situation be a united front, and we could have had a more nuanced discussion on Canada's role in the world vis-a-vis our critical minerals, our food capabilities, our energy, and the like. But when I go back to the text, there is no mention of actual LNG facilities. We talk about pipelines. There's no mention of the fact that we should actually be examining existing pipelines and perhaps whether or not they could be repurposed to support a quicker response to Europe in the interim. In my home province, Madam Speaker, of Nova Scotia, Goldboro LNG was a proposed project. There's no mention of the fact that when you actually ship natural gas through a pipeline, if you want to get it to continental Europe, you actually have to liquefy the natural gas so that it can be transported. That is another, what I would argue respectfully, a flaw of this particular motion, that doesn't come into account. So I'm going to leave it at this, Madam Speaker. I think we can all agree that we condemn Russia's invasion into Ukraine. We can all agree that we need to continue to do everything possible to explore the toolkits of what we can do to provide to the Ukrainian people. What we need to have is a more nuanced conversation about Canada's role in the world and whether or not the geopolitical change we've seen in the last week is something of just a short-term measure or this will be more nuanced into the future. I take the view, Madam Speaker, that this is going to have implications for at least a decade to come. And we need to have a serious conversation about how we can collectively, as parliamentarians, have the same respectful dialogue, how we can give recommendations to the government to respond accordingly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, and I thank the member for his thoughtful commentary there, and I welcome his conversation and discussion, and I agree it needs to be had. But I do not believe that the issues of energy independence and our ability to support other good actors in the world, other democratic nations like those in Europe, through our natural gas, I think it's actually key and critical because of the dependence of Europe on natural gas puts them at a difficult position. So I think these issues are completely intertwined, but I look forward to a further conversation. I'm wondering if he had comment on that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Kings Head.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, I agree with my colleague. When you look at the situation that Germany was in, given the reliance of Russian natural gas and the complete foreign policy change that they've taken, which is just fundamentally a change, there is vulnerabilities to our allies in the world. I would argue on food security. I would argue on energy security. And for colleagues like myself that agree about the need to transition to a low-carbon economy, that also includes critical minerals. The European Union imports 98% of critical minerals from China. And so when we look at that dynamic, what is our role in the Western world to provide the tools that are going to be necessary to a transition to a low carbon economy, but also the fuel that's going to be necessary to get Europe through the next 5 to 10 years, given the uncertainties that we're seeing in Eastern Europe?
Commentaire, questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my honourable friend from King's Hants, we're hearing from European Union experts in energy. We're hearing from the German Minister of Economy and Energy that this crisis in Ukraine is drawing them to move faster to renewable energy. They are not talking about fossil fuels, and nobody from Ukraine or the European Union has been heard to say once, we need Canadian pipelines or we need Canadian fossil fuels. What does he think accounts for this debate today?
The Honourable Member for King's Hants.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, to my honourable colleague, I've looked and watched the proceedings of European Parliament. When you actually look at the Chancellor in Germany, they've just invested in 2 LNG facilities to actually be able to backstop the fact that they know that there's going to be energy insecurity. Am I in support of making a transition? Absolutely. But let us not make the mistake that Europe is asking for energy, not only on a transitionary basis for the next 5 to 10 years, but also the critical minerals that are going to be important to make the transition that my honourable colleague is talking about. They are both extremely important. It's that nuance. It's not black or white, and it's gray. And in the middle, we have to be there on both accounts.
The Honourable Member will have 2 minutes of questions after oral questions. Déclaration des députés, statements by members. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week's IPCC report put me in mind of something Al Gore said years ago. If we didn't act on the climate crisis, it would be like taking a nature walk through the book of Revelations. Well, the 4 horsemen of apocalypse are all saddled up. We have pestilence, we have plague, we have famine, and now we have war, and we have the threat of nuclear war. How do we confront these existential threats, which we must, not separately, not sequentially, but by recognizing that they're connected? The threat of war, the threat of dictatorships, the climate crisis. We must address them together and fight as if our lives depended upon it, because they do. We must fight for democracy. We must fight against all wars and end nuclear weapons. We must work harder for a livable planet. And I close with these words from the head scientist from Ukraine, heading the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change Ukrainian delegation. Svetlana Kharkovsky said, climate change and the war have the same root cause: fossil fuels and our dependence upon them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 43 years ago, on this date, I arrived in the great country of Canada as an international student, feeling excited for new opportunities, but also alone. Today, I want to acknowledge the challenges faced by all who are compelled to leave their country of origin, just like I did. Given the upcoming International Women's Day on March 8th, we need awareness of the current hardship felt by the strong and resilient women of Ukraine, as well as all women around the world who continue to fight, whether it's for their freedom, access to equal right, or equal pay. As our government continues to support and stand in solidarity with Ukraine and the Ukrainian Canadian community against Russia's egregious attack, we must pay attention to the women coerced into separating from their families, the women fearing for the lives of their children, and the women who must unwillingly learn about weaponry as they prepare for the wars. On March 8th, while we recognize the remarkable women in our communities, let's amplify and praise the work.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In 2009, I paid tribute to a dear friend, Jack Danes, who had just entered the Alberta Sports Hall of Fame as a rodeo builder. In addition to being a 2-time saddle bronc champion, Jack started the world-renowned Danes Rodeo with the cowboy in mind. His contribution to the sport of rodeo in Canada was unsurpassed. Friends and customers at the Innisfil Auction Mart were treated every week to his gravelly auctioneer's voice, his no-nonsense version of down-home justice, and his tremendous pride in our Western heritage.
It was often said that Jack Danes was the Western Canada's Don Cherry. He loved his family and his country, and he promoted Canada every chance he had while welcoming fair-minded strangers whenever their paths would cross. Mr. Speaker, with Jack's recent passing, we mourn the loss of one of our most influential and passionate citizens. To his wife, Audrey, and his children, Joanne, Dwayne, and Brenda Lee, and to the rest of the Danes family, we share in your loss as we pay tribute to a true Canadian legend.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, as we all know, February was Black History Month, and the theme for this year was February and Forever, celebrating Black history today and every day. Even if February is over, all year long we must continue to learn, recognize, celebrate Black history and Black Canadians in our communities and support Black-led organizations and businesses. Equally, we must take actions in our everyday lives and commit to actively be anti-racist in the fight against systemic anti-Black racism. In the spirit of celebration, I want to celebrate and acknowledge some of the organizations doing crucial work in our community, such as Black Lives Matter Fredericton, the New Brunswick African Association, the New Brunswick Black Artists Alliance. I want to highlight the initiative of the University of New Brunswick, who put up banners in downtown Fredericton to honor Black New Brunswickers, including Anna Minerva Henderson, a civil servant and poet who was the first Black federal employee of Canada. We have a duty to remember those who paved the way and transformed our society. Finally, in honoring the global fight against systemic racism, I want to conclude by saying that we cannot close our eyes and we must denounce the reports that citizens from African countries have been mistreated, dehumanized, and even stopped at neighboring country borders while seeking safety, trying to flee war-torn Ukraine. The hatred must stop here and everywhere. It is my hope that all members in this House will join me in supporting the successes of Black Canadians and condemn all forms of anti-Black racism. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, times are difficult. Pandemic, climate change, the war in Ukraine, things could be discouraging, but there is hope. The future is feminist. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the future is feminist. It's not only the theme of the International Women's Day, it's the promise that we make. A few days ahead of March 8th, I'd like to remind people that there are millions of women all over the world who are on the front lines in fighting COVID-19. Greta Thunberg's work and the work of millions of women and girls to stop climate change is admirable and essential. Angela Merkel, there are female politicians who have stood up to Vladimir Putin. The world counts on women in all areas, on their leadership, their intelligence, and their vision. The future depends on women. The future of the world depends on women. The future is feminist. Happy March 8th to everyone. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, Bourassa would not be the inclusive and diverse riding it is without the women who are committed to building a strong and vibrant community. For the past 5 years, I have used International Women's Day to recognize the work of these women who deserve to be celebrated. On March 8, 2022, I will honor Christina Jeanne Catoudal, Dr. Yolande Charles, Isabelle Desrochers, Josepina Di Girolamo, Antonita Omar, Gilberte Rodrigue, Jacinthe Sicotte, and Cecilia Soto Flores. They will be awarded the Medal of the Member of Parliament for Bourassa with Marie-Françoise Mégy. Today, I wanted to pay tribute to these exceptional women because my late mother would have been 103 years old today. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the war criminal Vladimir Putin continues to escalate his illegal invasion of our beloved Ukraine. Canadians remain horrified, and we must continue to do everything we can to help. I welcome the government's announcement of providing additional lethal aid, such as rocket launchers and grenades, which Conservatives have been calling for since 2018. This equipment is essential to protecting Ukrainians on the front lines, but Canada can and must do more. We have brand new Roll 1, Roll 2, and Roll 3 mobile field hospitals sitting in storage. These hospitals could mean the critical difference between life and death on the battlefield. Canada should also provide tactical first aid kits to the brave Ukrainians fighting for freedom, and we should also donate high-quality field rations to ensure Ukrainians are supplied with enough food to endure the war that Putin has imposed on them. Visa-free travel for Ukrainians is essential to moving as many women, children, and seniors out of harm's way and do it as swiftly as possible. And I know Canadians stand ready to welcome Ukrainians with open arms who are fleeing Putin's barbaric war. Slava Ukraini!
The honourable member for Labrador. I believe you're on mute. I believe the honourable member's on mute. I'll let her start over.
Nakamik, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we stand united against Russia's invasion and attack on Ukraine and its people, we must continue to work across all party lines and with our international counterparts to stop this seamless attack on democracy and innocent lives. Russia's threat to Ukraine is a threat to all of us who promote democracy, independence, and a free, just society. We will stand up to President Putin's attacks by expanding our ability to protect the sovereignty of our Arctic nations. Canada is conducting joint exercises with other Arctic nations, investing in more defense equipment and enhancing our Arctic surveillance and intelligence capability. We have announced major investments in the North Warning System. Canada and the United States continue to work together to ensure that NORAD is modernized to meet both our existing and emerging threats to our continent. We will continue to unite against Russia's affront on Ukraine and stand with all those fighting against this tyranny. Thank you, Nakamik, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
The last 2 years have been difficult for more reasons than one can count, and finding ways to connect and celebrate life with the good people around us has never been so important. And that is why I'm proud to rise today to say that it is time once again for my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges to become Irish for the day at the annual St. Patrick's Day festivities in Hudson. Cette année, les membres
This year, members of the Soulanges Irish Society, in collaboration with the Hudson Hospitality Association, Hudson à Table, and local Vaudreuil-Soulanges businesses, will celebrate all things Irish with fun community activities and an old-fashioned stroll down Hudson's Main Street with St. Patrick's Day Grand Marshal Mitch Melnick, the Irish Person of the Year Ken Doran, Queen Emma Gauthier, Princesses Chris Walsh and Robin Broderick, as well as Mitch Gallo.
This year's St. Patrick's celebrations are not to be missed. So on Saturday, March 19th at 1 p.m., come one, come all to Main Street in Hudson for some fun, some much-needed cheer, and some much-needed good old Irish hospitality. Yes.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today, I would like to wish everyone in the House and across the world a happy International Women's Day. Every day, Canadian women make vital contributions to communities across our country. For years, women have stood up against sexism and inequality. Women's contributions to our farms, our businesses, and our homes make our communities vibrant and dynamic. While women have come a long ways towards true gender equality, we know that issues such as gender-based violence, human trafficking and sexual exploitation, and unequal representation continue to disproportionately affect women. It's time we put in the work and provide concrete policy solutions that will address gaps, empower women, and provide them with necessary supports and resources to achieve their full potential. We know that when women succeed, all of Canada benefits, because when you see it, you can be it. Happy International Women's Day.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we approach International Women's Day, I would like to recall that we still have to fight to preserve our rights and fight for equality and equity for women. In crisis situations, it is women who are most affected. Today, we are looking at Ukraine. The first images of this war, wounded women, women giving birth in the metro, female politicians, teachers, mothers who take up arms to defend their nation at the risk of their lives. The courage, resilience, and determination of these women should inspire us all. Let us salute their courage as they fight for democracy. They are an example to us all. Mr. Speaker, I would like to conclude by recognizing the exceptional work of the women in our government who are at the forefront of managing this global crisis. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of National Defense, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. What a source of pride to see these women in important leadership positions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, many of my constituents in York Simcoe are hearing from family in Ukraine who are suffering as the Russian invasion continues. A letter shared with me reads, I write this with a heavy heart. We are experiencing more bombing and more communities are being leveled to the ground. Chaos is spreading and many people are dying. The beautiful St. Sophia Cathedral here in Kyiv is older than Russia itself. How long until a missile destroys it? We're terrified because we don't know where Putin will target next. I'll be hiding in my bathroom trying to sleep tonight. I hope my mother and sister and I can evacuate tomorrow. There are thousands of us trying to flee. I don't know how I can leave my husband, my brother, my father behind. Mr. Speaker, these words remind us that the people of Ukraine who live in Berhov, Crimea, Bravia are no different than people who live in Canadian towns like Bradford, Georgina, or East Gwillimbury. Our hearts are with them right now. Slava Ukraini!
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to Ken Epp, the MP from my area from 1993 to 2008. Ken passed away on February 20th at the age of 82. It is always sad for those of us left behind to have to say goodbye to a great leader and a great friend. But that sadness is tempered by Ken's confidence that death is a doorway and not an end. Ken's hope in an eternity with Jesus and with his dear wife Betty, who predeceased him, is one that I and many in our community share and draw comfort from. Now, Ken was a math teacher before getting elected. It was a natural transition from teaching math to young people to trying to teach math to liberals. Unfortunately, I think his students did a better job grasping mathematical concepts than did his colleagues opposite. One of Ken's key parliamentary accomplishments was to sponsor and see the passage at second reading of Bill C-484, a bill to recognize unborn victims of crime. This bill achieved substantial cross-party support. But we will remember Ken not primarily by the speeches he gave or the votes he cast. We will remember him by the joy, the grace, the humility, and the kindness that characterized his long service. He remained faithful throughout to his convictions and to the virtues that defined his life. Ken changed Ottawa, but Ottawa did not change him. Yes. Thank you, Ken, for your service and your example.
Before we continue, I just want to remind everyone, I just want to remind everyone that there are statements being made, and we all want to hear what's going on with the statements. They're very important to all of us. The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, March 8th, we celebrate International Women's Day. This year's theme is Breaking the Bias, and what better example than Marianne Coveney from Erin Mills. She was a teacher at Loyola Catholic School and a trailblazing hockey player. She led Team Canada to undefeated victory in the first ever women's World Hockey Tournament in 1987, the first game ever played by a Canadian women's national team. In her own words, she took one giant step for womankind. She helped pave the way for women's hockey teams who continue to do us proud globally. Marianne loved the game so much that she would fearlessly chase Zambonis off the ice to let women's teams finish their match. She played hockey into her 60s while she was teaching. She played, Mr. Speaker, until 2020 when she got sick. Sadly, Marianne Coveney passed away earlier this year after a long battle with cancer. She was a fighter, and her story will continue to inspire Canadians forever. Happy International Women's Day. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today I am honored to recognize Therese Taylor, publisher and editor of The Leaf, an iconic local newspaper serving Winnipeg Centre's community of Wolseley, West End, and Spence neighborhoods on their 10th anniversary. The Leaf is a beloved local newspaper highlighting stories focused on local, national, and international issues. I know that I always look forward to the upcoming issues of this grassroots community newspaper containing high-quality stories that keep me up to date with the heartbeat of our community. This woman-owned and operated paper continues to grow and expand with Teresa's newest publication, Streets, now available to Winnipeg Centre's West End. Congratulations on your growing success, Therese. Thank you for your heart, dedication to justice, and contributions to our wonderful riding of Winnipeg Centre. Here's to the Leaf, here's to Streets. I am always proud to lift up strong women today and every day. Continue to rise, Therese.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, according to the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, 1 million people have fled Ukraine in the last 7 days. Thousands of people are being forced to leave Ukraine in search of safety in Poland, Hungary, Moldova, and other European countries. Many of them are women. Women with their children are crossing borders, uncertain of their future, with courage. I want to join my voice to that of the President of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola. I would like to start by saluting the incredible courage of the women of Ukraine who are fighting, who are forced to find shelter for their loved ones in bunkers, who are giving birth in metro stations, and who are leading the fight on the front line. I pay tribute to their courage, strength, and resilience in these particularly dire circumstances. That courage, that resilience, that strength fill us with admiration. To those who are suffering this heinous war, to those who have fled it, to those who have taken up arms to defend their country, we stand with you. This war will end and women will rebuild.
Українці перемогуть.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, in 1891, Ukrainians first came to Lamont County, where I grew up, known as the cradle of Ukrainian settlement in Canada. The first MP of Ukrainian descent was elected in Vegreville in 1926. Lakeland is home to symbols of Ukrainian food, faith, and culture, the world's largest pesika, historic sites, Ukrainian immersion school programs, and more than 22,000 Ukrainian Canadians. There are so many families with loved ones who are fleeing Putin's attacks and violence or joining to defend and to fight for Ukraine. The moving words of Ukraine's national anthem show their grit and steadfast spirits. Ukraine's glory hasn't perished, nor her freedom. Upon us, fellow compatriots, fate shall smile once more. Our enemies will vanish like dew in the morning sun, and we too shall rule, brothers, in a free land of our own. We'll lay down our souls and bodies to attain our freedom, and we'll show that we, brothers, are of the Kazakh nation. Canada must match words and empathy with more aid and more action to secure the safety, peace, and freedom of the people of Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to sadly inform this House that Hamilton lost a much-admired journalist this week. Steve Arnold was known for his unquenchable curiosity, gentle demeanor, and profound intellect. For more than half his 40-year journalism career, he was a business reporter at the Hamilton Spectator, delving deeply into Hamilton's business, manufacturing, and labor sectors. For many of those years, Steve lived in my riding of Hamilton Mountain, and his work was consistently meaningful for my constituents in steel and manufacturing sectors. I got to know Steve as a colleague at the Hamilton Spectator. Years after I moved to broadcasting, he continued to offer advice and support because he was someone always generous with his time and knowledge. When he finally retired, well, he never really retired, Mr. Speaker, because journalism was never a job for Steve Arnold. It was a calling. He continued to write for community papers and the Canadian Jewish News. And today I offer my sincerest condolences to his wife, Pam, his friends, his family, and all those whose lives were touched by his words.
Oral questions. Question orale. L'honorable député de Mégantic. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, on Twitter, Facebook, or any other social media, there's a huge
disinformation campaign on the situation in Ukraine. I get daily messages filled with falsehoods about the illegal invasion by Putin's regime. Too many Canadians are getting these messages, many of which repeat word for word what the Russian ambassador to Canada has said. In October, the Prime Minister said that disinformation was a threat to democracy. Why does the Prime Minister still tolerate Russia's chief propaganda officer in Canada, the Russian ambassador? Will he expel him, yes or no? The Honourable Minister of National Defence. Before I answer, I'd like to take this opportunity.
Andriy Burkevich, the chargé d'affaires of the Embassy of Ukraine to Canada. Welcome to the House of Commons.
I'll take this opportunity to remind the honourable members of the rules, but I'll let the minister go on with her answer.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We must defend Canadians against disinformation and propaganda. We will never tire. We will not be intimidated by tyrants who want to undermine our democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable.
Slava Ukraini, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, l'agression.
Mr. Speaker, the ongoing, continued illegal aggression of Ukraine by the Putin regime is a clear warning to the free world. According to National Defence, more than a third of our Army's equipment and vehicles are unserviceable. Our air capacity is limited. Former Liberal MP, Lieutenant Colonel Andrew Leslie, said that those who were telling us a few days ago that Russia wouldn't invade Ukraine are the same people telling us today that Russia will stop after taking Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, a simple question. Are we ready? The Honourable Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, of course we're ready. We are neglecting nothing in bringing support to our Ukrainian friends, and to that end today I announced that we are intensifying further our support with two new significant contributions to provide more lethal aid. It's our priority to stand with the people of the Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives, of course, support every effort to aid Ukraine in their battle against the Russian invasion. And given Canada's very vocal support internationally, and given the threats issued by Putin and the Russian regime to punish those who try to stop them, Canada must be prepared for a worst-case scenario. This is the government's paramount responsibility, Mr. Speaker. So to the Defence Minister, I ask, what meetings has she had with Cabinet and her allied counterparts to prepare Canada in the event Russia acts on their threat and retaliates?
Good question.
Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président, merci pour.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the question.
Government is prepared for any eventuality. We are putting in across-the-board measures to support Ukraine in this situation. We have NORAD modernization as our priority. We are working very closely with our American counterparts, and we will leave no stone unturned for the safety and security of this country, this continent, and indeed Ukraine itself. Thank you, Mr. President.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, Russia has 40 nuclear-powered weaponized icebreakers. Do you want to know how many Canada has? 0. Russia has 18 military bases near Canada's Arctic border, whereas we are struggling to get one naval base up and running.
Shameful.
Yesterday, Russia's foreign affairs minister said, quote, a third world war will be nuclear and it will be devastating. These remarks are deeply concerning and present a serious threat to our national security and public safety. So I'm asking the government, what measures are they taking this seriously, Mr. Speaker? I'm not quite convinced by the Minister of Defence answers. What meetings has she had to make sure we are prepared?
Yeah, great question.
Well, Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to assure my honourable colleague and this House of Commons that we are indeed prepared for every eventuality, including the information that we have received relating to nuclear oversions that Mr. Putin has been making. I would like to say that we need to be non-provocative and we need to be rational in this situation, and we need to act together as a country and support each other in this time of need. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. According to former Lieutenant Colonel and Liberal member, Mr. Speaker, deterrence will be what stops the Russians. And deterrence alone. The Russians have 18 military bases in the Arctic, and we have but one. Mr. Speaker, the Russian ambassador, who's the chief propaganda officer for Russia, is still here in Canada. What exactly is Canada doing to deter the Russians and the Putin regime from coming here to Canada? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that our government is very serious about protecting our northern sovereignty. What we are going to do, Mr. Speaker, is continue to work with the United States to defend our continent and our country as well. Mr. Speaker, we have the Coast Guard, and they are going to defend us.
Monsieur le Président, il y avait...
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, 3 days ago there were 500,000 people who'd fled the war in Ukraine. Today there are 1 million. I welcome the efforts of the government with the emergency travel authorization, but more needs to be done and faster. The Minister calls it an emergency travel authorization, but it will take 2 weeks to implement. After that, we don't know how long it'll take to process applications. With the number of refugees doubling so fast every 3 days, how long will it take before these people are actually in Canada? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, today we announced a new program for that people. It will reduce the red tape and accelerate the processing of applications from Ukrainian refugees for a period of 2 years. There is no limit to the number of people who can apply. This process will operate very quickly, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, Canada needs a large-scale air operation to get refugees here. We must be prepared to charter as many flights as possible to accommodate an influx of refugees that's swelling by 500,000 people every 3 days and could increase as Russian strikes become more brutal. The government has the support of the Bloc Québécois in its support for the Ukrainian people, but things have to go faster, especially since half of the refugees are children. Will the government organize this airlift? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, first of all, we will do everything we can to support Ukrainians. We will also, we know that some members of family members of Canadian citizens may want to begin a new life in Canada. All those arriving in Canada as part of these measures will be eligible for an open work visa and will be able to get to work quickly if they so desire. And we will work very hard for them and for their families.
Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, we need to stop the war in Ukraine. And to do that, we need to put pressure on President Putin where it counts, and that's his wealth. We know that his wealth is held in the hands of Russian oligarchs like Roman Abramovich. So will the Prime Minister commit to specific targeted sanctions to sanction the wealth and assets of these Russian oligarchs that's held in Canada.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker. Let me just answer, Mr. Speaker. Together with our allies, we are ensuring that Russia's actions do not go unpunished. Who have we levied sanctions against, Mr. Speakers? President Putin directly, key members of his inner circle, his foreign minister, oligarchs close to the Putin regime, members of the State Duma, and we're not done yet, Mr. Speaker. We will keep working with our allies to impose sanctions that are meaningful across the board. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We must stop the war in Ukraine. And to do this, we have to put pressure on President Putin or on his wealth. We know his wealth is in the hands of Russian oligarchs like Roman Abramovich. Will the Prime Minister promise to freeze and seize the wealth of Russian oligarchs in Canada? The Honourable Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, as I already said, we have already put sanctions on President Putin and the main members of his inner circle, the oligarchs close to his regime, and we will continue to put pressure, maximum pressure, on Putin's regime along with our allies. Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, in a February 2017 joint statement between the U.S. President and the Prime Minister, our Prime Minister committed to modernizing our equipment for NORAD. 5 years later, nothing's been done. The Prime Minister needs to wake up to the fact that Vladimir Putin is a danger to Canada, and right now we don't have the capacity to defend the far north. Will he keep his promise to modernize NORAD, or is that yet another promise he never meant to keep? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Alongside our American partners, our government is making the investments necessary to modernize NORAD. It is a personal priority for me and for our government, and I've had many conversations with the Secretary of Defense of the United States about our continued cooperation to protect the sovereignty of our Arctic, to protect our continental defense, and to work together for the benefit of the safety and security of our world. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. That's interesting, Mr. Speaker, because according to an April 2019 report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, the committee was surprised to discover that Russian military forces had significantly bolstered their air and naval capabilities in the Arctic. Committee members said the North Warning System was at the end of its life, and they didn't understand why no funding had yet been provided for its replacement. The Prime Minister promised in 2017 to modernize NORAD, and in 2019, the committee recommended he provide the funding. It's now 2022. When will he do it? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are investing significantly. We're making key investments in personnel, equipment, and infrastructure in the north. What we have done, Mr. Speaker, is up till recently, we granted a multi-million-dollar contract to NASA Corporation, an Inuit company, for the operation and maintenance of the North Warning System. We remain firm and unshakable in our defense of the Arctic, along with our international allies.
Rockies.
Mr. Speaker, Putin's invasion of Ukraine has taught us all that we can't take our own Canadian Arctic sovereignty for granted. Russia recently filed a claim that adds 705,000 square kilometers to Russia's current Arctic claims. From U of C professor Robert Hubert, quote, "We haven't seen a country before that extended over its neighbors. Here's a situation where they're claiming the entire Canadian and Danish continental shelf as part of their continental shelf. When will this government stand up to Putin and defend our Arctic sovereignty?"
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
you, Mr. Speaker. And there is no situation that is stronger than our own sovereignty in this country, and Arctic sovereignty is an integral part of that. Canada's Arctic sovereignty is long-standing, well-established. We work with our partners in the Arctic Council to ensure that we will continue to exercise that sovereignty well. We are taking stands with our Arctic Council partners to ensure that Russia gets the message strongly. We will not attend meetings in Russia, and we will put a pause on all activity with Russia as we continue to defend Arctic sovereignty in Canada.
Honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, with an aggressive Russian invasion of Ukraine, European countries recognize how dependent they are on Russian gas supplies. 40% of Europe's gas comes from Russia, and Europe's security now has a gun to its head. Coal plants are being brought back online, undoing years of progress on emission reductions. Energy and security analysts have been warning about this danger for years. The government has lacked Canadian vision on this matter. When will this government end its efforts to replace Canadian energy with offshore resources from hostile regimes?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the brutal invasion of Ukraine, European countries have very much made clear their decision to end dependence on Russian oil and gas. European countries have made it clear, including during this week's meeting of the International Energy Agency Ministerial, of the pressing need for Europe to accelerate the transition to renewables and hydrogen. We are conferring and working closely with our allies on short and long-term options for stabilizing and ensuring access to long-term energy supply. I am engaged directly with our American and European counterparts, and we are steadfast in our support for Ukraine and our European allies.
Well, member for Calgary Centre.
An interesting approach, Mr. Speaker, but since this government came to power, Russia's natural gas exports have increased 35%, and Canada's exports have declined. The result, tens of billions of dollars have flowed to fund Putin's war machine. A decade ago, Canada had 14 LNG projects preparing to supply energy to an insecure world. Now, thanks to this government's aimless policies, none are built and only one is under construction. This is a choice with now obvious consequences. Will this government revise its regulatory regime to allow Canadian natural gas to get to Tidewater?
Yes.
Well, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said earlier in the chamber this week, we have made the decision to ban the importation of all petroleum products from Russia. We are working actively with our European colleagues to ensure both short-term and long-term access to energy supplies. And we're working very, very proactively with the energy sector in this country, including with the Pathways Alliance, to ensure that we are producing our energy resources in a manner which is consistent with addressing the climate crisis.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, Ukrainians are fighting for their lives in a war financed by Russian energy exports. Dependence on Russian natural gas threatens Europe's energy security and fuels Putin's war machine. The world needs Canadian energy to displace conflict oil and gas now and for a peaceful future. Will the government agree today that an east-west energy corridor is vital not just for the Canadian economy, but for global energy security and a world where dictators like Putin can't finance war?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we and certainly European countries would agree that the dependence on Russian oil and gas is a significant problem for Europe that it must move to address. European ministers have made that commitment, including in the International Energy Agency Ministerial that I participated in earlier this week. We are working very actively with our European colleagues and with our American colleagues to ensure that we are working to help address both short and long-term energy supply issues in the context that Europe and Canada have committed to do, which is in the context of fighting both the crisis in Europe and the crisis of climate change.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. The IPCC confirms that 3.5 billion people are highly vulnerable to climate change. And let's not forget that 70% of those living in precarious conditions are women. As March 8th approaches, I emphasize that women will be the main victims of climate change. This brings me back to what this government has done. Tomorrow, the government will give an update on the Bay du Nord project and the 300 million barrels of oil it involves at minimum. Knowing the impact this decision will have on climate change and women, Bay du Nord, yes or no? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government fully recognizes the importance of the decision on the proposed Bay du Nord project. And as the member will know, we are following a legislated process. And Mr. Speaker, we are reviewing all the evidence, including the Impact Assessment Agency's environmental assessment report, in order to arrive at the best possible decision. And Mr. Speaker, I would assure the honourable member that that decision will be made in due course.
The honourable member for Repentigny. It was the Minister of Environment himself who announced that he would be giving an update on Bay du Nord on Friday. That's tomorrow, not 10 months from now. Normally, when you call the press for an announcement tomorrow, it's because you have something to say. And you know already. So I'll ask again. Bay du Nord and its 300 million barrels of oil in the middle of a climate crisis? Is it yes or no? It's not complicated. The Honourable Minister.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, this is a decision that is under consideration as we speak. Mr. Speaker, we recognize the importance of a decision on this proposed project. We're following a legislated process, as I said, and it's going to be based on the best available scientific evidence. And importantly, we are considering the advice of the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada, which the honourable member will know is independent.
The honourable member for Repentigny. You know what? The only environmental assessment the government should be concerned about is the IPCC's. The UN Secretary General says it's the most devastating scientific report he's seen in his life. That's a big deal. The government, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Parliamentary Secretary, they all say that their decisions are based on science. Well, here's what science says. There's no such thing as clean oil, and certainly not 300 million barrels of it. Science confirms that unbridled carbon pollution is driving the most vulnerable populations to destruction today and right now. So, Bay du Nord, yes or no? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, do I have the floor, Mr. Speaker? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the honourable member has mentioned, the IPCC report shows that all countries need to take bold climate mitigation and adaptation action to fight climate change. We absolutely must continue to cut emissions and build resilience through our society. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, since we took office in 2015, our government has committed more than $100 billion to climate action, and we're developing Canada's first ever national adaptation strategy. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue leading the fight against climate change.
Member for Foothills.
Europe, Asia, Africa all rely on corn and wheat from Ukraine, the region's breadbasket. With Russia's invasion, a global food crisis is emerging. The United Nations has already warned of catastrophic hunger, and hundreds of millions are facing famine. Canada can help. We have a crippled supply chain, punishing carbon taxes, a looming rail strike, and PEI farmers are being forced to destroy millions of pounds of potatoes. In a global food crisis, when Canadian farmers want to help, why is this Liberal government neglecting Canadian agriculture?
The Honourable Minister for Development.
Mr. Speaker, at a time of crisis like this, I completely agree that Ukraine does supply the developing world with wheat. This crisis is going to be extremely serious. I have been at the UN speaking with the heads of the World Food Programme and other organizations, and Canada can play a very important role in this. We'll work with our counterparts on how we can provide support for the developing nations at their time of need. Thank you.
Well, member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, countless people in Ukraine are fleeing from ongoing Russian aggression. This is a major refugee crisis. Over 1 million people have fled Ukraine. Canada can be a safe haven. History demands that we act, and act now. Fast-track visas are simply not enough. On what date will the visa requirement be lifted?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my critics of all party for their spirit of collaboration and cooperation over the past number of days in advance of the announcement we made this morning. And that announcement is historic. It's going to remove many of the barriers that typically result in refusal so we can welcome as many Ukrainians fleeing this war as possible, as quickly as possible. But I would also point out to the honourable member that we started preparing on January 19th. And since the beginning of this year, more than 6,100 Ukrainians have already arrived in Canada, and we will continue to do more because that is the very Canadian thing to do.
The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For decades now, Canada and Quebec have been home to a huge part of the Ukrainian diaspora. Ukrainians are hardworking people. 1 million have already fled into neighboring countries to escape the atrocities of war. Can the government show a bit of empathy and a bit of flexibility, which we've been calling for since February 17th? And let Ukrainians into Canada without visas as soon as possible, i.e. now. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, Putin's war against Ukraine is a war on democracy. For a month now, we have been processing PR applications for Ukrainians, giving them priority processing. And we are extending their visas to stay. And today we made an announcement for Ukrainians fleeing the war to come to Canada more quickly and safely. It's a good thing for Ukrainians and for Canada.
Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, the cost of living is going through the roof, and yesterday the Bank of Canada raised interest rates. Paying rent, buying food, and medicine is seriously concerning for seniors. Some of the most vulnerable seniors have been anxiously waiting for months to get their GIS paid back. The government is doing the bare minimum to help people get by, and time is running out to fix the government's GIS mess. Will seniors be left out in the cold again because a Liberal government couldn't fix the problems they created?
Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, we know that seniors are hurting, and we have had the backs of Canadians throughout this pandemic. We know seniors that normally receive GIS payments are facing challenges today because they were supported by the CRB and CERB. In the economic and fiscal update, we presented our government's plan to alleviate financial hardship of GIS recipients who received CRB or the CERB. We will continue to investigate ways and respond to the needs of seniors, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, sanctions are one of the strongest tools we have to support Ukraine and deter Russia. This government has said it intends to block Russian ships from docking at Canadian ports, and we support this. But while they're ironing out the details, at least 4 Russian-owned vessels are bound for ports on our east coast. Dock workers have said they won't unload the cargo if it arrives. Will the government take decisive action to implement the ban now before dock workers are forced to do it themselves?
Minister for Transportation.
Mr. Speaker, our government stands with Ukraine and Ukrainian people, and we will not let the Russian aggression go unpunished. That's why our government took swift and decisive action to ban Russian flights from entering Canadian airspace. That's why our government took decisive and swift action to ban Russian ships from entering Canadian waters. Our government will do whatever it takes to stop the unprovoked Russian aggression against Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, last December 16 and 17, Super Typhoon Rai, or Typhoon Odette, hit the Philippines. The typhoon caused significant devastation to communities, destroying homes and infrastructure, and took the lives in the Philippines. The impacts of this natural disaster are still being felt in communities in the Philippines almost 2 months later. Can the Minister of International Development tell us what Canada is doing to support the people of the Philippines? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of International Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member from Mississauga, Streetsville, who was also the first Filipina in this chamber as well. Today, I'm announcing that Canada will provide an additional $2 million in funding for life-saving humanitarian assistance to the Philippines to help the most vulnerable people affected by Typhoon Tai. This funding builds on the $3 million of humanitarian assistance announced last year that Canada provided to the Philippines. Mr. Speaker, our hearts go out to everyone impacted by this typhoon. Thank you.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, during the election, the Prime Minister was clear on his solutions to address out-of-control housing inflation. He said he was going to ban foreign ownership on homes in Canada. And yet, when the Member of Parliament from Simcoe North proposed to do just that at Finance Committee, the Liberals voted that amendment down. Is this Prime Minister only serious about giving young Canadian families a chance at home ownership when he needs their votes?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Speaker, we've been very clear on our commitment to implement a temporary ban on foreign buyers of non-recreational residential property. The member opposite knows very well that the amendment he's referring to was ruled out of order in the committee and would not have been enforceable even if it passed. We are committed to moving forward on this issue. If the member opposite and their party are serious about it, let them bring an amendment that can actually work, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Well, the committee heard the amendment and we voted on it, and that party voted it down. Now, we're only trying to get this Prime Minister to keep his promises, Mr. Speaker. Home prices have increased a gobsmacking 43% since 2019, and these Liberals only seem to pursue new ways to increase the price of housing and push people out of the market. Their latest scheme of mandatory energy labeling at the time of sale has been described as a crazy thing to do in the middle of a historic housing affordability crisis by the Ontario Real Estate Association. Mr. Speaker, when will the Liberals get serious about housing affordability for young Canadians and ditch this crazy new scheme of theirs?
The Honourable Minister.
I welcome the opportunity to set the record straight. You know who's not serious about housing affordability, Mr. Speaker? That party. They voted against the foreign vacancy tax. They voted against the first-time homebuyer incentive. They voted against investments in affordable housing. They voted against the Rapid Housing Initiative. They voted against the top-up to the Canada Housing Benefit. They voted against the National Housing Co-Investment Fund. They voted against Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Marley came into my constituency office last week, tears in her eyes and her heating bill in her hand. She was worried because, you see, the price of living has skyrocketed, but her payment at work has not increased at all. She'll pay part of the bill, but she can't pay all of it. She'll have to make up for it next month, hopefully. But the problem is that she's doing this with every single one of her home bills. To make matters worse, the carbon tax is increasing by 25% on April 1st. My question is simple, while those across the aisle boo me for my question. And it is this: on behalf of Canadians, when will the punitive tax hikes be stopped?
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
The opposition is raising the issue of affordability, so let's review what we've done since taking office. We lowered taxes for the middle class twice and raised them on the wealthiest 1%, and the Conservatives voted against. We created the CCB index to inflation, and the Conservatives voted against. We provided seniors with a 75-years-old one-time payment of $500, and guess what? The Conservatives voted against. This side will focus on affordability. That side should get on board.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
It's nice to see some enthusiasm over there, Mr. Speaker. Canada's duty-free access to the U.S. market, our largest and most important trading partner, is under threat like never before. That's right. Tariffs on softwood lumber, punishing Buy American provisions, and now the possibility of highly integrated auto supply chains will be disrupted by more U.S. tariffs. In Tuesday's State of the Union address, President Biden stated, instead of relying on foreign supply chains, let's make it in America. That is code for protectionism. What is the minister doing to protect our lumber, auto, manufacturing workers from more U.S. trade restrictions?
Great question. Great question. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for that important question. Let me start with a fact.
We have seen the highest trade between Canada and the U.S. than we have seen in our history of our trading relationship. That demonstrates that trade is working between our two countries. Of course, in a relationship as large as the one between Canada and the U.S., we have to continue to cultivate this relationship to the benefit of our workers and to our businesses. I was just there this Monday, just a few days ago, meeting with the USTR, with congressional leaders to continue to defend Canada and this really important market that we have access to.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, new mothers who lose their jobs at the end of their parental leave still have no access to EI. Even though 6 courageous women fought before the courts against the federal government to end this injustice, and even though they won, because Ottawa is appealing the ruling. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, the government is appealing so it can leave young mothers who have lost their jobs to fend for themselves. Will the government stop this appeal? The Minister. Mr. Speaker, this has shown that there are major injustices in our social system, and that is why the government is meeting with a number of partners across the country to better understand how we can reform EI so that it responds to the needs in workers, including mothers. The court is independent, and it has decided to appeal the decision. This does not change the commitment of our government in any way, and we will continue to work to reform the EI system. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, it's truly embarrassing. This is the week of March 8th. We are celebrating the rights of women, but that government is before the courts so it can keep the right to deprive young mothers who lose their jobs of EI, and it claims to be feminist. Think about it. It's unbelievable. Women had to sue the EI Commission because the government refused for years to fix this injustice. And even though they won, this government wants to appeal. How can this government imagine that it still needs to fight? Mr. Speaker, is this the type of fight a so-called feminist government should be engaging in? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, we are talking about an independent court, and the EI Commission is also independent, and it is the one who made the decision. But we understand, Mr. Speaker, and we are working very hard to adapt and modernize the EI system so that it better meets the needs of all workers, including mothers.
The Honourable Member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
For 2 years, Canadians have been doing the hard work of getting themselves and each other through this pandemic. Saskatchewan and Alberta have done away with their mandates, with Ontario, Quebec, Manitoba, and the Atlantic provinces doing the same this month. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister is doubling down on mandates, and our allies around the world are moving on. No leadership and no plan. When will the Prime Minister end the mandates?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to receive this question from the member for Ontario. I'd like to signal that we've been working extremely hard, extremely well with Minister Elliott and the Ontario government over the last few months in order to protect the health and safety of Ontarians. Just to give an example, the vaccination operations that took place in Ontario probably saved thousands of lives and avoided billions of dollars in losses to families and businesses over the last few months. This is good news, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to work for the people of Ontario.
The Honourable Member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, I'm glad to hear that the minister is delighted to get my question, and I'm glad to hear that he's been working with the province of Ontario. But on behalf of all Canadians, I would be delighted if this minister and this government would tell Canadians what their plan is to end the mandates. When is this government going to stop firing their public servants? When is this government going to stop moving backwards while the rest of the country and the provinces are moving ahead with less government restrictions and more individual responsibility? I'd be delighted to hear from this minister a plan to end the mandates.
Hear, hear. The Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, the member is entirely right to talk about responsibility, both individual and collective responsibility. Individually speaking, I think most members of this House have been vaccinated, many of them with a booster shot, which is exactly the right thing to do. Collectively, we had, at least on this side of the House, and I think we worked collaboratively with opposition parties, a responsibility to protect everyone's health and safety, ending up with a large vaccination rate across the country, which are in fact the reasons for which we are able to get lockdowns away and to turn to more sustainability and affordability when it comes to moving through the crisis.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals still require all incoming travelers to be tested for COVID-19, even for cross-border day trips by car. Now the Liberals have added another hammer. Canadians who drive home and do not present a negative COVID test are fined $5,000 or told to stay out of the country for 10 days. Wow. Ottawa is using financial penalties to keep Canadians out of their own country. Why does this government continue to punish Canadians with these mandates? And is this financial barrier to enter Canada even constitutional?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to be able to continue on this topic. The reason I mentioned earlier for which we're going through this crisis better and faster than many other countries is that Canadians have made the right choice. They were vaccinated in large numbers. That's why we are seeing large falls in the number of cases, large falls in the number of hospitalizations. The deaths are also decreasing, but that's not, Mr. Speaker, by chance. That's because Canadians have made the right choice and have been vaccinated and have followed public health measures.
The honourable member for Laval-Les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, this new bill seeking to modernize the Official Languages Act would never have come about without a great number of Canadians who participated, whether it be through individual meetings or hearings in committee. And we have also received letters and telephones, and so we are very grateful for the unbelievable participation of Canadians. Can the President of the Treasury Board explain to this House how she will ensure that this bill is respected? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his question and especially his tireless work for his constituents in Laval-Les-Îles. The respect of the Official Languages Act is not only an obligation, but it is essential to be more effective in delivering our services to Canadians. Bill C-13, which modernized the Official Languages Act, will reinforce the official language powers of the Treasury Board to ensure the compliance of federal institutions. It will also ensure a heightened role of oversight, audit, and assessment. The right to work in French within the federal public service is and always will be non-negotiable.
Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned about the possibility of a work stoppage at CP Rail that would shut down supply chain across the country. CP Rail and the Teamsters have been negotiating, but strike action is possible as early as March 16th. Can the government tell us what steps they're taking to ensure that Canadians do not experience another supply chain crisis that will drive the cost of everything up even further?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for this important question. Our supply chains are critical for our economy, and I want to thank the workers of CP and CN and other organizations who have done the hard work during the pandemic, during climate events where we're there for Canadians. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, and assure my colleague, we are monitoring the situation. I met with the President, with the CEO of CP. I met with Teamsters. It's really important that we maintain the fluidity of our supply chain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just inflation is hurting small businesses in my riding. Chinridge Seeds is a birdseed producer in Taber, Alberta that relies on imported ingredients for their production. The cost of a single truckload of the ingredients went from $6,000 to $19,000 in a few months. The irrigation pipes went up by 30% that are critical. Don, the owner, told me this: we do not need handouts from the government. We just need them to get out of the way. So will this government stop their spending spree, get out of the way, let small businesses prosper, and the ball river riding?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Speaker, the pressures created by supply chain disruptions and the shift from buying services to buying goods are real, and we're monitoring that situation closely. Now, as it relates to inflation, there are other structural costs which makes life less affordable for Canadian families, and chief among them are housing and childcare, and that's why our government has a robust national housing strategy and a childcare plan that's covering Canadians from coast to coast to coast. The average Albertan family will save $5,600 this year.
The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Buongiorno, Signore Presidente. Maria, a single mom in my riding, has struggled for years to obtain a visitor's visa for her son, but IRCC told her he's not a priority. There are many Canadians like Maria being told seeing their family again is not a priority. They are left to suffer from IRCCS's long delays and backlogs. Can this minister tell us when they plan on clearing the backlog so that families can reunite in Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the honourable member for her question, and I'm pleased to share that over the past few months since I've been appointed minister, I've been working hard to advance investments that were actually going to have a meaningful impact on processing times. We've hired more than 500 new staff. We've invested more than $85 million. We've moved towards digital features that will boost the productivity of our department. And we've increased overall immigration levels. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to report that the combined impact of these investments have allowed us to approve over 100,000 permanent residency applications already in January and February alone. We're going to continue to make investments to improve processing times because Canadians.
For West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, hundreds of First Nations across British Columbia rely on fishing as a primary source of revenue. Their success not only resonates in their community, Mr. Speaker, but across British Columbia. Could the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans please update this House on how the Pacific Integrated Commercial Fisheries Initiative is helping Indigenous commercial enterprises, including the Sechelt First Nation in my riding?
Well, Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country for his question and his tireless work for his community. This funding initiative supports First Nations commercial fish-based enterprises right across British Columbia. Last week, our government announced $11.8 million to support business development and training for 31 Indigenous companies, representing 117 First Nations. We're committed to supporting First Nations in their work to create a thriving coastal economy.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the workers of the Auditor General's Office have been on strike for over 3 months and without a labour contract for over 3 years. The absence and the silences of the President of the Treasury Board is not helping. As this strike drags on, impacts will be felt on the performance audits of this government in important areas such as emergency preparedness, cybersecurity, homelessness, and vaccination expenses. It's time for the Minister to step up. Will she finally act to ensure a fair contract for these professionals? The Honourable Minister of the President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, we are determined to reach agreements with all of these people that take into account the economic context. We are at the negotiating table, and the Auditor General's Office is carrying out their own negotiations, and these complies with 99% of those of the Central Public Administration during the negotiating round in 2018. Thank you.
Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change published their most recent report, described as an atlas of human suffering and a damning indictment of failed climate leadership. Yesterday, 126 environmental and citizens groups and academics called on the federal government to now reject Bay du Nord, a proposed massive new deep water oil drilling project owned by a foreign company looking to extract up to 1 billion barrels of oil, equivalent to running 100 coal-fired power plants for a year. A response is due Sunday. Will the minister commit to rejecting this climate disaster?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I shared with our Bloc colleague a little earlier, we are following a legislated process on this very important decision. And Mr. Speaker, as I said, we're reviewing all the evidence, including the Impact Assessment Agency's environmental assessment report. I think the honourable member will be very happy to know our government conducts impact assessments using fair and predictable processes that are grounded in science and Indigenous traditional knowledge. And as I said, that decision will be made in due course.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for question period today. I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in our gallery of Mr. Andrei Bukovich, Chargé d'Affaires of the Embassy of the Ukraine of Canada. Thank you. And I want to take this opportunity as well to remind the honourable members that there is no pointing out anyone in the gallery. The Minister of National Defence pointed it out. We haven't had people in the gallery in a while, and we're just starting to again. So I want to remind everyone in the chamber that calling out at any time is not permitted.
We have a point of order. The honourable member for Terrebonne. Perhaps we'll wait a few minutes. I'll ask everyone who's going to leave, who has to leave, to leave.
Asking everyone who is leaving, please leave and take your conversation with you, because we do have business to conduct here.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was consultation among the parties, and I think you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That this House call on the government to create a compensation for Gatineau business owners who also felt the impacts of the occupation of downtown Ottawa, reflecting what was set up by the federal government for Ottawa businesses. All those who oppose what was proposed by the honourable member will say nay. Okay. The House has heard the motion. That all those who oppose the motion say no. Adopted.
The honourable member for Victoria is rising on a point of order.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to table a very important report which was referenced during question period earlier this week and is relevant to the motion being debated today. That report, Mr. Speaker, is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report entitled Climate Change 2022, Impacts, Adaptation and Vulnerability. With that, I would request unanimous consent to table this report.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. I'm afraid we don't have unanimous consent. If I can have your attention, please. 100 years ago, on March 8th, 1922, history was made in this chamber. At the opening of the first session of the 14th Parliament, Agnes MacPhail, the first woman elected to our House of Commons, took her seat as the Member of Parliament for the riding of Grey South East. One woman along 234 men. Prêt?
Nearly 55 years after Confederation, and with the women's suffrage movement clearing the way for her, MacPhail fought tirelessly for her riding and was re-elected to Parliament 4 times. She served in the House for nearly 2 decades.
Agnes MacPhail was 31 years old when she was first elected to Parliament. She had never been to Ottawa, and after seeing the Parliament building said, and I quote, they were all I imagined and more. My devotion to Canada was so great and my nerves so taut at the time that tears sprang to my eyes, end quote. And if you have not noticed, there's a bust of Ms. MacPhail, and it's located at the entrance of this chamber. Thank you. Merci. We have another point of order. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands is rising.
Mr. Speaker, it's actually an add-on to your statement, for which I'm very grateful, and I would like to put it into somebody's consideration that the statue of Agnes MacPhail, which is out of view of visitors to this place, be considered to be added to the outer foyer, the Chamber of Men. And I'd like to suggest that perhaps that might be considered at some point. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the honourable member for her suggestion, and we'll see how we can deal with that. Now the honourable opposition House Leader is rising for the Thursday question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in the spirit of Agnes MacPhail, this is a absolutely wondrous place to be part of, to be able to sit in our symbol of democracy. And I, for one, feel just as emotional every time I step in this place as she did. Mr. Speaker, we are heading back to our constituencies for a couple of weeks to do the work that our constituents expect of us. We will be coming back on March 21st, I believe, and it is my honor to ask the Government House Leader what business we can expect at that time.
Well, Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and let me thank my honourable colleague, and to him and to all members. I hope that they have a productive 2 weeks working in their constituencies and with their families over the March break period. Mr. Speaker, today, this afternoon, we're going to continue with the debate on the Conservative Opposition Day motion. Tomorrow, we begin report stage of Bill C-8, an act to amend certain provisions of the Economic and Fiscal Update. And I'd like to inform the House that on the week that we return on March 21st, also on March 22nd and on Thursday, March 24th, these shall all be allotted days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very good. Orders of the day.
Order émanant du gouvernement, travaux des subsides.
Government orders.
Opposition motion on the invasion of Ukraine and natural gas pipelines, standing in the name of Mr. Chong.
Resuming debate. The honourable member the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm particularly pleased to follow that recognition of Agnes MacPhail, proud person who came from East York. We have a park named after her in my community, and as a woman myself, glad that she helped pave the way to be able to have people like me here to speak. Now, yeah, I think so. Good shout out to her. I'd like to begin by clearly stating that our government, and the whole of this Parliament condemn President Putin's invasion of Ukraine. And all of us in this place stand with Ukraine. We have stated that clearly over and over again. This is a great moment of unity in this place. I must say, Mr. Speaker, we can speak a lot about divisions and what divides us, but on this point, we have been absolutely united. At a time when there's much talk about healing divisions, I'm concerned that mixing within this motion issues upon which we have unanimously agreed with very important debate that we should have and can have on energy projects, it's unfortunate. Just days ago, we unanimously passed a motion brought by the member for Etobicoke Centre that condemned the unjustified and unprovoked attack on Ukraine, which was ordered by Russian President Vladimir Putin, and stated that we stand unwavering and united in our solidarity with the people of Ukraine. That has been passed already as a motion by everyone unanimously in this place. So I would like to take a moment to highlight our unity in this place. While we can often disagree vehemently on many issues, on this one, we are agreed. And I respect the member opposite who brought this motion. I hope he will agree with me in amplifying this unity. We should amplify it. And that we very much all stand together. We may debate issues of energy security and energy policy, but it doesn't mean that we're not united in principle. And I would like to make sure that as we come to the end of this debate today, that is something that we amplify. Now, let's take a moment to talk about Russian oil and gas and energy security. Firstly, we have not imported Russian crude since 2019, and we're now imposing a ban on the import of Russian oil and gas products going forward. This won't impact Canada's energy security based on our low imports. How about Europe's energy security? Today, the International Energy Agency released a 10-point plan to reduce the European Union's reliance on Russian natural gas. I found it was an interesting read. Their suggestions included replacing natural gas supplies from inside the EU and nearby non-Russian imports. They suggest accelerating the deployment of new wind and solar projects, maximizing generation from existing dispatchable low-emission sources, such as bioenergy and nuclear, speeding up the replacement of gas boilers with heat pumps, accelerating energy efficiency improvements in buildings and industry, among other suggestions. I think it's important that we keep this plan in mind as we discuss the things that we're debating today on energy projects. The motion that's been put forward by the members opposite calls for natural gas projects to be approved in Canada to meet Europe's energy security needs. Now, Europe's energy needs are immediate. It takes time to build a natural gas project. Even assuming there was a project that today was fully financed and had full regulatory approval, it would need to be built. And that requires time. It's just a practical fact. Timing is important to consider. Our only LNG facility at an advanced development stage is not scheduled to start shipping to markets until 2025. Now, when we're talking about immediate needs, let's talk about all of the ways that we can support Europe at this time. Since it's part of the debate question, let's quickly review how projects are approved under the Impact Assessment Act. The Impact Assessment Agency of Canada is also responsible for coordinating Crown consultations with Indigenous people for all federally designated projects. Those projects are listed in regulations commonly referred to as a project list. Project assessments look at proposed projects' broader impacts, both positive and negative, including environmental, economic, social, and health, for the benefit of Canadians. Le processus est efficace et opportun et
The process is effective and works with the provinces and territories to reduce overlaps. Our goal is one project, one assessment. The process is predictable, it's foreseeable, it involves stakeholders effectively and efficiently, and identifies problems early.
All potentially affected Indigenous communities in reviewing major resource projects, and that is key to fostering sustainability, ensuring thorough and credible assessments, and to providing regulatory certainty for project proponents. In the case of impact assessments of major energy projects, the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada leads an integrated assessment and works collaboratively with life cycle regulators like the Canada Energy Regulator to draw upon their expertise and ensure that safety and other key regulatory factors are considered as part of a single integrated review. The agency also leads a dialogue with stakeholders and other cooperating jurisdictions to ensure an efficient and coordinated process that considers the views of Canadians. The single integrated assessment for designated projects is conducted through a panel review process and fulfills the legislative requirements of all relevant acts. Life cycle regulators participate in engagement and Crown consultation in all stages of the regulatory processes to encourage relationship building and seamless transition as the life cycle regulator carries out responsibilities to monitor project compliance with conditions throughout the project life cycle. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, this approach ensures that all project assessments follow a consistent and neutral process while maintaining the specialized expertise of Canada's regulators. Project reviews are timely. The default review time for large energy projects such as pipelines is 300 days, with the option to set a time frame of up to 600 days if necessary.
Decision-making under the Impact Assessment Act is based on the public interest, a decision which will account for all of the positive and negative impacts of a project. The Act also requires that the Minister publish the reasons for the public interest decision and demonstrate how the impact assessment report and the additional factors that must be taken into account were considered. This significant step provides information to Canadians about how project decisions are made. Madam Speaker, the Act also requires that Minister issue a decision statement that includes conditions with which the proponent must comply. These conditions include measures to mitigate a project's effects and follow up on environmental assessment predictions.
Our government firmly believes that the environment and the economy go hand in hand. We know that a strong economy depends on a healthy environment, and that effective and credible assessment processes support investment in resource development in Canada and maintain our economic competitiveness.
Our government is committed to a federal assessment process that is robust, based on science and Indigenous knowledge, protects our rich natural environment, respects the rights of Indigenous peoples, and supports our natural resource sector. The impact assessment process is designed to do just that. So, Madam Speaker, as I reach towards the end of my speech in this debate, I believe that combining the issues of support for Ukraine with the question of energy policy is inappropriate for today. We have, as a whole, undivided in this place, stated our support for Ukraine. And similarly, as a whole, we have condemned the actions of President Putin in invading Ukraine. We are united in our support and condemnation. We need a more thoughtful review and discussion about our approach to energy security around the world. Let's do that, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Before I go to questions and comments, j'ai l'honneur de faire savoir.
I have the honor to inform the House that the Senate has sent a message informing us that C-12, the Old Age Security and GIS Amendment Act, have been passed.
The Honourable Member Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for those comments on the bill we have in front of the House today. Let me ask her a question that's predicated upon 12 years of projects that we're advancing on the west coast of Canada that one by one fell off the table once her government came to power 7 years ago. And they did so because of a regulatory environment that was punitive to building energy projects in Canada. As a result, they built energy projects in Russia. Can she take some accountability that maybe now is the time to start building energy projects in Canada, not 5 years from now?
The Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I don't actually fundamentally agree with the proposition as is stated by the member opposite. We are working with Indigenous communities, with industry, with workers, and with people across Canada to make sure that we are engaged in responsible natural resource development. Takes into account creating good jobs right across our economy, at the same time protecting the environment. These are important things, and that's what Canadians want to see us do, taking into account the both.
You know, there's questions and comments, I think, coming from the opposition, official opposition, and they just had a question, so I think if they have any more, they can get up. As soon as I say questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for, Ottawa South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in 2014, I had the distinct privilege of conducting a pre-election assessment for the entire country of Ukraine for the National Democratic Institute in Washington, D.C. We were part of a delegation of 5 or 6 members, and at that time it was clear to us that Ukraine was struggling to become the modern democracy that it has since become. Unfortunately, I think the choice made by the official opposition to conflate and to confound 2 extremely important subjects. One is the state of play in Ukraine, and the other is the legitimate question about exports of fossil fuels to that region, Madam Speaker, has put this House, divided this House in a very unfortunate way. Could the member maybe address why it's so important for us to keep the tone of this debate, to keep these subjects separate and apart, as important as each of them are, given the tragedy that's unfolding today in Ukraine?
Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I really appreciate that question because it takes us to the point where I tried to leave off in when I was speaking, which is that there is a very real debate that we can have in this place in a conversation about energy security, about energy development, natural resources, important issues that face our country and face all of us. But at the same time, there are certain points that we need to amplify to everybody back home in our communities, which is where there is unity. Because we can agree and we can be reasonable in the work that we are doing in this place, and to show them that we are always working in the best interests of Canadians. We may have different views as to how we reach those best interests and how we reach those goals, but we are all here united, trying to get the best work done, and our Canadian constituents right across the country need to see that we're working together, and need to have it amplified when we do have that unity. They need to know that we can work together, and we do stand together for Ukraine.
And for a brief question, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her intervention. And I know that all of us in the House, as she mentioned, are standing in support of Ukraine and hopefully moving towards peace. I found it very cynical that the official opposition decided to take this time when people are literally fleeing for their lives to make it about a pipeline debate. I'm wondering if she could share some of her thoughts about that.
Answer from the member from the Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate that question because, like I said, there's an important place for these debates to happen. I'm not going to take away from that, but really, given the unity in this place in wanting to show support for Ukraine, shouldn't we be discussing all of those really important ways that we have to come together and can continue to come together to show that necessary support? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am splitting my time with the member from Red Deer Mountain View. I don't think any member of this House or any Canadian can not think of the devastation that's going on right now in Ukraine. The images that we see through social media and on the news are absolutely devastating. They're heartbreaking, and our hearts go out to the people in Ukraine and Ukrainian Canadians across the country. Part of this motion is to stand with the people of Ukraine. And I think we should think about what that means a little bit. It doesn't mean standing with a sign or a hashtag. It means actually doing things, deliverable, measurable things that are going to make things a little bit better for the people of Ukraine in this incredibly dark hour. One of the things that we're asking for to show how you stand with the people of Ukraine is visa-free travel. Now, the government has so far said, we're not doing it. Steadfastly, adamantly refused. And they've come up with a reason why. I heard the minister's remarks today. There may be some pro-Russian people who would therefore be able to come to Canada. and they're proposing some alternative immigration streams. The fact of the matter is that leaders deliver. They find ways to deliver things in tough times. And these are the toughest times for the people of Ukraine. So to hear excuses as to why we can't have visa-free travel is absolutely unacceptable for me as a parliamentarian, for Ukrainian Canadians, and of course for the people of Ukraine. What we're offering is different immigration streams. And I can say, as a former member of the Immigration Committee, that there are enormous backlogs in every single immigration stream. These backlogs are in the hundreds of thousands. So how will setting up a new immigration stream in a system that is already bogged down, backlogged, and not working, how is that actually going to stand with the people of Ukraine and deliver? I ask that in all earnesty to my colleagues across the way. We saw how a bureaucratic system of trying to evacuate Afghan Canadian interpreters and Afghan people during the fall of Kabul. The last thing we need is another bureaucratic mess like that. So I'm begging my colleagues across the floor, please have visa-free travel for Ukrainians. It is absolutely critical. What we do know as well is the second part of our motion is dealing with energy security. 40% of gas, natural gas, in the European Union is being provided by Russia. We also know that since December, President Biden has been lobbying natural gas producing nations to try and take off the pressure from natural gas coming from the Russian Federation. Canada is the 5th largest producer of natural gas, but unfortunately, we actually cannot help. Why can we not help? Because we have a no pipelines government, a government that refuses to take the steps necessary to get this resource to Tidewater. Now, up to now, that's just caused absolutely devastating economic losses across this country. In 2019, Canada spent $18.9 billion importing foreign oil. And of course, this included oil from the Russian Federation. Imagine if that was Canadian oil that we didn't have to. In fact, we export far more oil than we import. But all of the imports are coming on the east coast of Canada. Again, why? Because we have no way to get that oil and oil products to the east coast. Why can't we do that? Because we have a government that has made a determined choice to make that impossible.
Yes.
And there's consequences to these actions. Could you imagine what would be happening right now if Europe was getting their natural gas from Canada as opposed to Russia? So the decisions we make here can actually have implications far beyond our borders. Now, I know that there's conversations and discussions about renewables, and that's the way to go. And of course, everyone wants to move more towards a greener world, a greener economy. But the facts are the facts. It's estimated the natural gas consumption will increase by over 20%. In fact, it's going to increase by close to 22% by 2040. So the need for Canadian natural gas is only going to increase. And yes, there are cleaner ways to deliver energy. We know this. There is solar and other things. But right now, natural gas is replacing things like coal-fired electricity plants. That is way greener than coal. why this government continues to fight about this, I cannot understand. How they cannot see the importance of energy security, not just for Canada, but for stability around the world. And Canada can play a critical role in that. Think of where we would be if the Energy East pipeline had been built, and we would be exporting liquefied natural gas to Europe. It would be a great source of stability and security. And when we talk about needing security, I want to briefly talk about our own security. Canada's CF-18s were scheduled to be out of service in 2020. That was the end. But this government decided to reinvent a process that had already been done, and now we may not get replacements for the CF-18s until 2025 at the earliest. Crazy. 5 years well beyond their natural life expectancy. So when we look at a crisis like this, what's going on in Ukraine, we need bold action. I want to thank the government for the actions they have taken, because they have. But we need them to do more and do it faster, more urgently, especially when we're looking at having refugees come without visas. I have to go back to that. I have to go back to how critically important this is. Because I can bet if this is a special stream immigration program, this will take forever. It's already going to be coming in a couple of weeks. They could lift visa requirements now, and that would help people now. Not a program that's going to be designed in a few weeks and then take who knows how long to implement and then deal with already the backlogs at CIC. So I'm requesting that members of the government vote with us on this motion. I know that they condemn the invasion. I know that they are trying to stand with Ukraine, but they can do so much more. Let's vote for this motion. Let's get Canadian energy to be a safe and secure source of energy, not just in Canada, but around the world, that'll bring stability all across the globe. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille. Yes, that's right. Thank you, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I find that just in the title there's a type of conflation trying to mix the oil from Western Canada with the war in Ukraine. I find that somewhat troubling, and I would like to ask this question. You're 6 months away from the Conservative Party leadership run. Isn't that going to create even further divisions for you? I might remind the member that he must address his questions through the chair and not directly to the Member of Parliament.
I'm not sure what the question actually was there, Madam Speaker, but I will say this. As I said in my speech, the need for natural gas is going to go up by an estimated 22% by 2040. So we can pretend that we're going to live in a world where we don't need natural gas and that renewables are just going to magically take over all of our energy needs. That world doesn't exist. And so until it does, we actually need things like natural gas. So why don't we use the cleanest, safest natural gas in the world to help countries around the world and, of course, help Canadians and the Canadian economy?
Yes. The honourable member Courtney Albany.
I think we can all agree in condemning President Putin, and we stand in solidarity with Ukraine. But I'm deeply concerned. The member talked about things we should be talking about. Visa-free travel for Ukrainians coming to Canada, ensuring that there's more money maybe going through the Red Cross and matching those funds. Instead, what do the Conservatives do? They decide to exploit a war, Madam Speaker, and put in partisan Conservative pipeline politics into this situation, Madam Speaker. It's totally unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable, Madam Speaker. And I hope my colleague can speak to if he personally thinks that this is the right path, that we should be not focusing on pipelines today, and we should be focusing on how we can help Ukrainians right now and the best way we can support Ukrainians. Because, Madam Speaker, I find this shameful.
Again, I know that the honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon's been around for a long time and can answer that, so I would ask anybody else who's thinking out loud to maybe try not to think out loud. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Madam Speaker, you're making me feel old. Look, I think the nature of that question, quite frankly, is shameful. Energy security is one of the reasons why there has been such an issue with appeasing Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation. The threat of natural gas being shut off from Europe was a tool he used to try and exert his influence. So we can actually do multiple things at once. Maybe the NDP can only do one thing and say we can only do this, therefore we don't think about that. We can actually think about planning for the future where Canadian natural gas can provide energy security around the world while we do other things. We, in the Conservative Party, in the opposition, we can walk and chew gum at the same time.
Comments, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre. A brief question, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wonder if the member for Dufferin-Caledon is aware of what the Ukrainian delegate to the IPCC recently said, Svetlana Krakowska. She said, human-induced climate change and the war on Ukraine have the same roots. Fossil fuels and our dependence on them. We will not surrender in Ukraine, and we hope the world will not surrender in building a climate-resilient future. Do these words have any impact on the member's support for this motion?
Has just a little over a minute to respond.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, the member, for the question. It's a legitimate question. Well, what the member from the Green Party ignores is that often natural gas is replacing far more carbon-intensive and dirtier fuels like coal-fired electricity plants. So when we talk about natural gas, what we're actually doing is taking a much higher polluting source of energy and replacing it one with a much lower source of polluting energy, and that in of itself is a win. Of course, we dream of the day when we're all powered by solar and, who knows, even cold fusion. But those days aren't here. We're living in this reality, and right now, natural gas can actually provide the global security that we need, and I hope all members will vote for this motion.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and indeed it's with a heavy heart that I join this debate on the tragedy taking place in Ukraine. So in 2016 and then again in 2018, I attended OSCE, which is the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, parliamentary missions, first in Tbilisi, Georgia, and then in Berlin. Russian aggression, territorial interference, and misinformation campaigns were always uppermost in the discussions with member states. Economic actions, specifically the disruption of oil and gas supplies, were the threats that underlined the discussions, but there was always the fear that if they were not compliant, that Russia would use its military might to make their point. Of course, the Russian representatives to these meetings always denied any such motives, stating that any actions that they might contemplate were the urging of patriots within those nations. They were not believed then, and they're not to be believed now. The cooperation they sought on the Nord Stream project was a great example of Russian manipulation. Using European and North American fixation on green strategies and policies, they effectively produced campaigns to demonize hydraulic fracking, thus stigmatizing research and development in this area. By encouraging agreements with new gas pipeline projects for themselves, they knew that they'd be able to keep these markets to themselves. These misinformation campaigns, sadly, have been active on Canadian soil for years. And I'm a firm believer that we should neither glorify nor demonize any of the energy sources that we've been blessed with, and that we should remain stewards of our land, and we should also approach energy security with our eyes wide open. At the OSCE meetings that I attended, my Ukrainian counterparts were very blunt about what one could expect from any agreements made with Russia. They referenced the original Minsk agreements, which was a failed attempt at a ceasefire aimed at halting the Russian-backed separatists that had seized swath of territory following the Russia's 2014 annexation of the Crimean Peninsula.
The Minsk II deal, which set out military and political steps that remain unimplemented, primarily because of Russia's insistence that it was not party to the conflict and therefore was not bound by its terms. And the action of this last week made Ukrainian assertions about Russian aggressions made it abundantly clear that they were right all along. We can comment further on how this all came about, but the real focus now is that Ukraine has been brutally attacked by Russia. So what can we do now? How can we help Ukraine? How can we ensure our own sovereignty stays intact? And how must we react to the threat of nuclear escalation? And also, how do we react to a Russian leader whose personal reality is that of a Cold War dictator? Countries around the world have made strategic moves, which include the banning of Russian aircraft over their territory, as well as a series of sanctions placed on major Russian players. There are many more details to come in these areas, and hopefully these impacts will be such that they will not allow Russian oligarchs to slip through. There have been ambassadors expelled, as well as embassy officials recalled, all actions designed to help make the point that Russia has chosen to isolate itself on the international stage. The misinformation campaign led by Russia Today is being handled by individual communication companies. As we speak, these companies have taken RT off the air. Had the CRTC pushed this earlier, it would have been helpful. But kudos to the industry for stepping up. Having spoken to leaders of the Ukrainian community in Alberta, they firmly believe that we must ensure that humanitarian aid is available, that safe passage to Canada can be facilitated, that troops will be supplied with the necessary armaments, and that full pressure will continue to be applied to Putin and his regime. Actions such as Russia's removal from organizations such as the G20 and the OSCE were also suggested, as was the implementation of visa-free travel from Ukraine to Canada. On the issue of our sovereignty, there are lessons to be learned. Germany has now seen fit to increase its military spending to 2% of GDP. It, as well as many other European nations, have realized that they cannot be held as energy hostages and that a global analysis of this reality is now needed more than ever. This is part of a long-term fix, but no country is better suited to assist in this than Canada. We await the Liberal government's acceptance of this reality. Sovereignty also means dealing with the reality that Canada shares an Arctic border with Russia. We've let this reality slip from our consciousness, but a reawakening is necessary for us as a nation. There needs to be a serious plan for Canada's Arctic that will address the aging NORAD early warning system, fix our broken military procurement system, and ensure that we will work closely in collaboration with Scandinavian countries and the U.S. to ensure Arctic peace and security. The threat of nuclear action, which is Putin's latest veiled threat, is something that is disconcerting to all. But this is a reality that exists when leaders seek and attain ultimate control of their people. Perhaps the outpouring of support for Ukraine from within Russia, the potential of real economic collapse, not just the political and financial elites, but for the Russian people as well, and the current international condemnation will become strong enough for Putin to find another path, or for the Russian people to find another path for him. On the issue of energy security, I want to put on record segments of the address that I gave in July of 2016 to the OSCE meeting in Tbilisi, Georgia. And I stated that for Canada, energy security and clean energy transition go hand in hand. Energy efficiency and renewables are key parts of the equation. According to the International Energy Agency, improving energy efficiency alone could get us nearly halfway to Paris commitments, while improving global energy security. As part of its Energy Union strategy, the EU aims to enhance its energy security solidarity and trust by diversifying Europe's sources of energies as well. As you can see, energy security truly is a global challenge that calls for strong multilateral cooperation among our countries. Energy is the backbone of any economy and thus of our security. A healthy energy sector must be able to support the day-to-day needs of our people, sustain the growth of our economies, and contribute to the sustainability of our environment and natural resources. And according to the International Energy Agency, even with proposed diversification, the world's demand for energy could grow by nearly 1/3 by the year 2040. It went on to state that Canada is a stable democracy with a strong economy. We represent a secure, reliable, and ethical source of energy for the world's future. The Canadian oil and gas brand as well is well respected throughout the world by those that are knowledgeable about the industry. We have some of the strongest regulations on the planet. We demand that oil and gas activity be monitored, that producers properly respect landholders, and that companies adhere to the rules of proper reclamation. And when it comes to the fossil fuel debate, all we ask for is honesty and fairness. The profits, the royalties and taxes that come from this industry builds our schools, funds our hospitals, and allows us to contribute to help alleviate global poverty. Yet we are demonized by so-called environmental activists that see fighting Canada as a soft target, one where public pressure will slow down development. Meanwhile, foreign interests, some engaged with renewables and others with non-renewable fuels, including their own oil and gas interests, are able to hold back one of the most responsible and ethical producers from expanding and reaching foreign markets. And I concluded with my challenge for those that do us economic harm is to compare what we as Canadians contribute to the world as far as safety, security, and respect for human dignity is concerned with those countries that presently sell their oil to us, and I believe the answer was clear. The time for Canada to step up has never been so critical. The Liberal government has failed to recognize that Canadian oil and gas is vital to Canadian and European security. We need to get new pipelines built to Tidewater to displace Russian natural gas. Russia supplies 40% of Europe's natural gas and uses this to intimidate Europe and Ukraine, threatening to cut off supplies to Europe. And if supplies are cut, people will freeze, industries will shutter, and Europe's GDP will plummet. Conservatives stand with Ukraine, the people of Ukraine, and over 1 million Canadians with ties to Ukraine. We believe that Canada must strengthen our own defenses and renew our commitment to the NATO alliances in the face of the threats of Russia. As Conservatives, we know that Canadians must take Russian aggression seriously, and we know that Canada's security is inextricably tied to that of Europe, and that now is the time for us to acknowledge that fact with action. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Guelph.
Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member across the way, who I know has a mathematical background, and I know he serves us well on the Environment Committee as Vice Chair. What we're seeing in front of us, I think, is a mathematical fallacy. We have two parts of an argument that align and one part that has nothing to do with the first two parts. That we have short-term support for Russia or for the Ukraine against Russia, sanctions against Russia, military support, humanitarian aid, and then we have a long-term solution of providing a pipeline to the East Coast. Could the honourable member comment on short-term being in one motion and maybe long-term being in another motion being a better solution to this debate?
The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, I thank the member from Guelph, and I certainly have always appreciated our opportunity to talk about important issues in Canada. And I suppose I would go back to the premises I mentioned before. This was in 2014 and 2016 when the Ukrainian people were talking about action. And what did we do in the preceding number of 6 years since then? We decided to cut off our ability to be able to help to be a major player in this particular area. That's the part that is so depressing to me, because by doing that, it is as though we as Canadians are not looking at the quality of the natural resource that we have and our ability to make sure that it gets to Tidewater and that it is produced in an environmentally friendly way.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you. My colleague used a word activist as if anyone right now who is calling for intervention to emerge from the carbon economy is an activist. Does he know that the UN said this week that it's important to accelerate the energy transition? And the Ukrainian leaders and other European leaders said we don't need that oil to to fight, because we want to fight climate change. Are they all activists as well, Madam Speaker?
Well, I thank the member very much for the question. And yes, when I think about the things that I've heard, when I have been there in Eastern Europe and had an opportunity to speak to those people that are looking at their own physical security, I think that's really the critical aspect of this. I know what has happened in order to stop pipelines going through Ukraine, which is the reason why the Nord Stream projects were there and the reasons why Germany decided, well, this would be good, we'd be able to bypass it, but that's $2 billion a year that Ukraine does not get. So those are the types of things that I'm talking about when I say that there are actors out there that are making this difficult for everyone. Now, I don't blame those that are environmentalists to say, I want to have something better, because I 100% agree with that as a process. I just want it to be fair, I want it to be balanced, and I don't want it to come from foreign countries trying to protect their own interests.
Questions and comments? Just a brief question. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
The urgency of the crisis in Ukraine right now and the invasion of that country, we're seeing unprecedented amounts of folks fleeing the country right now, Madam Speaker. And wouldn't the member agree that the humanitarian aid that's required to ensure folks get to safety is the top priority of Canada? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate the question from the honourable member, and absolutely I do. It seems as though we're picking on the page and a half out of 12 that I spoke about energy, but I really did. I have talked to people from Alberta, the Ukrainian community, and these are the things that are so important to them. And that is something that we are also able to do. And I think that's a critical part of where Canada can be in the future. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lac Saint Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for Kingston and the Islands. Madam Speaker, courage has a country. That country is Ukraine. Courage has a people, the Ukrainian people. The resilience of the Ukrainian people is legendary, and it is clear once again today. The world finds inspiration in it. The world finds its strength in them, the strength to unite against Vladimir Putin. Ukrainian people survived Stalin's famine, Nazi occupation, and they survived the yoke of communism. They are an invincible people. Today, Vladimir Putin's forces are facing fierce resistance from a people deeply proud, intrepid, and unconditionally attached to their freedom, their history, their culture, and their democracy. The collective response to this blatant, unprovoked, and utterly reprehensible offensive has so far been exemplary. And I dare to hope, as we all do, that it will be effective and decisive, that Putin and his friends will suffer an unquestionable defeat, and that other dictators who might be thinking of following the same path will understand the risks and consequences of acting in this way. It must be emphasized that this response has not been a simple affair. It is complex, a major challenge. It was based on an unprecedented collaboration between a large number of countries that understood at once the threat that the Russian invasion of Ukraine represents to democracy and freedom around the world, in short, to international security. It is a multifaceted response: diplomatic, humanitarian, economic, financial, logistic, for the supply of military material, not to mention the cybersecurity aspect in the face of this new weapon of war, cyber attacks, and other aspects that are added in real time, such as the growing refugee crisis that this conflict has created.
We have seen a complex, coordinated response to the greatest threat to global security since World War II. A response designed to show concrete and undisputable resolve against a dictator and to suffocate the Russian economy. That said, the greatest threat or challenge to effective decision-making is oversimplification. Oversimplification of the issues at hand. And I wonder, Madam Speaker, if today's motion does not fall into the trap of oversimplification. What do I mean when I say that this motion may fall prey to oversimplification? Well, clauses A and B, while definitely worth repeating, are well understood and supported by all in this House. In other words, we all condemn Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation in no uncertain terms for what it has done. And we stand foursquare behind the Ukrainian people, an extraordinarily courageous people fighting for the universal values of democracy and freedom against a shameless tyrant who has joined the Hall of Infamy, a room he shares with the bloody dictators of the 20th and 21st century. Meanwhile, Section C of the motion is vague. What measures is the opposition talking about to ensure that new natural gas pipelines can be built to Tidewater in the east? Are we talking about weakening the environmental assessment process that was recently modernized to obtain public and stakeholder buy-in to allow projects such as pipelines to be built across the diverse political landscape of this country and withstand the inevitable court challenges from opponents? Are we talking about creating a pipeline crown corporation? Are we talking about the public financing of pipelines or governments underwriting the private financial risks of pipeline builders? Are we suggesting suppressing provincial permitting processes? Also, Madam Speaker, I find that Part C of the motion abstracts from context, present and future context. The present context is necessarily focused on helping the Ukrainian people under attack today through military aid, humanitarian support, and airtight sanctions that are bringing to bear the heaviest financial and economic consequences on Putin's Russia and its oligarchs. The present context is also necessarily focused on immediate energy needs. We know that Russian natural gas accounts for 40% of the EU's supply, and Russian crude oil accounts for 25% of the EU's supply of crude oil. Fortunately, EU countries have a cushion in terms of oil reserves. 20 European Union countries are members of the International Energy Agency and are thus obliged to hold at least 90 days of oil reserves. And fortunately, summer is coming when energy demand will fall. As we speak, governments are working together to direct new supply to the European Union. As President Biden said in his State of the Union address, the U.S. will be making supplies from its strategic oil reserves available. In fact, 30 other countries, including Canada, are joining the U.S. to release 60 million barrels of oil to stabilize global energy markets. How else is this motion perhaps simplistic and therefore not immediately helpful? Well, it gives the impression that building a pipeline is a fairly simple thing to do, Madam Speaker, but pipelines can't be built in a day. They are not a tap you turn on and off. They are massive, financially and logistically complex, time-consuming enterprises. In addition to construction, there is, as I have mentioned, the environmental assessment process and related efforts to obtain the agreement of communities along a pipeline route. Excuse me, Madam Speaker. We are past the days when projects could go ahead without environmental assessments, when the public, including Indigenous peoples, could summarily be circumvented. Finally, the Conservative motion abstracts from the longer-term context, which involves numerous other dimensions. These dimensions include the fight against climate change, which is well underway, especially in Europe, where efforts have been ongoing for years. Kadri Simpson, the European Union Energy Commissioner, is quoted as saying that the strategy is ultimately, quote, to boost renewables and energy efficiency as fast as technically possible. Like Canada, the EU's plan is to become carbon neutral by 2050. European countries intend to, like Canada, synchronize electricity grids, among other things. Germany's very recent apparent reversal on nuclear power plants, on building nuclear power plants, points to what the energy future in Europe might look like, a mix of non-emitting sources of power. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd be happy to take questions.
And comments? The honourable member for Coastal Bays Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Russia produces 10.4 million barrels of blood oil a day. Canada produces 4.6 million barrels of low-carbon, ethically produced oil a day. Since 2015, the government has been brainwashing the citizens of this country, trying to tell us that oil is a thing of the past. My province of Newfoundland and Labrador has an estimated 50 billion barrels of oil in reserve. Can my honourable colleague across the aisle please tell us why we should leave that in the ground and let non-ethical oil be produced in the world?
The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
As I said, there's an immediate problem. There's an immediate energy need in Europe. And countries are coming together, 31 countries are coming together to release oil reserves, strategic oil reserves, to help the European Union get through this difficult period. So oil is part of the energy mix. It's central to the functioning of economies, but we are in a transition. And this motion talks about a time far away from today, Madam Speaker. And the energy mix is bound to change. In terms of individual projects, they are subject to environmental assessment and a whole process of decision making. So I can't really comment on the particular reserves that the member is referring to.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. First, insofar as the pipeline to be built that would be to help Ukraine could never be made in time to be helpful, because we hope that this won't be a never-ending war. So does the member agree that the project wouldn't be helpful and that it could even be unhelpful because a number of Russian oligarchs have interests in Canadian oil companies or in some businesses that produce materials that would go into its construction? The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis. That's an interesting question, Madam Speaker. It's difficult to know who invests in what in the Canadian economy, but there are other measures we can take if we find that oligarchs are profiting unjustly from a Canadian project. The government can impose other things like the Magnitsky Law regarding those dangers. So that's a complex question, the property of different businesses, but we might need to separate the two, because if it's all blended together, it becomes much too complicated. But we have laws at our disposal to address such an issue.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. Clearly, this motion is not really focused on the urgent need of Ukrainians. The minister today made some announcements with immigration measures for Ukrainians. I wonder whether or not the member would agree that those same measures, for example, extending family sponsorship reunification, extending extended family sponsorship reunification to Afghans as well as to Ukrainians would be a step in the right direction. And similarly, for those who are in Hong Kong suffering from humanitarian crisis.
The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
Comment on all those examples. I mean, there are multiple examples in the world, and of course each situation can be different and require a different and sometimes only slightly different response. It's an interesting question. I have total confidence in the Minister of Immigration and the work that he's doing and the decisions that he's making at the moment.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to this opposition motion, but I regret to, and I'm sure nobody will be surprised by this, I regret to inform you so early on that I will not be supporting this opposition motion. This motion that we have before us, Madam Speaker, has nothing to do with Ukraine. This is a motion about pipelines. And I think that it's extremely unfortunate that the Conservative Party of Canada would bring in a motion into this House about pipelines under the guise of trying to be supportive of what's going on in Ukraine. And why is that so glaringly obvious to me, Madam Speaker? Because the first two clauses in this motion, nobody would ever disagree with them. I don't think there's a Canadian out there that doesn't realize that the vast majority of Canadians stand with Ukraine throughout what they're going through right now. There isn't even, anybody who follows politics closely or even remotely follows politics that doesn't realize that every party in this House supports the Ukrainian people and what they're fighting for, and that we condemn Vladimir Putin. So the first two clauses in this motion are moot, Madam Speaker, because we've already passed unanimous consent motions of this support. We've already talked about the various different things that we can be doing in Ukraine to make the situation there better, and that we can properly support Ukraine as they're going through this particular extremely difficult time. So it all comes down to the third clause in this motion, a clause about pipelines. And so I think it would have been much more genuine had the Conservatives just shown up here today and said, we got a motion about pipelines. This is our motion. We want more pipelines, like they do so often in this House, and just called it for what it was. But instead they come in with this motion that has these two additional clauses in it to somehow suggest that this has to do with Ukraine. So this is just their wedge politics that they're doing right now. It's feeding to their base that are so dead set on oil being the only solution. You talk about, you listen to what the Conservatives have said today, and when they talk about energy security, they talk about energy as though oil is the only option for energy. Like, they use the term energy and oil interchangeably because they only see oil as being an option when it comes to energy. And, so I'll talk about this motion in the context of it being a motion about pipelines. And let's just assume for a second that that was genuinely what they wanted, and they came in here to talk about pipelines. It doesn't make any sense, even from a pipeline perspective. The Eastern European countries, and those countries that are supposedly going to be saved by these new pipelines that the Conservatives keep talking about, why is it that Conservatives think that Europe wants to transfer its dependency from one third country to another third country? They don't want to do that. As a matter of fact, the European Commissioner for Energy, Kadri Simpson, said, and I quote, "The Russian invasion made our vulnerability painfully clear. We cannot let any third country destabilize our energy markets or influence our energy choices." So you have the Energy Commissioner for the European Union saying, we don't want to be dependent on any country, any third country, for our energy sources. But then you have the Conservatives coming in here saying, we need to build pipelines so that we can make them dependent on us. The same Commissioner for Energy from the European Union said, we must, quote, boost renewables and energy efficiency as fast as technically possible. So even if they were looking to diversify and get some of this oil, even though he says they're not even interested in oil as a source of energy. They're interested in renewables. This is what they're saying. So even if the Conservatives came from a well-intentioned place on this, and they really thought that these pipelines were really about the security of Europe, those in Europe are telling us that they're not interested in them. They don't want to be dependent on another country, and they're very much interested in looking for a very fast transition to renewables. Not to mention the fact that building these pipelines will be billions upon billions of dollars, and they will take years to complete. Europe has made it clear that they are comfortable with their current reserve situation for this winter, but they have to start looking towards next winter. But they've also made it clear that they're not interested in being dependent on another country, and that they're interested in renewables as a form of energy as quickly as possible. So somehow, most of the Western world is on board with this, and they understand this. The European Energy Commissioner knows this. 4 parties in this House know this. I'd say the vast majority of Canadians know this. But yet, the Conservatives come in here and are completely unaware of it. And so I'm left wondering, well, why? Why are they doing this? Why do they think that they need to put forward this? Do they genuinely think that this is plausible? Remember, European Union said they're not interested. It'll take years to build and a lot of money. So why are they doing this? Is it just to shore up their base? To prove to their base that they're fighting for oil and gas? That's the only thing that I can conclude on in terms of the motivation for bringing forward such a motion today. And Madam Speaker, I guess in conclusion, I'll say I'm not interested. I'm more than willing to tell my Conservative colleagues across the way, all members of this House, and all Canadians that I'm not interested in pipelines. I'm certainly not interested in the government subsidizing pipelines. I don't think that there's a role anymore in this day and age for the government of Canada to be subsidizing pipelines. Now, does that mean that I'm completely naive to the amount of oil we use? No, I'm not. And I'm fully aware that the vast majority of products that are in this room use, if not all, used oil to make them, whether directly or indirectly. But I am aware that the technologies that we need to be investing in, that we need to subsidize, are the technologies that can be making that can be providing options to make these products differently, to put different products into the products that we have, or the various different things that we're currently making out of oil. So I know that this is a default reaction from the Conservatives all the time. They always say, well, we need oil, we're not going to get off of oil tomorrow. Yeah, I get that, and I agree with that, and I understand that, and I'm not dismissing it at all. But what I'm saying is that my own personal opinion is that oil is not the solution long term. When you talk about building pipelines, you're talking about long term. You're interested in talking about 20, 30, 40 years down the road. And there will always be a dependency on some form of oil or gas. I get that. But hopefully, it won't be the dependency and the degree to the dependency that we have on it right now today. So we need to move away from this, and I surely do not support this motion, and I think it's shameful that the Conservatives are using a crisis on the other side of the world to promote their agenda.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, the NATO group will be meeting this summer in Madrid to update its strategic concept. Now, a decade ago, the Europeans tried to have energy security incorporated into the strategic concept back then. Would the member be willing to ask the Defence Minister to push to have energy security as part of the new strategic concept, which is going to be discussed and adopted in Madrid in June this year?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I wasn't aware that NATO was going to do that, but if, from what the member is saying, that they're going to talk about energy security as it relates to each individual NATO country, I think it's an incredibly important conversation to have. We know that what has motivated so much of this war that's going on right now, or this invasion that's going on right now, is the fact that is over oil and the consumption of oil and the need for oil. And that's also limited in many regards the response from certain countries because they don't have full autonomy. So if NATO is going to go down the lane of having those discussions about energy security for independent nations or NATO nations, I think it's an incredibly important conversation to have. And yes, if the minister was seeking my input on it, I would certainly encourage her to have those conversations.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would my colleague agree that, first of all, it's going to take a number of years to build any natural gas pipelines for Europe as a destination, and knowing that this is an energy source of the past and we're turning towards clean energy sources instead. If we really want to help the people of Ukraine and our friends in Europe, we should send them the energy of the future and not old energy sources that are no longer any good and have a very short future. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I would agree that that is what we should be doing. And actually, you know what, Madam Speaker? You know where some of the real leadership is in Canada with respect to renewable energies? In Alberta. Alberta's renewable energy sector has outpaced the fossil and fuel industry for almost a decade now, at least 7 or 8 years. But they don't want that to happen. But Madam Speaker, I would totally agree with the member from the bloc that this is the way of the future. If we really want to help Europe, we're going to help and contribute to that energy security conversation that the member from Pembroke brought up, because I think that that's, at the end of the day, where we're going to go with this. And we can be leaders in renewable energy. We can be leaders in developing and building the technology. We can export that knowledge. We can export that leadership if we seize it now. Otherwise, we're just going to be taking it from other countries as they develop it.
For a brief question, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to agree with my honourable colleague that this is a fairly cynical debate when we should be focused on humanitarian aid. But I also wanted to point out, I believe that it's time for us to make a global shift, as he mentioned, to green and renewable energy. Russia is a petro state where oil and gas make up 60% of its exports. And this gives Putin great leverage and allows him to make heating costs for people in Europe much more expensive by restricting the flow of exports, causes gas prices to rise, and this hurts consumers. But not only is decarbonization crucial in the fight against climate change, it robs autocrats like Putin and rulers of places like Saudi Arabia of their power and leverage. Through you, Madam Speaker, does my honourable colleague agree that we have no time to waste in making this shift and that the planet and world peace and security depend on it?
Answer from the Parliamentary Secretary.
I totally agree that we have no time to waste and that we need to do this as quickly as possible. To the member's other comment, I think Vladimir Putin knows that too. And I think Vladimir Putin realizes that every day, every week, and every year that goes by that we get closer and closer to a permanent shift away, he loses that power. And I think he's seized on his opportunity now because he still retains some of that power. 10, 15, 20 years from now, that might not exist, and he will be a lot less powerful.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Madam Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Madam Speaker, Slava Ukraini, Haram Slava. This translates to glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. As Canadians, we are united in our disgust and opposition to Vladimir Putin's unprovoked war in Ukraine and the mounting loss of innocent life. We are deeply sympathetic to the struggle of Ukraine's people, for we understand Russia's military assault is an attack on our own freedoms. This war threatens Europe's stability. It could be ruinous to the rules-based multilateral system that has existed since 1945, that Canada helped create and is the basis for our shared prosperity. We support President Zelensky's courageous leadership, as well as the heroic counterpunch of the Ukrainian army and civilians who have taken up arms to defend their way of life, a way of life that is similar to our own here in Canada. We are awestruck by the defiance of Ukrainians in the face of Russia's military might and their willingness to fight whatever the cost. Canada must continue to stand with Ukraine. Indeed, the Government of Canada responded quickly in conjunction with our allies, the United States and Europe, to Putin's aggression in Eastern Europe. Both humanitarian and military aid has been promised and provided to Ukraine, punishing economic sanctions imposed on Russia and soldiers positioned along NATO's eastern front. As well, the federal government responded to calls for more action. I, along with many other Conservatives on Saturday, called for the closing of Canada's airspace to Russian air carriers, as our European allies had done. Ottawa soon did, and on Tuesday night, Washington closed U.S. airspace to Russia air carriers. We also insisted that Kremlin-controlled Russia Today television, which broadcast Russian state propaganda, be removed from Canada's airwaves. This too happened after Canada Telecoms acted. And after pressure mounted to end Russian oil imports to Canada, the federal government decided it would ban crude imports to our country. This was a symbolic first step since Canadian refineries hadn't purchased Russian crude since 2019. But last year's petroleum imports from Russia total approximately $350 million. The Liberals corrected their omission midweek by including refined petroleum products to the oil ban. This is all necessary work, but it is not enough. Putin continues to push westward without fear of the consequences. Thus, it is necessary to realize that sanctions alone don't win wars. Soldiers and citizens with weapons do. What we are witnessing in Ukraine is the attempted overthrow and brutal destruction of an independent nation state. As we engage in this debate, I know that in churches, train stations, and home basements across Ukraine, hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians are praying for peace as the sounds of sirens ring out, warning of more Russian airstrikes. Hospitals, playgrounds, even Babin Yar, the Holocaust memorial site, have been hit by indiscriminate missile attacks. It is all sickening. Canada must do more to help our Ukrainian friends and allies. It was in this vein that after Crimea was illegally seized by Putin, the previous Conservative government took military steps in 2015 to better arm and train our allies in Ukraine through Operation Unifier. Today, Ukraine should be provided with arms and the financial resources to purchase weapons, especially to destroy tanks and aircrafts. As well, Canada should move quickly to grant asylum to Ukrainian refugees fleeing Russian aggression, just as we did in 1956 when Hungary was occupied by the Soviets. But we must recognize as well that what Ukrainians want foremost is arms, not sanctuary. Indeed, when the U.S. government asked President Zelensky if he wanted to be evacuated from his country to avoid being captured or worse, killed by Russian soldiers, he replied, "I need ammunition, not a ride." Ukrainians are asking for help to fight Russians, and Canada shouldn't hesitate a moment to provide them with whatever weapons they need to protect their home and fight the Russian military. Here at home, there are more ways for Canada to help. Canada's natural resources, our abundant gas and oil reserves, as well as minerals, should be mobilized to help Europe escape its dependence on Russia and China. This dependence weakens Europe in the face of Moscow's aggression and ensures Russia a large market for its resources, controlled by its oligarchs. The West must not continue Angela Merkel's failed legacy a moment longer. Building Canada's Energy East pipeline to St. John could have helped offset Europe's dependence on Russian oil. The Alberta to Texas Keystone XL pipeline could have ended U.S. dependence on Russian oil. This would have all made Russia poorer and weaker. Scuttling these pipelines were policy choices made in Ottawa and Washington with significant geopolitical consequences. They should be reversed. Canada is not able to ship our country's abundant natural resources overseas. We are a trading nation. We have oil and gas to export, but we lack the means to do so. It is past time to build pipeline infrastructure to the Pacific and Atlantic coast and commit to being a reliable energy partner with Europe. The federal government must do whatever it can to advance Newfoundland and Labrador's LNG export plans. This is because Putin's ability to cut off Europe from natural gas has strengthened Russia and weakened Europe. Canada can contribute mightily to the strategic challenge with our abundant natural resources. But this will mean ending our federal government's assault on Canada's hydrocarbons. Off the coast of Atlantic Canada, we can also do more. Canada and our partners must eject Russia from the executive management of the Northwest Atlantic Fisheries Organization. Russia should not be allowed to oversee the management of waters on the Grand Banks. No country should expect to benefit from or set economic agreements around the world like lucrative fishing grounds when it is smashing a nation elsewhere. Canada is not at war with Russia, but lessons from Ukraine must be applied to our own sovereignty. It is increasingly clear that unfriendly nations do not recognize borders and are willing to act without fear of consequence. Putin has already moved to claim wide swaths of our Arctic territory as his own, including parts of the seabed in Canada's north. The vast Arctic archipelago and surrounding waters, along with its many natural resources, are part of Canada's sovereign territory. To be ready, we must fix our military procurement strategy. Russia has 40 icebreaking vessels that can operate year-round. Russia is building an Arctic Navy. Meanwhile, Canada can barely patrol our vast Arctic waters year-round with a single vessel. We must also quickly modernize NORAD's early northern warning system and purchase F-35 jets to patrol our and allies' skies. President Vladimir Putin's unprovoked and illegal war against Ukraine is a wake-up call for Canada. We must assist Ukraine. We must aid Europe. We must be ready to defend our north. We must be capable of asserting our sovereignty. I stand with Ukraine and believe Canada must help with every resource at our disposal. Slava Ukraini, Haram Yam Salava.
Before I go to questions and comments, à l'ordre, conformément à l'article 30.
Pursuant to
It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are
New agency and the honourable member for King Vaughan Housing. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I understand that the main arguments of the Conservatives is that they want to ensure that Putin is not funded by OPEC, because we know that Europe is quite dependent on Russian oil, but their plan to use Canada to supply Europe, well, they can't forget that there are Russian oligarchs who have interests in the Canadian oil patch, and that the building of pipelines could also serve the interests of certain Russian oligarchs, including in the steel industry. So what would my colleague think of excluding systematically all Canadian companies that might have interests in Russia from this motion?
For New Brunswick Southwest.
Oui, merci beaucoup et merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for the question. Well, the Canadian government, like our allies, is trying to prevent Russian oligarchs from receiving benefits from our economy. So I agree with my colleague's suggestion. But listen, Canada's plan is for our industries and our workers to sell oil to our friends in Europe.
The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague from New Brunswick, chair of our committee and our committee work, and fantastic at that. But I have a serious question for the member regarding my home province of Alberta. We have some of the largest oil reserves in Canada, and from this motion, what I'm hearing is that they wish to develop these sites and export some of this. However, China has a huge, large interest in many of the domestic companies here in Canada, particularly in Alberta. Some companies upwards of 50%. You know, we can look back as far as 2008 with Nexen purchase of Canadian oil companies. Does the member support the profits of these companies, largely owned by China?
The member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Another very good question. In fact, when I sat on the government side of the House, I was part of a government that moved to restrict China's ownership of vital Canadian resources. This is an area that the current Liberal government has failed to act on. We are now seeing rare earth minerals, companies that own rare earth minerals being bought out by state-owned enterprises. That should stop. I also believe, though, that if countries operate in this, companies operate in this country, we are able to monitor their activities to ensure they are not working against Canada's national interest as well, and I would support moves to do that when it comes to China's ownership.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To my honourable colleague from the Maritimes, it's been brought up that whether there was an ask for this type of resource. The Polish ambassador came to me a couple of years ago. What he couldn't understand was why there wasn't an LNG place on the East Coast close to Poland, as they were building a very large reception center. And he outlined exactly what he thought would happen and has happened today, and was very, very concerned of what would happen, which has done. So we've had people approach us, the Poland ambassador, in my office, very concerned and asking for our natural gas.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest has just a little over a minute to respond.
Thank you. Another great question. Sadly, our allies in Central and Eastern Europe were far more aware to the dangers of Russia than our friends in Western Europe, and in fact, I would say even too many in the foreign policy establishment here in Canada. But we can move today. We can't undo what was done, but we can move forward. There is a proposal in Newfoundland and Labrador to take advantage of their natural gas resources, which would be the closest point to Europe, which would be the best partner for Europe to meet some of its needs for natural gas. As well, the large LNG facility in St. John, New Brunswick. It's currently import. There are plans to reverse it, so it is an export facility, again, closer to Europe than other points on the Atlantic coast. So we should move forward as partners with Europe, taking full advantage of our strategic resources to ensure that our allies are strong, they are protected, and countries like Russia are not able to threaten them by weakening their positions because they supply resources in places like Canada does not.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, 1st Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I'm grateful for this opportunity to speak to the House this afternoon about the horrific situation unfolding in Ukraine and also about the Conservative motion that seeks further action in response. At the beginning of last week, my family had the pleasure of welcoming another child, Augusta Anthony Jennis, born in safe and approaching ideal circumstances, thank you, surrounded by family in a warm and secure place and with the assistance of a medical professional. And a couple days after that, following the vile and illegal invasion of Ukraine, I saw an image posted of a little baby born in a subway in Kiev, where subways are being used as bomb shelters. It's hard to imagine, after our own experience, what it must be like for a family to have a child born in a subway turned into a bomb shelter. And I kept thinking about that juxtaposition, the experience of my child and the experience of this child. And the comparison of circumstances powerfully brought home for me the injustice of what is unfolding. A baby born in a subway, and yes, other images. A young couple getting married in a bomb shelter, and then immediately joining the Territorial Defense Forces. Politicians, beauty queens, and everyone in between taking up arms for the defense of their country. A prime minister prepared to stand with his people no matter what the cost. Images demonstrating profound injustice, but also inspiring resilience. A will to survive, a will to endure. The Ukrainian people have faced so much injustice in their history, but they have always endured, preserving their faith and their hope. Faith and hope in God, in country, and in power within themselves to bend the arc of history towards justice. Madam Speaker, there is no difference between my child and the child born in Kiev subway, except the lottery of birth circumstances. It breaks my heart to think of what that mother and father must have gone through and be going through. But in one sense, I will say that that child is also profoundly blessed. Blessed to be part of the great Ukrainian nation, a nation that will never die. And I stand today with all members of this House in deploring the violence going on and expressing my solidarity with the brave Ukrainian people in their ongoing struggle. As Stephen Harper said, whether it takes 5 months or 50 years, we will keep insisting on freedom and independence of the Ukrainian nation within secure borders established and agreed to in the Budapest Memorandum. Now, it starts with a commitment to solidarity and with prayers must continue to include concrete action. The criminal Putin regime has a long history of seeking conflict and violence in order to counter its own unpopularity at home. This war was not a response to unmet demands or security concerns. Those demands kept shifting and ignored past commitments made by that same regime. This is a personal war of choice by a regime that wishes to distract attention from its own problems. This regime has failed to deliver on promises to improve the Russian economy and has instead used every tool at its disposal to enrich regime-connected elites instead of seeking the kind of broad-based growth that would benefit ordinary Russians. And now it is doing even more damage. This is a cynical and brutal war of choice, and the people of Russia have noticed. Large anti-aggression and pro-Ukraine protests happening inside Russia show that Putin's efforts to use a foreign war to rally support for his regime at home are failing. And this is encouraging news. I salute the courage of the thousands of Russians who have gone to protests and have already been punished by the regime. Alexei Navalny is calling on Russians to take to the streets, to fill prisons and paddy wagons with ourselves, and to fight against the war. This is the face of the true Russia, of people with the same aspirations for peace, freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, as we see in every country where the people are allowed to be heard. The internal opposition to Putin is growing, and the world must stand with that opposition by imposing debilitating sanctions, crippling the capacity of the Putin regime, and inducing even his former friends and collaborators to side with the opposition. As Ukrainians bravely fight Putin's invasion, and as Russians rise up to resist Putin's tyranny at home, we must do all that we can as well. All that we can do. Madam Speaker, I love Ukraine. But it must be said as well that this is not just about Ukraine. Ukraine is the front line in a fight that is truly global and that we must win. Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping have global agendas that seek to overturn hard-won norms of national sovereignty and international rules, and instead seek to create a reality in which power is the only law. President Xi is watching what happens in Ukraine to determine possible action against Taiwan. But the agendas of these leaders are not limited to Ukraine or to Taiwan or to the Baltic states or to the South China Sea or to the Canadian Arctic. These agendas are global. And as Winston Churchill said, appeasement is like feeding a crocodile in hopes that it will eat you last. Let's not make the same mistake today that the appeasers made in the 1930s. We know what these might makes right agendas have led to if not confronted. They lead to global war, to the concentration camp, and to the Gulag. We either stop this now, or we will be forced to stop it later. Inflicting a defeat on Putin today is not just vital for the survival of Ukraine. Inflicting a defeat on Putin today is necessary for preserving the peace and stability of a world in which power is not the only thing that matters. Ukraine will either be Putin's Afghanistan or Putin's Czechoslovakia. We must make sure that it's the former. So it's great to see the momentum and the solidarity in the House right now. But we have seen this in the case of past crises and how the will to respond can fade over time and as other issues come into the headlines. Responding to this attack on Ukraine and on international peace and stability is going to take time, endurance, and sacrifice over the long term. We will need more and tougher sanctions, the expansion of matching programs for humanitarian support to include more organizations, further diplomatic pressure to isolate the Putin regime, and support for the right of the Ukrainian people to determine their own international alignments through their own elected representatives. One critical area in which Canada can and must play a role is energy policy. And our motion today calls on the government to work to relieve the reliance of our European partners on Russian gas. Europe is heavily reliant on the import of Russian gas, and gas exports feed Putin's war machine. So it's time to starve Putin's war machine, and Canada can play an indispensable role by exporting its own natural gas, giving our European friends and allies an alternative. Now, some members of this House seem to think that we shouldn't be talking about gas exports right now, that we should focus instead on general expressions of solidarity instead of on pushing practical solutions like this that will weaken the Putin regime. I don't agree with that. I think now must be the time to talk about what we can actually practically do to help Ukrainians and to starve Vladimir Putin's war machine. What is the point, after all, in expressing solidarity if it does not lead us to explore and to answer hard questions about what we can do specifically to stand with Ukraine and to weaken the war machine that is attacking the Ukrainian people? Now, it must be said there are some members of this House who are going to be ideologically opposed to certain energy developments in Canada regardless. But I ask all members to look at the particular facts of the situation in front of us, to recognize that increasing Canadian energy exports to Europe is vital for the security of the world. If we're going to win this fight against Vladimir Putin, if we truly recognize the importance of Ukraine, we have to recognize just the magnitude of the impact of relieving Europe's dependence on Russian gas would have. And I want to say as well, Madam Speaker, I don't believe it's a choice between concern for the environment and concern for security. Some of our European partners right now, as an alternative to being too reliant on Russian gas, are also reliant on coal. And they face this challenging choice between Russian gas and coal. So Canadian natural gas is cleaner than coal, and it is better from a security perspective than Russian gas. It's a win-win. Madam Speaker, the stakes are so high, and I believe we must do all we can to stand with the Ukrainian people and to defend our values. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the honourable member for his speech today and congratulate him on the birth of his second child, safe and healthy. And I certainly wish to reiterate my support for the people of Ukraine and condemn Putin for its unprovoked attack and war of choice. And the member mentioned, that we should be doing all that we can to support Ukraine in this time and looking to practical solutions, that we should stop this now. Does the member actually believe that should this motion pass, that it would somehow tip the scales in the short term for the people of Ukraine, and that this is not actually a huge distraction from where we should really be putting our energy right now? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Small correction, but it's my fifth child, but I lose track as well, so it's fine. I thank the member for her congratulations. Look, what is a motion? This isn't legislation. We have limited tools as the opposition. This is an expression of the opinion and the will of the House. And then it's up to the government to respond, hopefully, to the will of the House. And this is a tool we have as the opposition, so we're putting it forward. We're asking the House to express itself to the government, recognizing the importance of this issue, of standing with Ukraine, and of confronting this issue of Europe's energy security. And of course, a motion by its nature is non-binding. But let's pass the motion to send that clear message to the government, to call for that action, and then hopefully it will lead to further steps afterwards.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague. It was a very humanistic type of speech, very compassionate, and he really underscored how important the Ukrainians are to us, and I think we all agree. But the motion today also refers to pipelines. And there's something that I really don't agree with in his speech, is that there is no shortage of oil, because OPEC is increasing its production, so there won't be a shortage of oil. But yes, there's a risk in terms of natural gas for Germany and Italy, but it's a minor risk. So how could Canada become an exporter, whereas we know that it would take some 10 years to build a pipeline? None is planned, but it would take 10 years to build that infrastructure.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think my view is well known in this House that I don't think it should take 10 years to move these kinds of projects forward. I think we need a process in this country that allows us to build critical infrastructure more quickly, and we've presented proposals along the lines of that. And I just have to really disagree with the implication of the member's question that energy security isn't a problem. The European Union has said repeatedly that energy security is a problem. Different politicians with different perspectives in Europe would have different proposed solutions, but I think there's an agreement across the political spectrum that energy security is critically important. And it's easy to take that security for granted here in Canada, but in places around the world where they don't have the same domestic capacity to produce energy resources, it's a huge problem. And saying, well, you can rely on countries in the Middle East as opposed to Russia, I mean, there's multiple potential security challenges. And I think for Canada as a free democracy with high environmental standards to be exporting energy resources, relieving that dependency of our European friends on countries that are not democratic, I think that's a smart move for global security, and it's good for the environment.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
And I also would like to congratulate my friend and colleague on his newborn. Madam Speaker, I liked a lot of what he had to say when it came to human rights, and his work around human rights is certainly something that is something we need to commend. But Madam Speaker, what I'm deeply concerned about, and I won't be as nice as my friend from Fredericton, is that I believe this is disingenuous in terms of tying in building more pipelines, Madam Speaker, to the war in Ukraine. We're not even a week into this war. The EU, the Ukraine, they haven't asked Canada to build more pipelines, Madam Speaker. They're asking for visa-free travel, ways to get people that are displaced into our country. They need arms, they need funds to sustain themselves, Madam Speaker. So I actually find it deplorable that they're exploiting this tragedy for a position they had a week before this war, and they're going to carry it on, Madam Speaker, for years to come, despite what's happening in the Ukraine. So that's how we feel about that, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for report for Saskatchewan, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, of course we thought a week before the war pipelines were necessary, and a week before that, because we were right then and we're right now. This is a critical issue of security. And I'm sorry, I just can't accept the implication of the member that we should put out nice words of solidarity but not actually talk about practical solutions. He's free to disagree with our proposals on practical solutions. That's what the House of Commons is for, is to debate those things. But now is the time to talk about what we can do concretely to address the energy security challenges that have fed this crisis.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe Baguette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today we are discussing a Conservative motion, which I am speaking to as the Bloc Québécois critic for international trade. The Conservative motion mixes a number of elements: a legitimate denunciation of the invasion of Ukraine, a statement of solidarity that is totally logical. I have nothing to say about that, but with the promotion of the construction and authorization of new gas pipelines. The logic seems obvious. If Russia is supplying Europe with gas and oil, and we want to punish Russia, Canada must present itself to Europe as another source of gas and oil. The problem is that this proposal is commercially unrealistic and politically and environmentally irresponsible. The importance of hydrocarbons in Russia's economy and geostrategic positioning is undeniable. Hydrocarbons played a certain role in Russia's emergence from the serious economic and social crisis that shook the country between 1990 and 1997, due to the severe neoliberal policies implemented at that time. The rise in the price of gas and oil brought in significant tax revenues for the Russian state due to the tax on exports. But the economic policies implemented by Moscow at that time cannot be limited to the issue of hydrocarbons alone. Since Vladimir Putin's second term in office in 2004, state-controlled energy companies such as Gazprom, Transneft, and Rosneft have taken on a central role. The Russian economy, however, is not exclusively dependent on its oil and gas sector. Its economic policies are diversified. So this would not be a miracle solution, even though it would be significant to cut off that supply. Canada boasts that it was the first country to ban the import of Russian oil. That's practical. It has not imported any at all since 2016 anyway. So let's get back to the motion. The Conservatives are proposing, as part of a motion on Ukraine, to encourage the authorization and construction of gas pipelines. Based on what the Liberal members have said in this House, we don't know exactly how our colleagues on the other side of the House will vote. There seems to be some sympathy for the idea, nevertheless. Those who are watching on TV, hello. You can see at the bottom of the screen, invasion of Ukraine and pipelines. That's what you see at the bottom. This is a very misleading link. The impact on the conflict in Ukraine would be zero. Europe does not have a problem with oil and gas supply. None of its countries have called on Canada for help. In the case of oil, no one is talking about the possibility of a shortage. OPEC countries have been very clear that they will increase production if necessary. In the case of gas, Russian banks through which energy purchases are made are excluded from the sanctions and can continue their business. In the event that alternative sources of gas for Europe had to be found, some countries can act in the short term. This is the case of the United States or Algeria, for example, which have gas pipelines that are connected to ports allowing exports to Europe. But that is not the case for Canada. It would take several years for Canada to have time to authorize and build gas pipelines and to send liquefied natural gas to Europe. Is it estimated that the war in Ukraine will last 15 years? We hope not, of course. The proposal we are debating today is to sell Alberta a dream. That is opportunism, Madam Speaker. Worse yet, a text today by Paul Journet, published in La Presse, mentioned the presence of Russian oligarchs among the investors in Western Canada's fossil fuel industry. If we were to bring this motion forward, we would be helping Russian oligarchs. It's as simple as that. Shouldn't we have the same courage as the Europeans and seize their assets? But this would be an attack on the oil and gas religion of Canada. In the short term, therefore, the proposal has an insignificant impact at best. However, the idea can be defended for the medium and long term. I don't say I support it. I don't. That, of course, would be provided that we stop pretending that there's a link with the war in Ukraine. However, we must be prepared to live with the consequences. What are they? Environmental consequences, first of all. Because natural gas is a fossil energy, an energy of the past. I readily admit that we need it today. But is it wiser to think of a medium and long-term future centered on natural gas, or is it felt that the energy transition will have to be accomplished in the next 15 years? Personally, and my colleagues as well, I would opt for the second option. Secondly, there are political consequences, as the proposal assumes that Russia should be isolated from Europe in the long term. I would hope that in the event of a return to peace, the goal is not to stigmatize, threaten, humiliate, and impoverish Russia in the long term. What will happen if it does? It wouldn't be in Canada's interest, because Russia will jump into the arms of China if we isolate it. And that was the bet made for a number of years, and we see the result today. It would turn to China. Is that what we want? So, at the base of the aggressive conservative motion, we would be serving China's interests when they claim to say that they want to put them in a corner. These rival powers would become the best friends in the world. Is that the right thing to do? Of course not. We expected that Canada would use the crisis to position itself by promoting its fossil fuels. We hoped that it would be done with a little more nuance, because now Canada is as subtle as a bull in a china shop. Let's think about a transition, about a solution that can show true solidarity with Ukrainians. That means we need to get off the beaten path and get out of echo chambers, because now we're going to hit a wall with such a proposal. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member across the way for his very logical approach to the discussion that we're having today. What I'm hearing in the discussion is we have had an emergency debate, a midnight debate on Monday night on supporting the Ukraine, and now we're rehashing some of the things we've already agreed with. What we're putting on the table is something that we haven't discussed, and it's a longer-term project. Could the honourable member maybe comment on the use of this House in supporting the Ukraine versus going down rabbit holes?
Okay, sorry. The
honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I don't think so, because currently nobody is asking for that. If I've understood the question correctly from my colleague, and I'd like to thank him for it, it's that if we agree on that it's not realistic in the short term to think that tomorrow morning we can supply natural gas with a hot air balloon. So he's asking if in the long term it could be better. The answer is unfortunately no, because in the long term we need to have the transition. It would be possible, it would be realistic in the long term, but would it be desirable? I don't think so. I think we're beyond that. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, in Europe, millions and millions, tens of millions of people do in fact rely on natural gas to heat their homes. And Russia is funding its war machine from those exports. I understand his point that you can't build a pipeline overnight, but in his speech, I noted that he kind of shrugged off the energy needs of European consumers by saying, well, OPEC can increase their supply. OPEC countries have their own shameful histories of exporting war and using their resource income to finance wars as well. And the European Union has, in fact, very clearly said that it needs partnerships with countries like Canada to supply its energy. So will the member acknowledge that as natural gas is still an important commodity that is necessary for the world economy, that it ought to come from a democratic country like Canada, not from OPEC and certainly not Russia?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I recognize that natural gas is important for the economy, even if eventually we'll have to move past it. When we talk about a transition, it's not about throwing everything out the window tomorrow morning. That's not a transition. Things would be done intelligently. We don't want to lay people off tomorrow. Things would be done in a strategic way, a thought-out way. That is the question. Now, it was recognized even in the question from my colleague here that pipelines wouldn't be built tomorrow morning. So we're talking about something impossible, something hypothetical. I don't even understand why this solution is being put forward. If it must come from countries he calls democratic, I talked about that in my speech. There are countries like the United States that are much better placed to provide that supply right now in the short term because they have pipelines that can be connected to ports that can be exported.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's extremely disturbing that the Conservatives chosen to put forward a motion that's more focused on their political agenda as opposed to the humanitarian crisis that's before us. The Ukrainian-Canadian Congress are calling for the government to expedite refugee processes, simplifying family reunification, and visa-free travel. Should we not be focused on these measures instead of talking about an expansion to pipeline, especially in the face of a climate crisis?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. 150%, we totally agree. That was one of our focuses earlier in question period. That's part of our positions. We need to work on that. If there need to be sanctions against Russia, there needs to be a response to such an aggression, and they need to be better targeted. I gave an example. Russian oligarchs that invest in fossil energy in Western Canada. If there's promotion of fossil energies in Western Canada, it would be in the interest of Russian oligarchs. So we should do what Europe has done and seize those assets as well. We can take a brief question. The Honourable Member for Shefford, a brief question. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My colleague said there's no leader from Europe who called us to ask for Canadian gas. And even worse, all of this debate is a big greenwashing operation because there's no green oil. We need to think of the transition. What does my colleague think? A brief response. The member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Yes. That's my brief answer, yes. It being 5:15, it is my duty to interrupt the deliberations and to put forward all questions necessary for supply.
Is as follows. Mr. Chong, seconded by Mr. McLean, moved that the House, A, condemn President Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation for their unprovoked illegal attack and invasion of Ukraine. B, stand with Ukraine, the people of Ukraine, and Canadians in the Ukraine community. And C, AC, Dispense? Okay. Shall I dispense? Yeah. Everybody's agreed? Okay. Si un député d'un parti... Excuse?
Il y avait un
Non?
non. Il faut lire.
No? Okay. C, demande au...
C, call on the Government of Canada to undertake measures to ensure new natural gas pipelines can be approved and built to Atlantic Tidewater, recognizing energy as vital to Canadian and European defense and security, allowing Canadian natural gas to displace Russian natural gas in Europe, and being consistent with environmental goals in the transition to non-emitting sources of energy.
A recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division. I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I would request a recorded division, please.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté le jeudi, le 20...
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Monday, March 21st, 2022, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
J'ai l'honneur d'informer la Chambre.
I have the honor to inform the House that a communication with the following text was received.
Le 3 mars...
March 3rd, 2022. Mr. Speaker or Madam Speaker, I have the honor to inform you that the Right Honourable Mary Simon, Governor-General of Canada, has granted royal assent by written means to the bills attached. Sincerely, the Secretary of the Governor-General, Ian McGowan.
C'est le projet de loi ayant reçu...
Bills having received royal assent on March 3rd, 2022, an act to amend OAS C-12.
The honor to inform the House that a communication has been received as follows. March 3rd, 2022. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to inform you that the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Governor-General of Canada, signified royal assent by written declaration of the bill listed in the schedule to this letter of the 3rd day of March 2022 at 3:43 p.m. Yours truly, Ian McGowan, Secretary to the Governor-General and Herald Chancellor. And the bill is, so it was Thursday, March 3rd, 2022, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act, Guaranteed Income Supplement Bill C-12. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage has a point of order.
Very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to attempt time travel. I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30.
Impossible.
Do we have unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30? So ordered. Carried. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Private members' business, affaires émanant des députés. Consideration of Bill C-232 at second reading, Arab Heritage Month Act, standing in the name of Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty, seconded by Ms. Kayabaga, moves that Bill C-232, an act respecting Arab Heritage Month, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Heritage, Canadian Heritage. Debate. Excuse me. The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Well, good evening, Madam Speaker, and it's an honour and a privilege to rise in the House this evening to begin the debate on my private member's bill that would establish the month of April here in Canada as Arab Heritage Month. Les premiers immigrants d'origine arabe sont arrivés au Canada.
The first immigrants of Arab origin arrived over a century ago, about 140 years ago. Now there are over 1 million Canadians of Arabic origin, and that number keeps rising.
That arrived in Canada 140 years ago was Ibrahim Abu Nader, and he settled in Montreal. Since then, we've seen the Arab community grow and prosper in different parts of the country and truly help build the social fabric of Canadian society. The Arab population in Canada has increased by approximately 34% since 2011 and by about 75% since 2006. Through its youth, our Arab Canadians' future is very bright. About 42% of the Arab population in Canada is under the age of 24. By comparison, the total Canadian population that is 24 years old and under was 29%. In addition, the Arab population in Canada has a lower proportion of people aged 65 and older, about 5%, than in the Canadian population as a whole, which is about 16%. Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Ottawa South, I have the second largest Arabic-speaking population of all of the 338 electoral districts in Canada. I have many friends in the National Capital Regional Arab community and way beyond. I am proud of their outstanding achievements, and it's a privilege to be their representative in this House. Arab Canadians are proud of their racial and cultural roots, and they're proud to be Canadian, which is why Arab Heritage Month is so very important. It will provide the opportunity and space for Arab Canadians to showcase their culture, their talents, and why they're proud to be both Arab and Canadian. This is important as there are sometimes misconceptions and often misinformation about who Arabs are, what community members are like, and about their history in Canada. Arab culture includes many different facets, from food to music to art to literature, all of which have a positive impact on Canadian society. From buying a shawarma wrap at your favorite Lebanese restaurant here in Ottawa, to going with your friends to Petit Maghreb in Montreal to enjoy some mint tea and sweets from a Moroccan vendor, to buying embroidered silk and satin kaftans from a Palestinian small business in Mississauga, to hanging out in Arab cafes and lounges in Edmonton. These are just some of the many ways that Arabs share their culture with the broader Canadian community, and we thank them for that. Arab Heritage Month in Canada will be a terrific opportunity for Arab Canadians to be recognized for their contributions to this amazing country. It will give us the opportunity to recognize and pay tribute to the countless Arab entrepreneurs and small business owners right across Canada who do so much to support their communities. Many stakeholders, Mr. Speaker, are supportive of this bill, including the Canadian Arab Institute. Jad El Tal, the Director of Research and Policy of that Canadian Arab Institute, said to me just last week, and I quote, "It is time for Arab Heritage Month to be proclaimed in this country so that us Arabs can feel like we can celebrate both our Canadian identity and our Arab roots. They are not mutually exclusive. An important part of being Canadian is celebrating how diverse we are as a nation. Canada can no longer paint a picture of the country without including Arab Canadians in the frame," he said. I agree with him completely, Mr. Speaker. I share the sentiment and I support the statement. I have always believed that Canada's diversity is its single greatest source of strength. It is a conclusion I've arrived at having had the privilege of living on 4 continents and working and traveling in over 80 countries, Mr. Speaker. That belief that Canada's diversity is its single greatest source of strength informs this bill. While Arabs come from different countries of origin and, of course, different religious backgrounds, they have more in common: leadership, entrepreneurial spirit, and a strong work ethic than they do differences. Of the people living in Canada and born in an Arab country, more than half have been admitted into Canada as economic immigrants. Almost 25% have been admitted into Canada as refugees. In the most Arab-populated areas in Canada, the vast majority of Arabs are of Moroccan, Lebanese, Algerian, and Egyptian origin. More than 90% of the Arab population in Canada resides in Ontario, Quebec, and Alberta, with Montreal, Toronto, and Ottawa-Gatineau having the highest concentrations. Les Canadiens d'origine arabe.
Canadians of Arab origin from all walks of life significantly contribute to the social, economic, and political life of Canada, as well as the cultural landscape through literature, music, food, and fashion, among other things. This bill would underscore and celebrate the historic contribution made by Canadians of Arab origin in the building of our marvelous Canadian society, both of the past and of today.
And to teach and to learn about each other, about other cultures. In Canada, we currently celebrate the following such months: Tamil, Irish, Asian, Caribbean, Italian, Portuguese, Islamic, Black, Sikh, Jewish, Indigenous, Filipino, German, Hispanic or Latin American, and Women's History Month. Mr. Speaker, Arab Heritage Month in Canada is long overdue, and I am hopeful that my colleagues will support my bill so Arab Heritage Month can join the list. In the United States, Arab America and the Arab America Foundation launched in 2017 their first edition of the National Arab American Heritage Month. 4 years later, President Biden, through the U.S. State Department, officially recognized April as the National Arab American Heritage Month. Arab Heritage Month in Canada will provide us an opportunity to show our appreciation for the invaluable contributions made by Arab Canadians to build a stronger and more inclusive Canada. It'll be time to recognize and celebrate the contributions of Arab Canadians, individuals such as, in business, Noubar Afeyan, the co-founder of Moderna, Ablan Leon, who founded Leon's in 1909, Aldo Ben Sadoun, the founder of Canadian retailer Aldo, Mohamed Faki, CEO and founder of Paramount Fine Foods. In the media, Mohamed Fahmy, an award-winning journalist, war correspondent, and author. Nala Ayed, an award-winning correspondent with CBC. In arts and culture, René Angélil, husband of Céline Dion, a producer, talent manager, and singer. Kanan, a poet, rapper, singer, songwriter, and instrumentalist. Mina Massoud, an actor who's best known for his role as Aladdin in 2019. And right here in the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Transport, the Minister of Housing and Diversity and Inclusion, the member for Edmonton Manning, and the member for Laval-Les-Îles. And Mr. Speaker, on a more personal note, in my own family, beginning with my Syrian-Canadian godfather, who was a man of great intelligence, kindness, and integrity. His origins were humble. In fact, they were poverty, and his values instilled in me a deep appreciation for hard work, giving back, and public service. And more recently, Mr. Speaker, many of my nieces and nephews have married Lebanese spouses. We have welcomed them with open arms into our large family, and they have welcomed us into theirs. The enactment of Arab Heritage Month in Canada will ensure that contributions of Arab Canadians are recognized, shared, and finally celebrated across this great, great country. Not just every April, but every day. I'm asking my honourable colleagues in the House to support this bill. And of course I welcome their questions. But I hope through my remarks, Mr. Speaker, to have made the support of this bill a self-evident truth. We are always stronger when we stick together. And to close with the words of wisdom imparted to me by my late departed mother, who used to say to her 10 children at the dinner table, "Understand, children, if you pull apart, you will feel like 5. But if you pull together, you will feel like 20. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member, honourable member from Ottawa South, for putting together this bill forward. And I know that he does represent more Arabs in his constituency than I did. I do in Edmonton Manning, but in the meantime, I'm thanking him for putting this bill together and forward. And the question is, how does he see the community members integrating in the Canadian society, being here in Canada for almost 140 years?
The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Well, thank you to my colleague for the question. It's a thoughtful and important one. And I see my Arab Canadian neighbours and friends. I see the entrepreneurs and the investors. I see Arab Canadians in senior ranks of the public service, in Parliament, in medicine, in law, in engineering, running real estate companies, doing international trade, running airlines. I see Arab Canadians as unbelievable citizens, making unbelievably important contributions to this country. Mr. Speaker, I have always believed that it is incumbent upon Canadians and Canada, in fact, it has a special responsibility, to show to the rest of the world that we can come together from every part of this planet, with every language and every country of origin and every culture, dance, music, dress, and food type, and build a society that is unequaled. Arab Canadians have been integral to making those contributions.
Question and commentaire. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Saint Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. It's always a pleasure to hear him talk. When you set up a month like this, we like to use that opportunity to make the celebration really showcase it either here on the Hill or in our riding. So I wonder if the member has any suggestions to make to celebrate this more visibly.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin with perhaps some shawarma sandwiches in the lobby of the House of Commons. Having a nice treat like that would be welcome. Now, with a month like this, it gives an opportunity for the Heritage Department to support and fund celebrations all across Canada. In small communities and major cities, it would be possible for the Arab community to apply for financial support to help to continue to showcase the contributions of the Arab community to Canada.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from Ottawa South for putting forward this very crucial and important bill. Albeit I very much agree with the importance of ensuring we have Arab Heritage Month as part of our Canadian mosaic and making sure we can celebrate the contributions of Arab Canadians to our society. However, Arab Canadians have been targeted, not just recently, as far back as decades, for discrimination and harm and hate. In my riding in Edmonton-Griesboro, we've seen attacks against members of the Arab community. Could the member comment on how important this legislation is to ensuring we decrease this level of violence and ensure protection for our community members who are Arab?
L'honorable député de Ottawa Sud.
Mr. Speaker, that's a profoundly important question and one that's steeped in truth. It is clear that we've seen all kinds of abuse, all kinds of profiling, all kinds of hatred directed at different parts of Canadian society, including our Arab Canadian neighbours, community members. I'm hoping that this bill and an Arab Heritage Month will help elevate understanding, will help celebrate who Arab Canadians are, will break down barriers, break down fear and ignorance, so that we have a fuller understanding, ultimately, that we are always stronger. As the Prime Minister says all the time, and I know he means this, we are always stronger when we are together.
We have time for a quick question and answer, and I know the member for Don Valley North has been up a couple times.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I want to thank the member for bringing forward this bill. It's a very meaningful bill. When he talked about listening to each other, learn from each other, brings back the memory of the late member for Scarborough Court. You know, for those new members that hasn't seen this video, I strongly encourage you to take a look. The video that the Arnold Chan, it was his speech, it was very inspirational, and I think it speaks to the spirit of today's bill. Thank you very much, Speaker.
The honourable member for Ottawa South Ottawa South on a very short answer.
Very short answer to commemorate my good friend Arnold Chan, a young man that I actually drafted into public life. A very fine and decent man. I would commend everybody to watch the video that he gave, one of his final speeches. A very moving, in fact, indication of what we're supposed to be doing here as we come together at our best. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Ottawa Manning. Oh, sorry, Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I haven't decided to change the name of my riding, but I will take that. Mr. Speaker, it gives me a great pleasure to rise today to offer my support for this bill, the Arab Heritage Month Act. I want to thank the honourable member from Ottawa South for bringing this matter to the attention of this House. There are more than 1 million Canadians of Arab descent. They are found in every province and territory. Each one has a different story and how they or their ancestors came to this country. No matter where they come from originally, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Morocco, Palestine, Jordan, or any of a dozen other countries. One of the things that you'll find that Arab Canadians have in common is that they came seeking a better life. Another thing that they have in common is their desire to give back to Canada. It is that desire to give back that I want to celebrate today. There are those of Arab heritage that have become well known in the Canadian society. They are not thought of as hyphenated, but as proud Canadians. Some of those with Arab heritage have become well known in our society. Actor Keanu Reeves was born in Lebanon. Hockey star Nazim Kadri is of Lebanese descent. So is filmmaker Donald Shabib. And being in Ottawa, I must mention singer Paul Anka, whose family came from Lebanon and Syria. Not to mention the long list of Canadian politicians with Arab roots, some of whom are sitting today in the House of Commons. There have been many business people as well. Arab-speaking Middle Easterns are known in the world over their entrepreneurial skills. While there may be instability in their home countries, they have flourished in their new lands. Unlike the famous actors, musicians, politicians of Arab descent whose names are well known, most of the entrepreneurs spend their careers outside of the public eye. Their contribution of Canadian society, though, are deep and long-lasting. Mr. Speaker, I'm too an Arab, an immigrant, and my story is like many others. I came to Canada leaving behind a country that had suffered from 15 years of civil war. I had a few memories of life, what life was like in a country at peace. I was looking for a new life. It was a beautiful snowy day, December 19, 1990. I had just arrived at the Edmonton International Airport and never felt so cold at minus 20 degrees Celsius before. So more than 24 people were waiting to welcome me at the wonderful city of Edmonton, Alberta. The warmth of their reception made up for the chilling temperature. On the drive to the north side of Edmonton, with the white of the snow covering the fields and the roads, I felt peace and tranquility mixed with excitement. This was to be home. The next morning, I went outside and took a deep breath of fresh, cold air. It tasted of freedom and opportunity. There was something about this place that made me believe that the choice I've made to immigrate from Lebanon to Canada was the right choice. Looking at the challenges ahead of me, I could see possibilities of success looming much larger than failure. I found my first job at a factory on the north side, working as a laborer, packing furniture. A few months later, I made a transition to the cost accounting department. I learned manufacturing at first hand and realized how important this sector is to Canadian economy. Through that factory, I made my way to the international market, exploring an opportunity to promote a made in Edmonton product in the Middle East. Only 2 months after becoming a Canadian citizen, I was once again on a plane, but this time as a proud Canadian exploring the Middle East to open market for Canadian product. So, to a region where Canada is respected as a beacon of freedom, democracy, and peace. As horizons expanded, I began to understand what makes the economy grow and how opportunities can be found. Opening that Middle East market was a success story for a local manufacturing company and a professional milestone for this new immigrant. In Edmonton Castledown community, I became involved with the groups of volunteers, wanting to make a difference, to give back to the community. I look at politics, getting to know the system, to better understand how to make our life better, to help shape politics or policies for betterment of all. There I met wonderful, dedicated people, passionate about service. I learned more and more about the local communities and became familiar with the different dynamics within our small world. As I said, my story is typical to so many Arabs who have come to this country to seek a better life and to give back to the community. I'm proud of my heritage, and I'm happy to see the establishment of the Arab Heritage Month. I'm prouder still to be a Canadian, to have been chosen by my fellow Canadians to represent them in this House of Commons. I would be remiss, Mr. Speaker, if I didn't take time to sing the praises of the Arab language that is spoken by so many Canadians. It is the language of a poetry and mysticism, or law and humor, and just the sounds of it is pleasing, even to those who do not understand it. It is a language that unites people across the Middle East and North Africa. The rich literature that can be found in Arabic tells the story of many cultures united under a common banner. To me, that sounds like Canada. The Arabs have always exported their culture. You can see the Arabic influence when you visit Spain's Andalusia region and see the Arab influence in the architecture of the region. Who are the people that we celebrate with this bill today? They are employees and employers, doctors and nurses, athletes, singers, actors, and audiences. They come from all walks of life, from every strata of society, united by their heritage and a common identity as Canadians. So let us at this House join together and support this bill. Let us declare Arab Heritage Month, and let us celebrate the contributions of Arab Canadians to this great country. In making Canada their home, they are enrich us in too many ways to count. Let us make this and every April a celebration of a culture that has contributed so much to the richness of Canada. Let us honor those Arab Canadians who have contributed to making this country a multi-ethnic, multiracial mosaic where people live in peace and security. Canada is an example of what society can be when people celebrate their heritage without forgetting what unites them in common purpose. Let us celebrate Arab Heritage Month, and whoever we are and wherever we are from, we can all eat some baklava and shawarma by the end of the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I would just like to say that all Bloc Québécois members stand with the Ukrainian people in these difficult times. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to address Bill C-232, an act respecting Arab Heritage Month. This is a private member's bill, which was moved by the member for Ottawa South, and it is at the second reading stage. More specifically, C-232 would designate the month of April in Quebec and Canada Arab Heritage Month. The Bloc Québécois is happy to underscore the extraordinary contribution of the Arab community to Quebec society. Mr. Speaker, last year we moved a bill to that effect for Ireland, and the month designated for Ireland was in March, and I had the honor of underscoring that month with the various members of Parliament here in the House. The Bloc Québécois supports this bill in principle, but you may be like me. I find that we don't really know in detail just how important Arab communities are to Quebec and Canada, and so I'd like to clarify certain things. What exactly is meant here by Arab? Because it can lead to confusion, because it refers to people of the Arab Peninsula, as well as Arabic-speaking peoples and people of Arabic culture. But Arab language and culture are not limited to Arabia, because these people and this territory extends from the Persian Gulf to the Atlantic Ocean, including the Middle East and Maghreb. And this is all due, this language and culture, to the Arab conquests, which began in the 7th century after the birth of Islam. And not all inhabitants of the Maghreb are of Arabic language or culture. For example, there are the Berber peoples. So we cannot define our Arab communities only by their language, their country of origin, or their religion, because really we need to talk about a civilization when we're referring to these peoples. I'm going to have a little drink of water. Mr. Speaker, did you know that the Western world would have never seen the Renaissance if the Arabs, during the Islam's golden age, had not transmitted and developed the precious knowledge of the Greeks, which was either forgotten or forbidden during the Middle Age? Mathematics, philosophy, medicine, astrology, literature. This civilization has made a monumental contribution to the human race. And the Arab civilization continues to enrich our societies, including Quebec society. The Arab world was colonized considerably by the French during the 19th and 20th centuries, and therefore the French language now plays a large role there. Today, French is the first or second language of tens of millions of people from the Maghreb and the Middle East. French is just one of our commonalities because, as I said, Quebec has very deep economic, political, and cultural ties with Arab countries. For example, we have a cooperation agreement in the sectors of education and training between the Quebec government and Algeria. Quebecers and Canadians of Arab origin have considerable demographic weight here. As the preamble of C-232 specifies, Canada has over 1 million Arab citizens. Now we are waiting for the figures from the 2021 census because the figures that I mention are from 2016, but there's something that bothers me in this preamble. By referring to Canadians of Arab origin and Arab Canadian communities, C-232 presents a portrait of these Arab communities that it does not really correspond to reality because it suggests that the Arab diaspora forms a uniform community in this country, in Canada. Am I surprised? No, because this is a typical example of Canada's multicultural vision, which sees Canada's population as a vast cultural mosaic which is not influenced by the existence of nations. But there are nations here, the Quebec Nation, for example, which has a different approach than Canada does in terms of integrating its immigrants and cultural minorities. In Quebec, we believe instead in interculturalism, which is a way of living together where all cultures are equal, and that goes hand in hand with Francization and secularism. Arab immigrants, because so many of them speak French, integrate into Quebec society very well. Immigration is an area of federal jurisdiction, but we cannot overlook the explicit will of Quebec, which has been expressed since the Quiet Revolution, to strengthen its ties with Maghreb countries and to foster Francophone immigration. Language accounts for a great deal. Immigrants who come to Canada, but who settle outside Quebec, integrate into the English-Canadian majority, but immigrants who settle in Quebec become part of Quebec society, that is the Francophone majority in Quebec. So obviously, the integration paths are different depending on whether people settle in Quebec or Canada, and that is why we do not agree with the terms Canadians of Arab origin and Arab Canadian communities. Furthermore, as of 2016, 368,730 people in Quebec stated that they were of ethnic Arab origin. Of that number, 91.8% spoke French, and 44% of them said that this was the language they spoke most at home. So a very large proportion, close to half of people of Arab origin who live in Canada are Quebecers of Arab origin, and not, in my opinion, Canadians of Arab origin. Mr. Speaker, if you would allow me, I will give you an example from my personal experience. During the last federal election campaign, I had the honor of being invited to the Basse-Laurentide Community Center for a political debate. Now, this is a Muslim community center, and guess what? We spoke about language, of secularism, and sovereignty. So that was something I did not expect. There were about 30 people. That's what we discussed. And I have to also mention my meeting a few months ago with Monsignor Tabet, who is an influential Maronite bishop of Lebanese origin. And he is extraordinarily sensitive to the Quebec cause and reality. He had a very clear message to express on the bridges that unite Quebec and Lebanon throughout their histories. A man who seems to have an unwavering love for Quebec and Quebecers. I feel that I have been honored and touched by these meetings with these people, and I hope that I will have the occasion to have more such meetings. Therefore, I am dedicating the end of my speech to all Quebecers of Arab origin. Thank you for participating in the visibility of the Francophonie. Thank you for helping Quebec society thrive. I hope on April 1st of next year that we will all be able to contribute to Arab Heritage Month. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleagues again for this very delightful discussion. I believe many folks are in agreement about the importance of this work. For too long, Canada's large and diverse Arab communities haven't received the recognition they deserve from our institutions, including this House. This must change. That's why New Democrats are proud to support this crucial piece of legislation that will recognize the month of April as Arab Heritage Month. I am delighted and honored to rise in support of this bill as the Member of Parliament for Edmonton-Griesbach. As a member who has the honor of representing one of Canada's largest and oldest Arab communities, I would like to take a moment to thank my colleague, through you, Mr. Chair, the member for Ottawa South, for the leadership in drafting this important private member's bill. As an Indigenous person, I know firsthand how racialized folks are left out of the history books. Too often our contributions go unnoticed, and even sometimes our words. And our stories often go untold or unrecognized. Whether it be Arab Heritage Month or even Black History Month, any history of racialized folks are often forgotten. That's why this work is so important. We are taught often diluted stories about our own histories, about our own experiences. We see this clearly with Indigenous history and our fight to ensure that true stories like that of residential schools continue. I grew up like many racialized folks in Canada, without seeing myself represented in media, books, advertisements, and yes, our history. Today, I and many still have long-lasting and real trauma related to the reclamation of our own identities and our ability to see our culture, language, and achievements seen and valuable here in Canada. I want to see a world where my niece and all young people who are racialized don't have to ask, quote, "What is wrong with me? Why am I not beautiful? And why don't I belong?" I want to live in a Canada where she doesn't have to say, "I'm going to go play, quote, pretend Canada, pretend to be white just in order to play with other kids." All children deserve to be seen and they deserve to be recognized. Without this necessary work, a whole generation of Arab Canadians will not see themselves and their extraordinary contributions to this country as seen. This is important work, especially as we witness the rise in anti-Arab and particularly anti-Muslim hate across Canada, which is often gender-based and dangerous. This is certainly true in my home community of Edmonton-Griesbach. We must do everything we can, like ensuring visibility and recognition, are truly part of how we relate to our fellow neighbors, our friends, our family members, our colleagues, and the people we see in our communities. Arab Heritage Month will provide us all with an extraordinary opportunity to learn more about Arab Canadians and their achievements as part of our country, whether it's in the arts, sports, in politics, as was mentioned by members previous, business, academics, sciences, and literature. It is also a time for us to recognize the ongoing challenges and barriers that are being faced by Arab Canadians. Hate crimes are still on the rise in Canada, and sadly, we've seen the horrific results of anti-Arab and anti-Muslim hate across our country. Celebrating and honoring the many contributions of Arab Canadians is an important part of the work we all must do as parliamentarians to combat all forms of discrimination and hate-fueled violence directed at Arab communities across our country. Arab History Month and every month after that can be a time for us to continue working towards a compassionate and inclusive and safer Canada for everyone. I am calling on all members of this House to come together and pass this bill as soon as possible. April is just a few weeks away. And with the unity and leadership across all parties, we can ensure the next month is Canada's first ever Arab Heritage Month. I hope that next month we can all have the opportunity to celebrate Arab Heritage Month regardless. In your communities, they're there, so long as they can be seen. I would like to spend the remainder of my time telling a story from the remarkable Arab Canadian community in my riding of Edmonton-Griesbach. Edmonton is home to almost 5% of Canada's Arab population, and I am proud to say that the heart of our Arab community is in my riding. Arab Canadians lived in Treaty 6 since before Alberta was even a province. The first immigrant families from Lebanon and Syria arrived in Alberta over 130 years ago in the 1880s to meet my families, fur traders at that time. I want to tell a story about one remarkable Arab Canadian woman who came to Canada all the way back in 1923, but whose contributions are still felt every single day in my riding, and her name was Hilwi. Hilwi Joha was born in Lala, a small village in the Bekaa Valley in what is now Lebanon, in 1905. She was the daughter of a leading family in the village whose culture was a mix of Sunni and Shia, as well as Christians and Jews. Hilwi's future husband, Ali Hamdan, had come to Canada in the early 1900s. Together with relatives and friends from the Bekaa Valley, he became a fur trader in Fort Chipewyan, where my relatives have been for thousands of years in northern Alberta. After he set up a home there, he returned to Lala and Hilwi. She immigrated with him in 1923 to begin a life here in Canada. Hilwi quickly adapted to life in Alberta. She struck up a deep friendship with the Jewish families in Fort Chipewyan. After Hilwi had children, the Hamdans moved to Edmonton. Edmonton is where Hilwi truly made her mark as a citizen. The city's small but fast-growing Muslim community had a big problem in the 1930s. Like everywhere else in Canada at that time, they didn't have a mosque. Prayers had to be held in individuals' homes, but there were limits to what they could do without a common meeting place. Hilwi had a natural gift for connecting people. She brought Muslims together for Ramadan and became the fixture of the local community during the 30s. It was a decade when Arab businesses in Edmonton were making their mark on the city's business scene. The Arab community in Edmonton had great strength, and they had begun to discuss about building their own mosque. Hilwi was at the heart of these conversations. Soon these talks turned to action, and Edmonton's Arab community hatched a plan to build North America's first mosque. Along with a group of Arab businessmen, Hilwi approached the mayor of Edmonton about buying some city land for a mosque. But there was a problem. The mayor wanted $5,000, a large sum of money at that time for property. But the community wasn't organized, and there was no central body that had enough money to pay for the mosque. To solve this, the community came together to found the Arab Muslim Association. Hilwi was at the heart of this organizing. She marshaled the entire community, including some of various religious groups, to build the very first mosque. Hilwi went from door to door in Jasper Ave, just not far from where I live today, in the heart of Edmonton Griesbach, and asked business owners to support the project, community members, neighbors. These efforts allowed the group to buy land for the mosque and build its foundation. But there are more challenges. The initial funding wasn't enough to complete the mosque. When the money ran out, Hilwi and Arab community sprang into action and made appeals for funding from the Muslim business communities across Western Canada. This work finally culminated to finish the Al Rashid Mosque, which opened its doors in 1938. I'd like to end my speech by repeating my call on all of my colleagues to unite and ensure the Act to Enact Arab Heritage Month passes as quickly as possible. I hope to celebrate it at one of my community's Al Rashid mosques, the very same I spoke about in our history, next month. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Debate, the honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure and an honor to rise in this House and to speak in favor of the adoption of Bill C-232, an act respecting Arab Heritage Month, which would be in April. I'd also like to thank the honourable member of Ottawa South for having introduced this bill.
You know, I'd also like to take a moment, given the context we're in right now with world affairs, to mark and to speak about Ukraine just for a moment. We know that this is a grave humanitarian crisis. We know that the people of Ukraine are fighting for their country, for their freedom, and I am grateful to our government and all of us together in this House uniting to help the people of Ukraine and to avert this humanitarian crisis. Slava Ukraini. Returning back to Bill C-23 and Arab History Month, it's really in my university days, in the early 2000s, that I first got to know who Arab Canadians are and who Arab people are, their history and culture. It was at this time in my undergrad that I got to have and develop deep friendships with my Arab classmates. Myself, as somebody from a diverse background, from a father that came here to Canada in the 70s, and my mom, who is from Brockville, Ontario, a third-generation Canadian of mixed Italian and Scottish heritage, I'm personally fascinated by people's stories. I'm fascinated by people's personal stories, their ethnicities, their culture, their heritage. And that's how I became fascinated by Arab Canadians and all Canadians that I was studying with while at university. I learned that Arabs are not a monolith, but Arabs are of diverse cultures, diverse backgrounds. I learned that there are contours to the Arab people. Their history and culture is deep. Later on, once I completed my degree in mathematics, I ended up working in Kuwait for the first time. Being born in Canada, I lived outside of Canada. And it was there that I got, again, to know what Arab culture is about. But that's just one small aspect of Arab culture in the Gulf. I also had the chance to visit other countries, Bahrain. I had the chance to see the beautiful deserts of Saudi Arabia, to see UAE, Sheikh Zayed Mosque, to go to Morocco. And I acknowledge that not all Moroccans identify as Arabs. Many will identify colloquially as Berbers or Ahmadiyya, which is in contrast to Arabs, an indigenous type of people. I've also had the chance to visit Jerusalem and the Palestinian territory of the West Bank. I've seen the diversity of Arab peoples, at least a part of it. There are 400 million Arabs in the world. There are 25 countries that have Arabic as a first language. There are many Canadians who also link themselves to Arab culture and heritage. Arabs are not only geographically diverse and live in many different countries, they're also diverse when it comes to their faith tradition. The caricature is that Arabs are mostly Muslim, and while that might be true, there are important Christian communities within Arab lands who speak Arabic. There have been historically Jewish communities that also have lived within Arab lands. In my own riding of Pierrefonds Dollard, I've had an amazing conversation with a gentleman who came here, is living here today, who lived in Iraq and who is attached to the Arabic language and culture of Iraq. Arabs are also of Druze faith, and also of the Baha'i faith, and no faith at all. So Arabs are actually quite diverse in terms of their religion and background. Before I leave the regional diversity of Arabs, it would be wrong of me not to speak a moment of Yemen. We have the caricature of Arabs, especially those in the Gulf, as being wealthy oil sheikhs. But there is also poverty. There is sometimes deep poverty. And in fact, right now in Yemen, there is what the UN has said might actually be the deepest humanitarian crisis currently on the face of this earth, with over 20 million people starving due to 6 years of conflict. This is something for us to reflect upon. And as we think of the people of Ukraine, 1 million who are displaced, I'm sure our hearts and minds also go to the international community, people that are suffering on this earth, like in Yemen at this point in time too. I'd like to switch a moment and go to from diversity of regions, regionality, the contours, destroying and breaking some caricatures, to fleshing out the diversity of faith of Arab peoples, to note for a moment their large contribution to humanity. Arabs, we know today of their of current geopolitical challenges in the Arab world, but we sometimes also forget about the contributions that Arabs have made to humanity. I'll just name a few names. One is Al-Kindi, who was the father of Arab philosophy from the 9th century. He lived in Baghdad. He brought in to the Arabic language Greek science, philosophy, and made it available to humanity. He also was a luminary in metaphysics, ethics, logic, psychology and medicine, pharmacology, mathematics, astrology, and so many other subjects. If only we could be like people of ancient times that were luminaries in many different domains. There was also Ibn Rushd, commonly known to many of us here in the West as Averroes, who lived in the 12th century. He heavily was influential in contributing to the European Renaissance movement. He also was a luminary in philosophy, medicine, theology, astronomy, physics, mathematics, law, and numerous other. He also had many treatises and commentaries on Aristotle. Fast forward to present day. There's Kulthum, an Egyptian singer that so many know, those who are connected to Egyptian culture and heritage. She was a film actress also, singer-songwriter. From the 1920s to the 1970s, she is very well known. And also Nancy Ajran from Lebanon, who is also quite well known. So I mentioned earlier on about the our human family, where Arabs are upwards of 400 million, where 25 countries have Arabic as a first language. Let's zoom in to here in Canada, where at least 1 million Canadians mark their heritage from an Arabic background. In Quebec, ma belle province, there are 170,000 Canadians and Quebecers of Arabic origin. In my riding of Pierrefonds-Dollard, there's 7,000 Canadians and residents of Arabic origin. Arab Canadians are a fast-growing population. They're also highly educated. Amongst the highly educated within our country, 61% of Arabs have a post-secondary diploma, degree, or certificate. This is something that is important to note. Arabs are hardworking. They first came to Canada. The first known Arab to come to Canada was in 1882 and settled in Montreal. And throughout this time, till now, we have seen Arabs come to Canada and contribute to our social fabric. I want to take a moment to highlight the importance of this Heritage Month, Arab Heritage Month, as so many other heritage months, which give communities the chance to educate fellow Canadians about their culture and heritage, give communities the chance to share their contributions to humanity, and give Arab Canadians the chance to contribute to our social fabric and to share their contributions. Donc, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Now, this will be our last speaker for this evening, the member for Elgin, Middlesex, London, and we're going to use a very Canadian term here, 4 minutes-ish.
Not a problem. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've been sitting in this chamber, and today has been wonderful listening to these speeches on why putting in an Arab Heritage Month is so important. We are living in a country where today in this chamber we are talking about the Ukraine. And then I've listened to so many of my colleagues talk about what's happening in the Ukraine. But this is what Canada is. It is a country made up of so many different nationalities. And I am so fortunate to represent the riding of Elgin, Middlesex, London, in which one of the largest populations that we see in the City of London is Arabic. And so I really want to talk about this and say thank you so much for being able to do this. And so thank you very much to the member who put this forward. It makes a good chance, it's given me a good chance to reflect on my own community and to reflect on why it is important that we do this. Because I find, and this is something that I said to my staff earlier, her name is Reged. And I said to Reged, you learn about other people when you break bread with them. And I think about when we did our staff retreat back last summer, and I asked her, can you bring some food? Because we want to learn more. And that's what we do. And that's why when we're having these Heritage Months or Heritage Days, this is where we can actually sit there and say, This is where I came from. This is the language I speak. These are some of our traditions, and I think it's very, very important. I want to go and, though, speak about some things that we see in the City of London, and I know the member from London West is here because we should be very proud of the people that we have in our communities. And so I want to read an excerpt. I do not want to take, I'll be honest, I've stolen a lot from this excerpt, but it was so well written that I want to read it into the record. And this was in the Western News, so from the University of Western Ontario, from the Western News. Adela Talbot wrote this back a few years ago. And it's just kind of the history of looking at the City of London and the Arab community. And so I quote, sir, starting in 1890 and continuing throughout the 20th century, generations of Arab immigrants came to London, Ontario to establish a new life for themselves and in turn to build a community that continues to flourish today. Many of the original names from those early immigration waves still resonate. Hassan, Barakat, Syed, Aziz, Ajar, Fadal, Shashur, Salah, and Hijazi. Perhaps quite familiar to the Western community is Philip Aziz, who was a well-known member of these families. With a father from Lebanon, Philip grew to become a professor at Western and have a street named in his honor. And I believe that street, actually I just lost that street in the redistribution a few years ago, but so proud of that. These families have succeeded in countless areas, but across the years, it was deeply rooted respect for the history and the future of the Arabic language that united this community and created a lasting legacy for native speakers to pass along to the next generation. In 1950, the community organized the first Islamic Benevolent Society to care for newcomers by assisting with language, local customs, and cultural issues. This promoted ties of friendship and cooperation with the non-Arab, non-Muslim members of the wider community. The society built bridges of understanding that integrated the new arrivals into the heart of their adopted land. As time passed, the Arabic-speaking community institutionalized the learning of their mother tongue. They reached out to friends in surrounding communities for support. More than 1,000 people from London, Toronto, Windsor, and Sarnia attended the first conference of the Arabic native speakers. They expressed their wish to strengthen cultural ties and encourage future generations to preserve the linguistic and cultural heritage of their common roots. As more immigrants came to Canada from Muslim and Arabic-speaking countries, the importance of Arabic was a concern felt among many of the more educated members of the community. Worried about the loss of their Arabic roots and their identity of their children, parents donated for the construction of a modest location for a prayer. This also served as a space for speaking Arabic. And since I only have a minute left, I want to talk about this. This is the mosque that you will find in London. It was built on Oxford Street back in 1957. Unfortunately, a fire destroyed it back in 1962. But the community came to rebuild this mosque, and it was rebuilt in 1964. Those are things that we should be proud of. Those are things about what a community does. We, as said, there's over 400 million Arabs throughout the world. And in Canada, we know that they're coming to this beautiful place to find hope, sometimes refuge, and a new life. And I am so proud to welcome so many Arabic community members to the City of London, to our neighbors, and recognize that when you just take time to learn and you have a time to celebrate heritage of another country, you learn how wonderful Canada really is. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
La période prévue pour l'étude des affaires.
The time for private members' business is now over, and it is now at the bottom of the priority list.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been an interesting day in the House today, and I know my colleague across the way is expecting some communication that I might have about mandates and health. I will get to that in a minute, but there were some other things that I wanted to mention, being from what I heard today in the House. Very interesting discussion. As you know, about 30% of natural resources sector in Canada, 30% is from foreign countries, and that's primarily used in the eastern part of our country. Also, in just a couple of decades, $500 billion from Canadian energy has been shared across the country and used extensively in Canada to build roads, schools, hospitals. But we've also spent $500 billion on foreign resources into our country. Foreign resources. One of those would be Russia, who exports to Canada. Now, Canada spends about 1.4 of our GDP on military. Russia spends 5%. They get a lot of their resources from exporting of resources. So there's some statements that have been made that I'm just going to refer to. The Ukraine's foreign minister said, "World needs to boycott Russian oil and gas." To begin with, here in the House, there was discussion of that, and a minister said, we don't take Russian crude. Well, eventually it got to the point was, well, yes, we take oil derivatives, and extensively in the billions over the years. But what has Russia used this money for? According to the Ukraine's foreign minister, a full embargo, because there now gives them means to pay for arms to murder Ukrainian men and women and children. So we have to understand the challenge that it is. Some people would suggest that I would think in my writing it's all about oil and gas. Not so. Some of the largest wind farms in Canada are in my writing, and the largest solar farm in Canada is being built in my riding. We are one of the sunniest places in this country, if not the sunniest. So we have a lot of differences that we use as we talk about energy, and in my writing it's a lot. But Russia has gotten $1.3 billion from Canada, $13.1 billion for Russian oil. It has, in 2021, almost $400 million of oil. This is what Russia has paid for a lot of things they're using against Ukraine. We need to use Canadian resources going forward as we have a transition economy. We have got to stop importing oil from countries like Russia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health and Minister of Sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The question that was on the order paper wasn't asked, so I'm unsure if the member opposite would like me to talk about measures at the border or health or oil and gas. I'm never shocked when members of the Conservative Party would prefer to talk about oil and gas over pretty much any other subject, but here we are anyway. Je suis heureux d'avoir de l'occasion.
I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak to you about the measures the government is taking at our borders to protect Canadians from COVID-19. Border measures are informed by available data, scientific evidence, and surveillance of the epidemiological situation, both in Canada and abroad.
To the Omicron variant, we implemented a number of measures to protect Canadians. Recent data indicates that the latest wave of COVID-19 driven by the Omicron variant has passed its peak in Canada, which we can all be grateful for, and we can therefore move toward a more sustainable approach to long-term management of COVID-19 at our borders. This approach includes adjusting our border measures and posture somewhat. As of February 28, 2022, the mandatory randomized testing surveillance program for vaccinated travelers now applies to all vaccinated travelers. That means that travelers who qualify as fully vaccinated arriving to Canada from any country will not need to take a COVID-19 molecular test on arrival unless they are selected at random. These randomly selected travelers will not be required to quarantine while they await their testing results. Children less than 12 years old who are not yet fully vaccinated but traveling with their fully vaccinated adult parents or guardians will continue to be exempt from quarantine, but now they are exempt without conditions. This means they no longer need to wait to self-isolate before they can attend school, daycare, or camp, and also they are no longer subject to testing and other specific requirements. There are no changes to requirements for unvaccinated travelers at this time. These travelers will continue to be required to test on arrival on day 8 and to quarantine for 14 days. Another change that was recently implemented is that travelers now have the option to use a negative COVID-19 rapid antigen test or a molecular test to pre-entry requirements. In order for the rapid test to be valid, the test must be authorized by the country in which it was purchased, and it also must be administered by a laboratory, healthcare entity, or a telehealth service. And if it's self-administered, it must be observed by a lab, a testing care provider, or via audiovisual means with the lab that performed the test. Travelers choosing to present a valid negative rapid antigen test will have to have taken that test no more than 1 day prior to their initially scheduled departure time or before entering Canada by land or water. For those choosing to take a molecular test, the requirements will remain the same. It's been to be taken 72 hours before their flight or arrival at the land or sea border. Finally, the Government of Canada has adjusted the travel health notice from a level 3 to a level 2. This means that the government is no longer recommending that Canadians avoid travel for non-essential purposes, which is exciting for those looking forward to a trip in March.
The Public Health Agency of Canada is working closely with other government departments, including Global Affairs, Transport Canada, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada, to prioritize all measures necessary to facilitate the entry of Ukrainian refugees. As we've always said, Canada's border measures will remain flexible and adaptable, guided by science and precaution.
Merci.
Thank you.
In closing, just want to say how happy I am that my colleague opposite highlighted how good Alberta is at dealing with the renewable energies, in particular solar and wind. We can all be very proud of that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do respect my colleague. Anybody who can be an Olympic athlete deserves respect, and one that's represented our country I duly respect. So I respect my colleague across the way. One of the things, and I will mention mandates, one of the challenges that we're having in the ag sector in southern Alberta is because of the mandates, and I've heard from a lot in the ag sector, we've had 200 families who have either left to Texas or Mexico. We have in the irrigation area incredible productivity. 20% of the ag GDP is from irrigation in Alberta. The ag people in my riding and other southern Albertas are extremely, extremely upset that we have lost so many because these people have chose not to be vaccinated and chose to oppose the mandates. This is going to be an incredible problem in the ag sector in southern Alberta this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary Parlementaire, Minister.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Health Minister.
The kind words regarding the Olympics, as I know you were a school teacher. I'm sorry, through you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague was a school teacher and taught my very good friend, and I can say her name since she's not a member of Parliament, Shireen Sham, who competed in fencing. Very good friend of mine. The Government of Canada's adjustments to border measures are possible because we have a variety of tools at our disposal now. These include strong surveillance systems, a highly vaccinated population, and continued access to vaccines, access to therapeutics both in and outside of our hospital system, and increasing access to rapid tests. I want to remind Canadians that they should still exercise caution when traveling abroad, and the risk of becoming sick while abroad is still very, very real. And Canadians need to be aware that there's still a possibility that they'll need to extend their trip if they test positive for COVID-19 while abroad.
There's also an ongoing risk that border and travel measures in other countries, as well as in Canada, may change while they are traveling.
L'Agence de la Publique Santé.
The Public Health Agency of Canada is working closely with other departments, including Global Affairs.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Direction and control regulations are a problem for the charitable sector in Canada. Direction and control regulations require that when charities are involved in activities, that they be under those activities be under the full direction and control of those charitable organizations. Now, it is right that there be rules and restrictions around charitable organizations, that they be accountable for the dollars that are given to them, that they align their activities with their charitable purpose in accordance with the rules that exist. But this requirement of direction and control is not necessary to ensure accountability. You can have a framework that requires accountability without the restrictiveness of direction and control. The effect of direction and control is particularly strongly felt in the area of international development because it really limits the ability of charities to form constructive partnerships with organizations in other parts of the world. The best practice in international development is to see the people in developing countries as the heroes of their own story, and for donors and external organizations to be supportive, but not to try to control and manage all aspects of the development process or of those communities' lives. So direction and control regulations run totally counter to the best practice of self-determination in development. And effectively, they force this kind of ongoing neo-colonial view that many organizations, as well as, of course, individuals in developing countries, want to move away from. And in response to these concerns that come up repeatedly from various organizations that work in international development, but that are a concern for other charitable organizations as well, Senator Omid Vare put forward a private member's bill that addresses this by moving away from direction and control, but still ensuring accountability in accordance with a charitable purpose. And this bill passed unanimously in the last Parliament. It passed in the same form unanimously in this Parliament. And it now stands in the name of my friend from Peterborough. I can't remember his riding name. But it stands in the name of someone in this House. And unfortunately, we asked the government on February the 14th what their position was on the bill. We asked 3 questions about direction and control, and I'm following up on those questions because the answers seem to suggest that the minister was not even aware of the issue. And I'm hopeful maybe that there was some mistake in the process of response, that we can get some clarity tonight about where the government is at on this direction and control issue. And I say to the government, this is not a partisan issue. Fixing direction and control should be a win-win. It was my colleague who put forward this bill. He had an NDP member second the bill as a demonstration of the cross-party support, and I believe that all opposition parties have been clear already about their support for this bill. So there is a majority of the House that wants to see this bill passed, but sometimes the challenge with private members' bills is we run out of time. That we have a good idea that people agree on, but it doesn't make it through the process quickly enough. So I'd like to ask the government what their position is on Bill S-216, the direction and control bill that has now twice passed the Senate unanimously. And if they support it, are they prepared to work with us to try to move this process along so that this Parliament can be the one that finally gets it done? I've worked on other issues, organ harvesting and trafficking, for example, where we have a good bill that everyone agrees on, and yet it takes over 10 years, and we're still talking about it because the clock has run out in every Parliament. I hope that won't happen in this case.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to exchange with my honourable colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, with whom I also sit on the Foreign Affairs Committee. And as you can imagine, Mr. Speaker, over the last number of weeks, we've been very busy addressing the developing situation in Ukraine and now, of course, the illegal invasion. I believe my colleague wished earlier to refer to the honourable member of Northumberland, Peterborough South, who introduced the companion bill. I would like to begin my response to my colleague by being very transparent, both to him and to every member of this House, in saying that our government is currently analysing carefully Bill C-216 and will communicate its position as that bill makes its way through the legislative process in the House of Commons. Indeed, there is much at stake, and we must consider very carefully how the framework for charities that work in partnership with other charities, both in Canada and internationally, could be improved.
As my colleague knows full well, incentives for charitable donations in Canada are among the most generous in the world, and Canadians are very generous. They claimed $11 billion worth of charitable donations in 2020, and that led to a federal federal tax relief of $3.1 billion for donors through the tax credit for charitable donations. Meanwhile, companies made $3 billion worth of donations, and they got federal tax relief worth some $710 million through the tax deduction for charitable donations. The generosity of this tax relief given to charitable organizations means that registered organizations, registered as charities, have to follow a number of specific rules set out in the Income Tax Act. Those rules are designed to guarantee that the donations are indeed used for charitable purposes. And by fulfilling that role, this builds the public's trust in the charitable sector as a whole. Under the Income Tax Act, one of the main rules regulating charitable organizations in Canada is that organizations that are registered can use their resources in two ways, either for their own charitable activities or to donate to recognized beneficiaries. And that rule was created in order to guarantee a high level of accountability for donations attracting tax relief.
Charities are able to partner with intermediaries to carry out their charitable activities. But yes, they must maintain sufficient control and direction over the charity's resources. That is how the law is currently drafted, Mr. Speaker. The intention here is that federal tax rules should support the work of charities while still ensuring accountability for the use of donations so that Canadians know and can be certain that the tax-assisted donations that they are making to charitable causes are actually going to those causes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saskatchewan, Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend, the Parliamentary Secretary, for responding and for being transparent about the fact that the government is still studying this. And I would submit we do have a little bit of a process problem on private members' bills where it seems that they're considered ultimately, maybe it's a question of them going to cabinet at too late a stage. It would be nice if private members' bills could be considered earlier, the government could come to positions earlier on them, so that in cases where the government supported a private member's bill, we could move it along faster. But instead we end up in this situation where there's delay and delay and delay because it doesn't seem to get considered in terms of the government coming to a definitive position until we're already at the second hour of debate. So I would just ask the Parliamentary Secretary to do all that she can to ensure that prior to the first hour of debate, at least, which is scheduled for mid-May, that prior to that first hour, there is a discussion where the government actually comes to a conclusion. Because if we're able in that first hour to say, everybody agrees, let's expedite this bill and skip the second hour, then we can move it along faster. Again, I don't want to see this bill die in this Parliament again and have to keep bringing it back and keep bringing it back. Let's work that the discussion happens, but let's work to see that we can get it done.
L'honorable Secrétaire parlementaire du ministre.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the suggestion of my colleague in terms of procedure. It is my understanding that Bill S-216 did recently pass the Senate. It is now in this place in our legislative process in the House of Commons, and our government, as I mentioned earlier, is in the process of analyzing it, and we will come to a decision. And I look forward to working with my colleague opposite and all colleagues interested in this issue in order to address the proposal put forward in the Senate bill. Thank you.
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before having the privilege of representing the residents of King Vaughan, I worked in banking for many years. Throughout my career, I experienced many ups and downs of the Canadian housing market, but I must admit that the current situation facing our country has me extremely worried. Prior to the pandemic, many Canadians were already facing an unaffordable housing crisis. Since May 2020, home prices in Canada have skyrocketed by almost 50%. In the 7 years since the Liberals came to power, the cost of a typical home in Canada has doubled. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. This is not normal. A doubling in national housing prices in just 7 years is alarming. Mr. Speaker, What does the government propose as a solution? In this current market, how can we provide assurances to new home buyers that purchasing their first home is still possible? The Minister of Housing recently hosted a National Housing Supply Summit, which perfectly illustrated that the minister and his government are all about lights, cameras, but no real action. I will give the Liberals credit where credit is due. The Liberals never miss an opportunity for self-promotion. However, I say to you, Mr. Speaker, because it is painfully obvious that this government has no real plans for solving the housing crisis emergency. In fact, earlier this week, Liberals sitting on the Finance Committee rejected a 2-year ban on foreign money investments in Canada's real estate, even though they explicitly campaigned on supporting this measure less than a year ago. Why does this government continue to make promises that they have no intentions of keeping? Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Housing has presented a few spending initiatives and construction projects, but as always, it's much too little and way too late. This year, rather than increasing housing construction, has stalled, with no guarantee that it will reach the levels required. Currently, estimates show that Ontario alone would require over 650,000 new builds for its per capita ratio to equal that in the rest of the country, in comparison to our G7 neighbours. Canada is in an alarming position, given that we simultaneously have the lowest population-adjusted housing inventory and the fastest-growing population in the G7. All this combined, housing prices are predicting to increase another 10.5% over the next year. Mr. Speaker, this government announced ambitious immigration targets. They hope to settle over 400,000 newcomers in Canada this year. It is certainly something to consider, given that we have an aging population and we have the physical space in this country to welcome more immigrants. However, the problem is with roofs, not land. In the face of a staggering shortage of supply, this government proposes to stimulate demand that much more. Frankly, unless we have plans on bringing in tens of thousands of construction workers, how does this government expect these newcomers to find homes? Mr. Speaker, we face a severe lack of affordable housing, and the Liberal government is doing everything they can to avoid accountability. After 7 years of inaction and broken promises, Canadians deserve leadership to revive the dream of home ownership. What plans does this minister have to address the crisis that has developed under this government? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Diversity and Inclusion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to thank my honourable colleague opposite for King Vaughan.
Of housing. Monsieur le Président, le principe.
Mr. Speaker, our government's main objective is to help Canadians meet the challenges that they are confronting. Since our first term, we have unceasingly invested in affordable housing, and I am proud of our efforts to house Canadians. We have made considerable efforts to house them across this country. Housing access and affordability are challenges for many Canadians. That is why the government is ensuring that all Canadians have safe, affordable housing by increasing the offer of housing across Canada. We have grown investments in housing, and we recognize that there is still much to do, whether it be in terms of building more houses every year, increasing the numbers of affordable housing units, or ending homelessness. The government has pledged to work with its partners to achieve concrete results. We also realize that homeownership is particularly difficult for young people, and it also creates wealth disparities between older generations and younger people. Mr. Speaker, my brother is unable to buy a house, and that is why we're doing this as well. Our government wants to help. We intend to put in place a more flexible program for first home buyer incentives. And we are going to explore the creation of a fund that will put in place rental projects with buying options across the country. We are also going to reduce closing fees for first home buyers. And this is all possible thanks to our national housing strategy. Our plan of $72 billion over 10 years will give more and more people in Canada a home of their own. Mr. Speaker, we have many programs in place under this strategy. Indeed, last week, the Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion, in cooperation with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, held a virtual summit on housing supply. Over 300 people across the country participated in innovative discussions for possible housing solutions. I would like to assure my colleague that beyond the cameras, there was a great deal of discussion. Our government is making considerable investments because we believe that everyone deserves a chance at success, and we are working very hard to make that come true.
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague. But here's the situation. Just today, we got notice in Toronto, in the City of Toronto, that the average home just jumped to $2 million. So it's not just a lack of inventory. It's also the fact that we are not building the properties fast enough and ensuring that they're affordable for first-time home buyers. There are programs, and I agree with my colleague, they have the great RSP program that they can use the first $35,000, I believe it could be up this year. But how many first-time home buyers do we know have that kind of money when they've just graduated from school? We need programs that will include first-time home buyers and give them the hope of home ownership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, we recognize the challenges that Canadians have to face. We're aware that the cost of living is rising, and we know that home ownership is becoming less and less affordable. This is a major concern and a major challenge. We are determined to build a more solid housing system, as I said earlier, a rental ownership program. And our housing strategy will allow us to work even harder and more swiftly. And I hope we will be able to count on the support of the official opposition. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.